Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. I am your host, Brian Atlas. I'm joined by my co-host, Kiki. She's a bit shy. A few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. So if you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. Guys, for the sake of a smooth show tonight, given the large panel, we have temporarily boosted the donation and super chat triggers. So just bear in mind, just check the description for those details. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. That is basically $200 and up, triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. Guys, please keep these super chats, donations, TTS respectful. Playful roasting is okay, but if you go too far with it, we reserve the right to not show or read it. We have channel memberships. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. We're also live on Twitch right now. Guys, pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. We got merch, shop.whatever.com, stuff you can wear to not be naked. Don't be a criminal. Get some merch. Follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. If you can't catch the full shows, we have 3 Clips channels. Links are in the description. Go sub. Without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, and occupation. Go ahead.
My name is Wendy. I'm 19 and I do catering. And
student too, right?
Student, yeah.
Okay. What are you studying?
Criminal justice.
Okay. Do you want to go into law enforcement? Do you want to be a lawyer? What are you thinking?
Yeah, I want to go into law enforcement.
Okay. Like police officer? You want
FBI.
FBI. Okay. Federal Bureau of Investigation. There you go. All right. Watch out, guys. Okay. Go ahead.
I'm Caitlin Perry. I'm 18 years old, and then I'm a server.
Surfer.
A server.
Oh, I thought
like
you said
at a restaurant.
surfer. I was like,
no,
sick.
I wish.
Rock and roll. Okay, and are you also a student?
No, I'm taking a gap year this year.
Taking a gap year?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. When you go back, do you know what you'll be studying?
Most likely business.
Okay.
I feel like it's just common.
Got it. What about you?
My name is Atlas, and I'm a nursing student, and I do OnlyFans.
Age?
Oh, 55.
You're 55 years old?
Shit. She's not 55.
67.
What? No. What's your actual age?
30. 25.
Are you just gonna troll, or what's going on? Can you give us a real age?
I was going to have people try to guess. Is that okay?
Nick, can you boost the audio a little bit, Nick?
It seems quiet. Is it not okay? I want to be respectful.
Can you?
I'd like to know how
I'm
old
30.
age
I'm
you're
30.
acting. Are you actually?
Yeah.
Surprising.
Okay. Thank you for wasting 20 seconds of the show's time. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Gigi Dior. I'm 41, and I'm an adult film star.
All right, welcome.
Thanks.
I'm Annie Lobert, and I'm a nonprofit owner and founder of Hookers for Jesus, and we help people that are drowning in the waters of sex trafficking.
Is that TOS?
You said you guys
That's
help
probably,
people that are what?
That's probably TOS. Let's not S trafficking. Let's use that. Yo, FTG,
Yes.
thank you very much for the memberships.
And I'm 55.
55. Okay.
You guys help people get out of that industry? Nice. God bless you guys for that.
I'm Air Force Amy, and I'm a world-famous legal prostitute. I work at the world-famous Bunny Ranch, and I'm 55 plus.
Okay, there you go. There you go. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
My name is Trendalina. I'm 24, and I do data. I'm just data analyst.
Okay.
Oh, and I have a school in Cambodia as well.
In where?
A school where?
In Cambodia.
Cambodia?
Yes.
Cambodia.
What's your school in Cambodia?
It's just a school that's in a village. It's a bit too far for like the kids to access.
Nick,
other
put it over to
schools.
start, please.
So, yeah, we just opened a school there with a few people.
That's awesome.
It's lovely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. Hi, I'm Amy Dangerfield. I'm 28 years old. I've been in the high-ticket sales industry my whole life, but I'm taking a little bit of a break right now.
Right on. My name is Chase, 28 years old, professional photographer and brand consultant.
My name's Andrew Golden. I'm 23. I'm an electrician. I play a little bit guitar and sing as well.
Full-time electrician, part-time Gigachad.
Sure.
Yeah.
And so you guys might recognize Andrew. We're going to pull up the clip here. Nick, if you're able to pull up that clip, I should have it pulled up. Let's just say he's a Gigachad. Yeah, we could go ahead. Go ahead. Maybe you've seen him.
Wait, what?
All right, there's the clip. That's the man, the myth, the legend himself.
Yeah,
and,
if I may just say as well, I saw that clip last year for the first time. I saw it again this year. I posted it to my Instagram because I think it's absolutely awesome, and I'm stoked to be here on a podcast with you, bro.
All right, bro. Good to be here.
What was the story behind the clip? Where were you? What's the story there?
It's really not much of a story. It's just a random act of God, pretty much. I'm a Christian. We do evangelism out at the bars, preach the gospel, talk to people about Christ, pass out gospel tracts, which is just a little piece of paper that has the gospel written on it. And so we were walking down to a bar called Handlebar, and just a random interaction, like I said, hand him the gospel tract. He asked me that question. He's got a camera in his hand, and there you have it. It blew up.
So I got a question. That clip has gone insanely viral across the internet. So many people that I know have reposted it. What, in your experience, has the reception been to that clip? How have people responded?
It's been actually very positive. I've looked at a few posts where people have been negative about it, but the female attention has been ridiculous. I can tell you that much. But
have you had chicks sliding into your DMs like marry me?
Yeah, mainly Brazilian, actually.
Why do you think
Brazilian?
Why do you think mainly Brazilians?
I don't know. There was a Portuguese version that got that one blew up more than the others. So
okay.
I don't know.
Do you like Brazilian women?
Sure, but they're too far away.
Oh, okay. And you're from where? Where are you from?
Houston, Texas.
Okay, gotcha. And that's where you grew up, and that's where you still live?
I still live there. Yeah.
Gotcha. And so it was outside of some bar district.
Yeah,
this was Houston.
Yeah, this was on Washington Avenue, and there's a bunch of bars out there.
Okay. Gotcha.
Did you guys have success bringing people to Jesus that night?
That night was so long ago, bro. Like I said, it wasn't a significant night, but maybe, the word goes out, and God uses that word to, soften some hearts or harden other hearts. So you never know what he's going to do with his word.
Yes, he does.
Is what
All right. Rock and roll. Okay, so we're going to go around the table once more. What is your current relationship status? So, are you single, talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycule, sex cult? I'm trying to think what other kind of dynamics people are involved in these days. You have a harem, I guess. So, if you're single, how long have you been single? And also, what's your longest relationship you've ever been in? Starting with you, go ahead.
I'm single. I've been single for 3 months.
3 months, okay.
What was the last question?
Oh, longest relationship.
Oh, my longest relationship was 4 years.
4 years, gotcha. So it's like a high school relationship, basically.
Yeah, basically,
okay.
yeah.
Gotcha. Why did 4-year relationship? Why did it end? Why'd he dump you?
I dumped him.
Oh, okay. Excuse me. My bad. Okay. Why did you dump him after 4 years?
Because he kept cheating. So.
Oh,
yeah.
Yikes! Sorry to hear that.
Damn.
Kept cheating.
Mm-hmm.
So you found out one time.
I've been finding out. Yeah.
But you forgave him, but he kept doing it.
Mm-hmm.
How long did he keep it up for before you broke it off?
The whole 4 years.
About 3 years.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
So you found out like a year into it, and he just kept doing it for 3 years?
I found out like the second year, and then the third year he did it again. So that's when I'm like, I was living with him, so I just like literally called up my uncle. I'm like, I packed up everything one day, and I just left.
Wait, hold on. You were living with him, and you called him your uncle.
No, I said I called my uncle
sorry.
to come
I thought
bring
you were
his
like
truck.
dating.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No,
I thought you were like dating your
no.
uncle. I was like, is that illegal? I don't
No,
know.
not that.
But you were living with your boyfriend during high school.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
How did that come to be? Did you run away from home or?
No.
Oh, okay.
I left home because it was just like separate things that was going on there, and then I just couldn't like I did the same thing I did to him. I just packed up my things and I just left.
After how many times did you catch him cheating?
I only
Hold on, let's do this.
like 3 times.
Three times?
Yeah.
Damn. Sorry to hear that. Did you ever cheat on him, or you were always loyal?
I was loyal until.
Stop the cat.
Oh, whoops. Okay. Until what?
I found out the second time.
Okay.
And then were you guys just like mutually cheating on one another until?
No, I just.
Fooled around?
No, after that, like. I think like the 3rd year we just stopped talking to each other, but we still lived in the same house, so it was weird.
Oh.
But
That's super weird.
Yeah, it was weird. And then we started talking to each other again, and then I just couldn't take it no more, so I just left.
Wow. Wait, so how long were you living together for? The whole relationship, 3 years?
3 years, yeah.
Okay. So when he would cheat on you, would he bring women to
No,
your
he was
shared-
always gone during the
Oh.
weekends, yeah.
Okay, I see.
But I always thought it was like, because he was with his friends, but I was like,
Sure.
I was a naive, yeah.
So when you would get, I guess, revenge on him, would you bring like if you cheated, would you go to the guy's house or would you bring him back to your place?
I'll go to the guy's house.
Okay, all right. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, what about you?
I'm single. I've been single for 6 months, and then my longest relationship was 3.5 years.
Okay. Also, high school.
Mhm.
Why did that end? Why did he dump you?
I dumped him.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry.
Kind of similar, but he cheated on me a lot of times.
A lot of times.
Oh, like probably over 30 times. And
30?
Then he had 3 different relationships while with me.
Damn.
Yikes.
Yeah.
How'd that feel?
Not great.
But
no.
I guess the question for both of you, why did you stay with them after not just 1, 2, but multiple times they've cheated on you?
Because I was dumb.
No, don't say that. Was he just like Gigachad, like super attractive?
Oh, no.
No.
Mine was ugly.
Mine too.
What?
Mine was even short. Like, yeah. Like, I'm not even trying to be rude. Like, okay.
I will be rude. Mine was ugly.
Oh, wow.
Me too.
Okay.
And I shouldn't have.
Were they just funny? Is that what? Good personality?
I just have daddy issues, I guess.
Yeah.
I just
all
felt
right.
the need to have company all the time.
I think I just needed to leave
Was it
home.
the comfort? Like it's
Yeah,
sometimes
like
it's
my
more
comfort
comfortable
person.
being in a relationship than even if it's not the best relationship than
Yeah.
breaking up, going through the heartbreak, being single.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. So.
All right. Okay. And you've been single for 3 months. You've been single for 6 months. Do you guys live in this area or do you live?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm born and raised in Santa Barbara.
Oh, you're from Santa Barbara. Are you from Santa Barbara too?
I'm from San Diego, but I moved here like 3 weeks ago. Maybe
Okay.
a month.
All right. Welcome. Well, I've heard from some of the college girls that they're not fans of the college men. Is that?
Yeah. No.
Don't like them?
Why not?
We don't like them.
Why not?
Oh.
They're groupies.
They're
No.
they're groupies?
I mean, like they be, I don't know.
Are they?
Like
are
they see you with your homegirls, and then the next party they try to be with one of your homegirls, you know? And it's like girl code, you know? It's like, I don't know.
Okay. They're for the streets.
Yeah, for the streets.
Got it. Okay. All right. Did you have any thoughts on the college boys you've met so far, or like them, dislike them?
I just don't really care.
Indifferent.
I don't know.
Okay.
They're like whatever.
You're gonna become a nun?
Oh no.
Oh, okay.
I said
Sorry, I
they're
misheard.
I just said they're like whatever.
They're like,
Okay.
whatever.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. Sure. What about you?
Single, and my longest relationship was 7 years.
All right. 7 years. How long have you been single for?
A year.
1 year. Okay.
Why'd it end?
The last one?
Yeah. Or the 7-year relationship.
The 7-year one, you would have to ask him.
Were you married?
No.
Okay.
Wait, you said
but
you would have to ask him. Do you not know why?
he just ghosted you and
No, gosh, I wouldn't even know where to start. He actually broke up with me like 2 months before he got out of prison, But
Wait,
What was he in prison for?
what was he not in prison for?
Did he kill anyone?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Okay.
I guess that's what he wasn't in prison for.
Yeah.
Wait, so you were dating him while he was in prison?
Mm-hmm.
Did you meet him on the outside, or like it was a pen pal thing? You started sending him letters. Next thing you know, you're doing conjugal visits in St. Quentin.
That was
Okay,
my
I should have
question.
been more. Okay. No, actually, we were best friends as adolescents, and we started dating after high school.
Okay.
How
And-
long into that did he go to prison for? Like, how long had you guys been dating before he went to prison?
Oh, many years. We were kind of off and on, though, but I didn't really see other people. He didn't date other people, but we would break up and get back together all the time. It was really not healthy.
Sounds like a good relationship to move on from. Good for
Yeah.
you.
A lot of jacked up relationships around here so
Yeah.
far.
Welcome to
Welcome
California,
to
bro.
California. Welcome to California. Wait, so okay, how long was his prison term?
It wasn't very long. It was like 18 months.
Okay.
Might have gotten out at 16 months. I don't quite remember.
Okay.
I think he just wanted to get back to the streets.
You mean romantically or for
Romantically
criminal
and
reasons?
criminally.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, because he knew that I kind of typically steer him in a better direction, and he did not want to do better for himself. He's back there now.
Oh, he's back in again.
Yeah.
Damn.
Okay, wow. All right.
Bullet dodge there. Your eyes kind of lit up when I asked you why the last one ended. Why did the last one end?
Oh my God.
Oh, she's trying to avoid with the prison misdirection.
I don't even want to count that as a relationship because it was 1 month, so I don't know if that even counts. Does that count?
Well, it sounds like it ended in train wreck. What's the story?
Yeah, what's the story?
Here we
It
go.
went like 1,000,000 miles an hour, which was the first mistake. He moved in, which I kind of didn't want, but I did let it happen. And then he lost his job right away. He sat in front of a computer all day, played video games, was a little bit messy, didn't want to do anything like quality time wise. Like I made beds and he didn't take them. And he went out all the time with his friends, but he had no money to do that. So I was just like, priorities.
Why'd you keep him around?
I didn't. I was trying to think of how to get out of it.
Wait, but so you said it was only 1 month?
Yeah.
But at what point did he move in with you? Immediately?
He moved in pretty quickly, and I let him.
What's pretty quickly?
Oh, I need to adjust the TTS. I don't know.
Yo.
I'm gonna give it to you straight. Looking for a diamond in a mud pile. Come with me overseas. I'll fly you out first class. If I'm not into the African queens, NP, Sweden, Iceland, Denmark. You pick. I'll save your soul.
I think he wants you.
What up, Mike Davis?
Okay.
Good to hear from you, bro. Thank you for the offer. I already found my diamond in the rough. Appreciate it there, bro.
All right. Thank you, Mike Davis. Good to hear from you. Guys, TTS is, I must have made a mistake with the TTS heading. It's $199 and up, but that one came through. So thank you, Mike Davis. So he moved in right away, or?
Yeah, how fast? What are we talking here?
Oh my God.
Okay, first date, second date he moves in type of thing?
Not necessarily. So within 2 weeks of making it official, he was moved in, but it was because he was getting another job where he was going to be traveling for work. And so I was like, he's just going to leave his stuff here. He's going to be gone for 6 months, and we're going to have a long distance relationship, and we're going to be able to take it slow in that sense and really get to know each other. But he was back from that job within 1 week, quit it or was fired. I'm not sure. And so then he was boom, just there in my apartment.
How long did he just hang around your apartment like a couch potato before you kicked him out?
2 weeks, and I didn't kick him out. I just complained enough that he freaked out and packed his stuff.
You just nagged him to death and then he quit?
Yeah.
Wait, so did you know him before you ended up in a relationship?
Yeah.
So
but
you're
not very
friends.
well. Not
Okay.
like we were friends forever like my one before that.
How did they all meet?
I met him through a mutual friends at a bar, so
Oh, okay.
yeah,
All right.
their
Gotcha.
mistake maybe.
Gotcha. What about you?
Divorced.
Divorced.
And the longest, shy 20.
You're married for 20 years?
17, yeah.
Oh, okay.
We were together for several years prior to getting married, so we were close to 20.
Okay,
Yep.
Gotcha. You were
Yep.
together for 20 years. How long have you been single?
4 years.
4 years?
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. And so you say you're divorced, but are you in a relationship with somebody or just proper single?
Just proper single.
Proper single. Have you had a rebound since the divorce?
Yeah, I mean, I've dated. It's just messy. Like,
Sure.
it's not for me.
Okay.
It's like I'm very focused on like work, kids. So
You have
yeah,
kids?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
4.
Kids? Oh, 4 kids. All from
my husband, yes.
Okay, gotcha. Got it. Did you initiate the divorce or did he?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay. All right.
Why?
Yes.
Why?
A resounding yes.
So during my last pregnancy, I found text messages that he had an affair, and then after and during the divorce, I found that there were 12 altogether.
Wow.
So yeah.
Over what span of time?
17 years. So I mean, it's not it's
how-
not 30 in a year, but it's. I mean, you're married, you're committed. There's more than just like a relationship there.
So you found out about all 12 at the same time?
Yes.
How
So
did
during
how did that feel?
that was it was actually more sorry. It was actually more freeing than it was when I first started the divorce, because I thought maybe I was ending everything over one. So after I finalized everything during that time we were all locked up, I went through and I found cell phones, and that's when all the evidence actually came out. So it was very like yes, I made the right decision. 100%.
When you discovered that, did it like make sense?
Yes, everything, like you start to like replay everything in your head, and you're like, okay, now when this person said this, and that's not normal. And I would start to compare my relationship with other people, and they're like, I've never heard that my husband has ever been in a car with somebody else or blah, blah, blah. And that was just my norm. So
Gotcha.
I justified it, and I made excuses for it. And, you do stupid things when you think you're in love. So, but yeah, it was, it hurt, of course, because you commit yourself to one person and you say that this is going to be forever. But I did my vows in front of God, and, I felt I did it the right way, and
You expect them to honor that commitment.
correct,
Yeah.
exactly. And when that's not honored, it's definitely a kick to the gut.
Yeah.
But then seeing that I initiated the divorce and followed through with it after many times of him coming back and saying, I don't want, please, let's work it out. Finding that it was never, ever going to work. I did the right thing. And showing my children that it's not okay to stick around no matter what.
Yeah.
You can try and you can try and you can try, but at a certain point you have to respect yourself enough to stand up and walk away.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Gotcha.
Good for you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Could I ask you a question?
Of course.
Were you doing the adult entertainment through the duration of your marriage?
So I did professional modeling during my entire marriage. I've done that since I was in high school.
Right.
So we moved into the adult world after.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was that like was that like a vindictive thing? Like, all right, now I'm gonna shoot porn. Fuck
No,
my
it was a
husband.
survival thing.
Okay, got it.
Because of, again, during the time where I found all the text messages and everything, we were all home, and being a single mom at the time, resources were extremely limited on different things, and the other businesses that I had were a lockdown. So I started webcamming, and so that's actually how it all started, was just on webcamming and OnlyFans, and then it kind of progressed from there. So
If I may
Of course.
ask, how do your kids feel about your profession?
I've been very open and upfront with them from day one. I felt that if this was the decision that I was making, they needed to hear it all from me. I didn't want them to hear from it at school or from their father or whatever. So I sat down. Most of them are very good with it. They're all good with it now. It took a little bit of talking and open communication to get them all to understand the premise and kind of, I mean, obviously I'm age appropriate. I'm not going to tell, a small kid, you know, obviously all of the details, but for the most part, they all know exactly where I go.
Have they ever taken any heat for it at school?
No, not that they've told me. I mean, I know that there was some stuff that was going around the adults at the school, but I think because of the small town that I'm from, the parents were all, for the most part, very respectful and didn't, like, you know, pass it down. So they've all been very, you know, supportive, and the school wasn't at first, but, you know, closed minds sometimes, you know, just need a little bit of explanation. So, yeah. So.
Okay. And what kind of content are you making? Is it solo content? Is it with other women? Is it with other men?
I do all of it. So I started as just the solo cam model.
Webcam.
Webcam.
Okay. Yeah.
And then I started solo OnlyFans.
Okay.
And then I slowly progressed into girl. And then I had an agent call me about a year ago and ask me if I was interested in doing like mainstream films.
Sure.
So I've then since moved on to like studio films where like there's a producer and a director and everybody's fully tested and fully consensual.
All right. Okay. If I could have you just slightly move your microphone that way, just
This way?
perfect.
Okay.
Go ahead. What about you?
I am in a current relationship. I am married,
Okay,
14
married.
years now, and we met in 2007 over the internet. And my husband is Oz Fox from the band Striper. It's a famous band from the 80s.
Rock band?
Yes.
Okay.
Rock metal, and they sing about
like a hair band?
They sing about Jesus.
Oh.
So based.
They
What
crossed
was
over
it
on
called?
MTV. Striper. Yeah, they were famous on
Have you
MTV in the 80s.
Have you heard of it, Chase?
No, I haven't. I want to look
you'll
them
Look
up.
it up.
I want to look
You'll
them
have
up after
yeah.
this, though.
Check it out.
Yeah.
You've got a new fan here.
They're
Yeah.
hardcore. They're 40 years together now.
Oh,
That's
wow.
awesome.
Yeah.
So he still performs?
Yes, he's leaving actually in a couple days to go on another tour.
Gotcha.
So I'm happily married.
Okay.
Are you like his biggest fan?
Maybe. He certainly thinks so.
Do you have to fight off his other female friends?
Sometimes there's been
fans?
several. I mean, when we first got engaged, he said to me, "Hey, I have this friend that used to come and watch me play at this other bar in California, and he would play with these side bands when his band wasn't on tour." And I was like, "Oh, really?" And I was at the Destiny House, watching over the first Destiny House, which is a safe house for women that are trafficked. And I clicked him on the phone because I was pretty mad that he was going to have a former fan come down and visit. But then I decided I'm going to show up there, and when I see her, I'm going to show her the ring. So I was in the bathroom, and she was sitting there at the mirror, flipping her hair and with blonde hair. I didn't know who she was. She's like, "Oh my God, Oz Fox is here, and he's so effing hot. I can't wait to just go up to him and hug him." And I got out of the stall, and I said, "Excuse me, sweetheart. He's taken." And I showed her my ring, and she backed up immediately, and I basically had a threatening stance. So I kind of had my old self rise out of the grave a little bit. I almost got unsaved for a second.
No,
But,
sometimes you gotta get heated.
I had to
Sometimes you gotta-
confront her.
Jesus
so-
made a cord of whips, went into the temple, and was flipping
I mean,
tables.
she understood. She was very clear that she understood that you need to not go flirt with my husband because I am now engaged.
Wait, you said you got into your old self. What do you mean by your
Oh.
old self? How are you in your old
So
self?
it's one of my alter egos. Her name is Fallon.
Fallon.
Yeah.
You got an alter ego.
Well, not anymore,
No,
but
you-
she's
in the past. Okay.
She's kind of buried right now, but sometimes she occasionally pops up when I get really mad.
What was Fallon up to? What was
Fallon,
she doing?
Fallon was in the sex industry
Okay.
for about 11 years straight. I was an escort in Las Vegas and a stripper.
Okay.
So when you were Fallon, were you like beating people up? Because you sounded pretty ready to beat
Well,
her
I
up.
used to be a dominance mistress.
No way.
Whips and chains and leather.
Were you like
all-
whipping like CEOs and stuff?
Yes.
I've heard
They
was.
deserved it.
Oh wow.
That's what they wanted. So, I mean, to me, working as a dominance mistress, dominatrix, I enjoyed it way better than turning tricks because I didn't have to have sex.
What was your clientele like? Was it like majority successful dudes? Because I've heard like really successful dudes love hiring dominatrix escorts.
I had a lot of, they call them regulars, and yes, they were CEOs, some of them were lawyers, judges.
Was it mostly like successful, high-powered men, or
Yes.
why do you think that is? I'm fascinated by that.
You know, there was one that I remember that I felt super sorry for. He would come to the door dressed in drag. He would wear his mother's lipstick. I'm not kidding you. He had on nylons and a red dress, and then he would tell me it's time to be punished. So I would make him come to the door, and I know some of you might get disgusted with this.
What was his job?
He worked at a big law firm.
Okay.
Oh, he was an attorney. Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
And I would make him come to the door on his knees with the money in his teeth. And I wouldn't let him touch me, ever.
Then would you just like whip him and stuff, or would you
Whatever
do?
he wanted. I mean,
Spankings.
I never had to touch him with my hands. It was all tools.
You know, Chase, I think to answer your question, what my hypothesis is, you have these hyper successful men that have to be cutthroat in the business industry, or they're lawyers or whatever it is, and they're constantly having to be dominant in their professional life, and in their personal life, and perhaps in their sexual life. They want to relinquish the burden of having that sort of responsibility and just get fucking domed, I guess. That's my hypothesis.
Just sum it up by calling it
He was
sin.
abused by his mother.
real.
Debased mind of Romans 1.
It could also, I guess, be abuse or something
Yeah,
too.
she used to
but
choke him with her pantyhose. It sounds really wicked, right?
Good times.
I feel
Or
like
bad times.
success, like in and of itself,
Oh,
would
you have
not
a story about that?
inherently like produce those results. I feel like if somebody maybe comes from like a background of trauma, or they go through something like that, and then maybe they are not properly equipped to deal with the success that they get, or maybe it comes a little bit too fast, or there's various other circumstances, maybe something like that would manifest. But I don't feel like that's an inherent symptom of success.
No, but
Yeah.
perhaps it could, in some individuals, perhaps who have some, maybe no childhood anything or did whatever, it could. That's what I've heard. I don't know. You
I
had
think it's-
something. You had something. Go ahead.
Yeah, I saw I saw you on my TikTok feed. It was like you were showing around some guy like where like
Peter
the
Sanatello.
different like escort spots and you're like you were just saying like a bunch of like where the spots were and where like the guys like will often go where they were sit at
At the bars, yes.
Yeah.
In the big casinos.
Okay. And so, but now you're not involved in that life. When did you stop?
I am involved in that
Well,
life.
you-
like
you're
not working.
But saving people
But
from
yeah,
it.
I'm
you're
helping
not-
people.
yes. And when did you stop escorting or
Officially stopped.
doing S work?
So I got engaged actually to one of my tricks, one of my regulars, in May of 1998. I quit the escort services, but I had a lot of trauma, and I ended up doing drugs that next year, doing cocaine, and then our business failed that we had together. We had an automotive business that was in Japan and here in the United States, and I was devastated because I figured I didn't make it as a call girl. I had 2 traffickers the entire time I was a call girl almost. I was renegading probably only 1 year out of that time I was working in the industry. So I never had anything good to show from it. I had a lot of heartache, a lot of times where I can't say the word, but you can fill in the blank. I got assaulted many times by the men that would purchase me and then the man that was taking all the money. So I had a broken heart. And so at the very end, I started escorting at the very end, the last year, it was August 2nd, 2003, I overdosed on cocaine. And then I cried out to Jesus, and I've never been back since. So it's been 20 years.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, so what was that conversion experience like with God?
Well, here's what's crazy. When I was a little girl, I went to church, and I loved it. I remember getting cupcakes and candy and little suckers, and I remember saying the prayer that I wanted Jesus to be living inside my heart, and I brought this cross home. It was a Lutheran church, and it was a glow-in-the-dark cross. And I remember putting it up to the light at night because I was afraid of monsters. It's funny because the world does have monsters nowadays, right? Real monsters. And I fell away from the faith a little bit when I was 8 years old because a next door neighbor was abusing me. I mean, pretty bad. And I kind of lost my way for a while. I confronted my father for his my father was an alcoholic, and he was taking pills and smoking and swearing. So I confronted him about all of it as a little Christian little girl going, Daddy, you have to stop. So I didn't want him to die. And so after that, he said, I'm taking you out of that school. It was called Trinity First Lutheran. And I ended up going back in the regular school system, and that's where I met one of my friends that eventually showed me my other friend, that we went out to the bars, and eventually as a teenager, I met our first set of pimps. So, and I also got assaulted by men throughout my teenage years, and since I was a little child. So it was a really, really hard life.
If I may ask, what happened when you cried out to Jesus after your overdose? What was that like?
Well, at the time, I was probably dying. I had a heart attack.
Wow.
So the ambulance came, and I remember hanging on to the EMT's hand, and I was just like, I don't want to die. But my heart, I don't know if anyone's ever had a heart attack, but my heart, every beat that it was making, it was going so fast. Every single beat was like a stab of my heart. And it scared me so bad. I actually faded in and out of consciousness, but when I got to the hospital, the doctor told me I had so much drugs in my system that I should have been dead. And I had this peace come over me that I cannot describe. It's like the best peace. And the next couple weeks, I was filled with this, like, it's kind of like a lava lamp, how the wax gets hardened when you shut it off, but when you turn it on, it gets like all googly and hot. And it's like it filled my body with just this feeling of love, and I just wanted to love everybody. And
Amen.
God started healing my heart, and he's still healing me to this day, because trauma lasts a lifetime. I'm not perfect, but I'm walking towards,
I know we have to keep the show moving, but I just wanted to say thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome.
You've had a hell of a life, and it's miraculous what
thank
God
you.
saved you from.
Amen.
Just one question. You said you married one of your tricks. Isn't tricks a derogatory term?
Okay, I didn't marry one of my tricks. We actually got disengaged. I met my current husband
This is
on
a different,
MySpace. Yeah.
Different guy. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And I was a mother to
Back
his
in the day.
Yeah, I was on MySpace. Yeah.
Such a throwback.
I had my story on there. That's how I met him. I met him through my friend Heather Veach, and she was meeting with Kevin Max from DC Talk. You know that band, DC Talk?
Oh, yeah.
And Oz was meeting with Kevin that night because they were in town making music for the band. So he found my MySpace and read my story, and he was like, that's it. I want that girl. Like, she's for me. He didn't tell me that until later, but yeah, I think he fell in love with me pretty quickly.
All right.
Legit.
What about you?
That's a tough story to follow.
Yeah.
It's a tough story to follow.
A little closer to the
I'm
microphone.
single, and the longest relationship I had was like a year and a half, and it was strange that I've never had a relationship my entire life until, unlike most people, when everything closed down and a lot of people went to OnlyFans and went to that avenue, I actually went in the opposite direction and stopped doing what I was doing. I was worked in the legal brothel industry for over 25 years, and I stopped. And for the first time, I took a break and thought that it had been long enough, like 10 months, and I said, well, wow, I could probably have a relationship, because I never saw how I could have one doing what I was doing. It just never equated. It just didn't make sense. So I went on Match.com, and I met a guy, and I fell in love.
When was
And
this?
This was a couple years ago when everything was shut down.
Okay, Match.
So
I didn't know people still use it.
Yeah, well, I didn't know what else to do.
Okay,
you know,
yeah. You saw the commercials.
I never dated or anything like that. I just always worked.
And so the 1.5 year relationship is the one that you're talking about that you met on Match.com, but that ended. So you're currently single.
I went back to work.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But so throughout the whole course of your life,
And never dated.
Never a boyfriend.
Never.
What about like a short-term casual thing? like 3 months, 2 months.
One client, and I had said
client, okay.
I said that I couldn't date, that I would have to immediately get engaged because I just didn't know how to date. I don't know how to date.
You didn't know how to date?
No.
Do you think it was was it because you found it hard to date because of the type of work you were involved
Absolutely.
in, or? But at what age did you start getting involved in? What's the escorting, courtesan?
I watched your show last week, and one of my coworkers was on.
Yeah.
Okay, so you said courtesan, and actually courtesan is a euphemism.
I looked it up after.
Yeah.
I was actually wrong there. I thought it was like
Yeah.
a courtesan. I was thinking like, okay, you're in the court of King Henry.
Right.
You're a lord or
Yeah,
lady,
back in the day.
and
Way
you're
back.
trying to garner favor with the king. But it is actually.
Yeah,
I didn't know
euphemism for
that, so I was
prostitution,
wrong.
yeah,
But
so,
it is.
yeah.
It is a term.
Yeah. I'm called a legal prostitute.
Sure.
Right. I mean, Wikipedia put a page up about me, and I don't get
Okay.
to edit it.
Yeah.
Okay, it's just there. It is what it is. I'm a legal prostitute.
Sure.
And I had a fight to put the term legal in front of it. I've been a legal prostitute for over 30 years.
Where do you work?
The Bunny Ranch
Where is that?
in Nevada.
Is that Pahrump or wait?
No,
where is
no,
that in?
no. There are certain counties in Nevada where prostitution is legal and is only illegal within a legal brothel.
Right.
And the county has to have less than 250,000 residents. Okay, so that rules out Clark County and Washoe County.
Like the
So
Strip,
Reno
yeah.
and Las Vegas.
Yeah.
No. So prostitution is absolutely illegal in Las Vegas
Got it.
and Reno. But in the outlying counties, the very rural counties, in
Yeah.
some counties, there are some brothels.
Yes, got it.
So I work in Lyon County where there are 4 brothels where on my ownership, we own Kit Kat, Sagebrush, Bunny Ranch, and Love Ranch.
Oh, do you have equity in some of these or?
Skin equity. Okay.
Sure.
Blood, sweat, tears, and skin. Okay.
Just 'cause you mentioned those.
Okay.
I got a question. What's the proper term for one of your customers?
Clients.
A client.
Okay.
How many?
Clients. We're not allowed to call them TRICKs. We're in big trouble.
What about
Yeah.
John's? Is that illegal?
Marks?
That's a movie, isn't it?
like oh, he was a John, right? If I have a I'm curious.
Yeah, go for it.
If you had to estimate, how many clients would you guess that you've had over the years?
I couldn't estimate. That's a common question. How many guys do you sleep with per day? And this is so unfair to women because, like, with guys, it'll be like, how many girls have you slept with? And the more women you've slept with, it's like, oh yeah, man, yeah, I mean, more power to you. I've slept with 400 women in a day. You're the man. And but a woman, if she slept with more than one man in her life, it's like, you're a whore. Go to hell. You're
Yeah, pretty
stained.
much. Pretty much.
So. And that's just society that's
I am
done
more
that.
consistent in that area, by the way.
Yes, I am as well.
Guys will go to hell as well as women unless
Okay.
they're.
Yes, he's right.
And it's just that some things that society has put on us. In some areas, people are different. People operate in different areas, in different arenas. So it's just this arena and this religion or this area says that's not cool, but this area operates in a this other area operates in a completely, totally different arena, and they're absolutely happy. They treat people with respect and honor and love, and everybody's happy, and there's no meanness.
At what age did you get involved with escorting?
Very young. I left home. There was incest in my family, as there is a lot of women that do end up in my industry. So we do get judged quite unfairly. A large, huge percentage, sex has been devalued from the get-go, either in their family or from their neighbors or in school. So
when you say young, do you mean 18, 19,
no,
20?
I'm talking 6, 7, 8 years old.
Yeah, I've heard that's super prevalent in the industry.
No, I'm talking like when you started
Escorting.
I'm
6, 7, 8
hoping
years old. We're
you
talking
weren't
grade school.
No, but
panty shots for ice cream money. Okay, yeah.
Let's maybe avoid that topic, but
oh yeah.
But okay, so
I left home at the age of 13.
And
I started hitchhiking around the country.
Was that when you began working?
Yes. So they called that survival prostitution.
Okay. Damn. And then
And that was scary.
You
that was
lived a
very,
hard life.
very, very scary. You want to
Yeah.
talk fear-based. That was very, running underneath trucks and pockets getting cut out, and
Jeez.
girls getting gaffed, and it was, terrifying.
Were you
absolutely terrifying?
Were there periods of any homelessness? I mean,
Well, yeah, you're hitchhiking around the country. You're going from truck to
Sure.
truck. The biggest, shiniest truck. What's next?
Okay.
So this is how I heard about the brothels. So we're cruising across Highway 80, and we're on the CBs back then. And this was way back when the trucker strike was going on. It was like CBs and Breaker 19. It was really, it was like Convoy 100.
Wow.
It was like, it was pretty cool. But we heard on the CBs, I heard the girls from the Mustang Ranch calling out to the truckers because there wasn't any kind of advertising, and I heard that, oh yeah, this is a big palace and there's beautiful women. And I'm like, oh wow, the truck stops are scary. I want to go work there. I want to go there. But you have to be 18 years old. I'm like, oh man, that's not going to happen. So I'll just wait until I'm 18. In the meantime, I kept hitchhiking around the country. Then when I turned 18, I joined the military instead.
Oh,
wow.
Okay. Which branch of the military?
Air Force,
Air
Amy.
Force. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, duh. Duh.
Yeah.
Air Force Amy. Okay.
Yeah. So when I was stationed at Nellis in Las Vegas, and I gave my superiors an ultimatum. I said, you either cross-train me, give me a re-enlistment bonus, or I'm going to go down and work at the brothels. And then, they didn't give me a re-enlistment bonus. And
so while you were in the Air Force, you were also working?
No,
okay.
I didn't get a re-enlistment bonus, so I went down to work at the chicken ranch, and I've been working in the brothels ever since.
So it's like a safe house.
It is. I'm for me, I would say I'm the exception to the rule. I'm kind of institutionalized, and at this point, it's become such a career for me, and I feel as though I'm in place because I have survived so many things, and I am an icon, and not an inspiration, but I help the girls. I think I'm here for a reason, and I'm not going to say that I'm as religious as you, but I am spiritual, and I do the next right thing, and I teach the girls by example to do the next right thing. We're honest, we're open, we're not judgmental, we follow as many commandments as we can.
If I may, you are inspirational, so I think you can actually absolutely put that into your
a success story.
And we just try to do the next right thing, and we're preaching love and non-judgment, humility. You want to talk humility? Yeah, we're doing that, and we're God-fearing, Jesus-loving, American-loving, God, country, and family. These girls have family, and we're just being, we're trying to have a good client base and just have fun and treat people with kindness and respect, and a good hug, a good cuddle, a good it feels good, man. Just some good human contact, some good human, just good love, care, and just feel good.
Andrew, did you
Yeah.
have something?
When you say you love Jesus, Jesus was very clear. You could look at the story with the woman at the well who was sexually immoral and how Jesus approached her. He called her out her sin, and he called her to repent. Jesus says, if you love me, you will keep my commandments. That doesn't mean you're going to be perfect. Nobody's saved by keeping the commandments, right? We all fall short every day. All have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. You're saved by faith in Christ, but that faith is a living faith. It causes you to repent and turn away from prostitution, any kind of sexual immorality. Sexual immorality goes as deep as Jesus said, if you look with lust, you've committed adultery in your heart, right? So it's not necessarily particular actions of immorality. Those are sin. But the problem is our heart, is our corrupt heart, our desires. So that's why Jesus said you have to have a new heart. You have to be born again, John chapter 3, in order to enter the kingdom of heaven. So, I understand that it's offensive to say you need to repent, this is wrong, but it's ultimately a message of love that comes to you. And, I'm sitting here listening, and I'm hearing a lot of broken relationships, a lot of broken, messed up lives, but this is what Jesus came for. He came for the whores. He came for the prostitutes to save them and deliver them from their sin. If you call on him, you will be saved, but he requires repentance. And that's what salvation brings, is repentance anyways.
I appreciate your love. I do. I appreciate that. I honestly do. I appreciate your love.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up question to what he just said. Out of curiosity, if God offered you a path out of the industry, would you take it?
if I could take everyone else that wanted to go with me.
That's a loving answer. That's a loving answer.
All right. Well, what about you? Go ahead. Or Chase, sorry, did you have a follow-up there? Or?
I would just, actually, this is a fantastic opportunity because I know there's a lot of people listening, especially from my audience. I would ask everybody that's watching, if you guys are believers, please pray in Jesus' name that God offers her and all of the women that work with her a path out of the industry. Please pray for that.
Contact some
In
churches.
the meantime, can we have a lot of clients?
Let's not pray for that.
Actually,
Jesus hang out
just
with
really
prostitutes?
quick before you go, I have to read a couple chats here. These are below the threshold, but they came in before the show, and I think this is Costines. So we have Klaus von Goat. Yo, thank you very much. Hey, Brian, good show the other day with Candace. 60 Hunter. He's talking about World of Warcraft there. Thank you. Discuss. Just kidding. Is the Hunter hardcore or is it on classic era? Hey, thank you so much, man. Good to see you. We also have another one from him. We have Klaus von Goat with the 101 that's about to come up. I'd like to nominate Dr. Sidney Kiki Watson to the board of directors of Brian's 501c3 charitable organization, BLM. All in favor say yay, all opposed nay. And big labia matter. Okay. All right. Thank you, Klaus. I didn't mention it, but that's my nonprofit. Anyways, I'm okay. We have, let's see. We have, that didn't trigger. Okay.
Spartan Hoplite donated $200.
Thanks, bro.
Congrats on episode 100. Chase, stop being a pussy and co-host the show with Brian. He needs backup. Brian does his best but is constantly outnumbered.
It's true.
This podcast is 300. Xerxes' hordes must be stopped. This is Sparta. No mercy. Ah-woo, ah-woo, ah-woo.
Thank you.
Appreciate that, bro. Thanks for the comment.
Thank you, man. We have Mike Davis. Oh, sorry. This one already came through. My bad. Okay. And then let me see. Okay, we're all caught up. What's your relationship situation like?
I'm in a relationship. It's been 1 year and 5 months.
Okay.
And it's long distance at the moment. Yeah.
That's your longest relationship?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Oh, hey, FDG, thank you very much for the 50 gifted memberships. That's my sugar mama, so thank you, appreciate it. Just kidding, not really.
Yeah, a little underwhelming, sorry, after all those stories.
How long did you say it was?
A year and a half, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, where are you from? Because you have an accent.
Australia, but my family is Kosovan.
Is
Albanian.
what?
Albanian.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, nice. Amy, what about you?
I'm single. I've been single for 4 months. My longest relationship was 4 years.
All right. Chase.
I currently have a wonderful girlfriend. Been together 3 months, and my longest relationship was a year and a half, roughly.
Okay.
Currently single. Actually, never even had a serious girlfriend. You know, I've had some things here and there where we've almost had a serious relationship, but nothing's ever panned out yet. So.
And not looking for any one-night stands.
Definitely not. Looking for marriage, 100%.
Yo, what about all these Brazilian chicks, dog?
Not too far away, man.
What if one flew to you? Would you be down?
Sure.
She came and visits.
Can I ask, how are you looking?
I'm not gonna pay for the flight.
How are you looking for marriage? Like, what are your kind of techniques for something like that?
Well, I'm trusting God 100%. I'm really not even looking for a wife very hard right now. I'm really just focused on the kingdom and defending the faith. And I know that ultimately, you know, God's going to bring the right one in my path. And as I continue to serve Him and seek to, you know, grow as a man, grow into the image of Christ, He's going to bring me the right one. I'm not in a rush. You definitely don't want to rush this thing, and I think that's where a lot of people get it wrong. They rush relationships.
What does that look like to you? Like, what does the
right woman?
Yeah.
Well, she has to love God. She has to. If she loves God, she's going to really. If she does have feminist tendencies, if she truly loves God, she's going to, you know, more conform to His word. And even if we have to argue a few things out, you know, she doesn't have to be perfect. That's my point, right? Mm-hmm. She may have some problems there, but if I can work it out, then, you know, I'll stick with that kind of woman. But if she's not willing to change, then, you know.
When you say change, what do you mean?
Be more submissive. She has to be okay with being submitted to the husband, as the scriptures say. Modest, not promiscuous, in her apparel, in her dress. She has to be attractive. I have to be attracted to her. That's really it. I'm a simple man. She's got to love God. She's got to look good.
Let's go. So based.
Okay.
Let's go.
There you have
Any
it.
deal breakers?
I don't really think so. I mean, I think I covered everything. If she's too much of a feminist, then yeah, that's a deal breaker.
Yeah, about that, like, some people say Jesus was like the first feminist. 'Cause he
How so?
Absolutely not.
He taught women how to read, and he empowered them through, like,
Hey,
choosing
look,
the right path.
nothing wrong with women reading. I think women need to be
No, I know,
highly
but what are your
intelligent.
thoughts on this?
They need to be highly
Wait,
educated.
where did you hear he taught women how to read?
From people.
Yeah? Where'd they hear that from?
Probably other people.
Yeah.
Probably
Yeah.
feminist. Yeah. Probably.
No, it wasn't from a feminist. I just think it's like religion as a whole is quite like educational, and so I feel like he gave people opportunity to read and to learn, and that's what they were pushing then.
You know, I really wouldn't define feminism as empowering women to
Read?
have education or
Okay.
read books. Feminism is more the idea of egalitarianism, that men and women are equal. Now, men and women are equal in the sight of God, but other than that, we're pretty much unequal on every level. We think differently, we are built biologically differently, and so that results in societal differences and a different role to play in relationships. You know, we can't have the same role. God designed the man to be dominant and the woman to be his helper. In Genesis, God made.
Maybe
Yeah,
that's
I would say the best example of feminism in the Bible is when Eve led Adam to eat the fruit and caused mankind to fall. I'm not kidding. That's feminism in the Bible for you.
Okay.
You know, it's what's interesting about that too is the early feminist writers explicitly wrote about how they worshipped Lucifer for liberating women from the patriarchy of Yahweh.
When I think of feminism, I think of like just equal opportunity, education. Everyone is treated fairly. I think understanding differences is a part of that as well.
Ultimately, feminism is about liberating women. It was about pushing promiscuity to destroy the patriarchy. But the reality is, patriarchy is inevitable. You guys, you're going to have some guys at the top of this whole system, and even if a woman, she wants to be a career woman, right? She goes out, she becomes her own boss, a girl boss, CEO. She's still either going to be serving. Well, she's not going to be serving the Heavenly Father. She's going to be serving the father of lies. She's going to be serving Satan. So
Let's go.
You're going to be submitting to some kind of
What are you
father.
actually saying right now?
Wait, can I ask
Maybe
a
that's
question?
why we have
Let's
women
go.
should be serving Satan. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, okay. You may not be like legitimately worshiping Satan, but if you're not following after Christ, you are worshiping
Yeah,
Satan.
but isn't like part of Christ's service? So like, let's say her career is based around service and love.
I mean, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
But if she is
I'm really pushing back just because sometimes like when we have these conversations, people can like say their ideas and it's very generalized and it's not specific.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of think like the specifics are extremely important in understanding each other.
I wanted to say something really quick. I'm a CEO, and I've been my own CEO for years, and I take care of these women, and I don't think a man could do it because they're the ones who hurt them. And a
No.
man cannot be over that house and the safe houses we have because there would be too much temptation for other things to go on, because what happens when they start going to church and they start being around men, they have a tendency to lean into them and try to start a relationship. So I'm in my right standing.
So you said
And my
guys
husband
can't
loves
be
me.
CEOs?
No,
I
that's not what
thought
she's saying.
that's what
She's
you
saying
said earlier.
her unique position
Yes.
is one that only she as a woman could fill. And
Yes.
I would also add to
Correct.
that. I would add to that. I would add the nuance in the conversation that you are very, very well serving God in the position that you're in, bringing women out of, prostitution, whatever else, wherever else they are. Like, you're absolutely serving God in that position. And I would also agree that a man almost certainly couldn't do that same job in the way that you're doing, because you are uniquely equipped to have compassion for them as a woman that's had the same experiences and stuff. What he's getting at, though, see, the thing about feminism is there's been different waves of feminism, right? Like, at first it was about empowering women with like equal opportunities and stuff. You look at it today, a lot of the messaging coming out of feminism is that men are bad. The differences between the sexes are like social constructs, and that like, traditional ideas around masculinity and femininity are bad social constructs that are oppressive and patriarchal, right? And in that sense, that form of feminism is absolutely not compatible with God's word, because God charges us as men to lead in our households, right? Like we're charged with leading in our households, we're charged with providing, we're also charged with loving our wives in a Christ-like fashion, right? But the Bible does give men authority in that way over their household that it does not give women in the same way. But that's not a bad thing.
No, of course not. And like I see it happen in Kosovo as well. It's quite traditional still. But I just was a bit confused about the whole working and servicing, and so that's why I'm just asking.
Proverbs 31 is where the ideal woman is, her characteristics are given.
Yeah.
And she works hard. She does a lot of
You probably like it.
Yeah, I see it there as well. It's like they don't stop, and
so I'm not against a woman being a CEO if that's how I came across.
And also,
but she should not be rejecting the family in favor of being a CEO, right? God designed them to raise and nurture children.
Yeah, I think what he's getting at is a lot of women that, like nowadays, a lot of women that are working or in high-powered positions, because they're making a lot of money, they have authority in their careers, so on and so forth, they completely reject the leadership of the man in the home.
Okay.
Right? They view themselves on equal footing, or instead they will say, no, actually, I'm going to lead the family.
And what does like the rejection look like?
So,
what do you mean reject the man?
Yeah, so I'll give you an example. In my family, for example, when I was growing up, my mom and dad had tension in terms of who was leading the family in what direction. And there were times, Andrew was talking about the concept of submission, right? This is the idea that when you have a husband and a wife, the husband has the ultimate authority over the household. My mother, on a number of different things, didn't want to submit to my dad. One of the areas in which she did not want to was through financial decisions. My dad would say, we should live more within our means. My mom was like, no, we should take these riskier financial maneuvers so that we can make more of a profit. He would push back against it. She wouldn't listen. We got destroyed as a result of it financially in the 2008 housing crash. That was an example where my dad was trying to exert his leadership. My mom would not submit to it, and we got burned as a result. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and it's
also,
funny because...
question for Chase. If you're, when it comes to religion, when it comes to Christianity, and it comes to submissiveness, submission, isn't it the husband submits to God?
Yes,
and
correct.
then the wife submits to the husband. Is that, I don't know if I'm phrasing it
no,
right.
that's correct. A woman within Christianity, and I would say this for all women as well, like when it comes to the idea of submission, if I was a woman, I would only want to submit to a man if I knew that he was submitted to God. Right? Within the red pill community, you have all these dudes that don't believe in God, they don't believe in Jesus, and they talk about, well, women need to be submissive. But then these same guys are running through tons of women outside of the relationship, and they hurt their woman, right? That's not Christ-like leadership in a relationship. As a man, if I want to lead a woman and I want her to submit to me in marriage, I first have to do the job of being fully submitted to Christ. Which means that I'm going to love her with compassion and mercy. I'm going to be submitted to God's word. I'm not going to be committing adultery outside of the relationship, not going to be beating her, all that kind of stuff. Like that's the order. The man submits to God and the woman submits to the man.
Got it. Let's open it up to the panel here. So some of you kind of grimaced when it's Andrew, right? Yeah. Andrew, sorry. Mentioned, he wants a woman who's submissive to him. Do you think that women should be submissive to their boyfriends, to their husbands in relationships, or are you more like, I'm more interested in a 50-50 dynamic? Let's start with you and we'll go around the table. Go ahead.
What is a 50-50 dynamic?
Like 50-50.
You guys both have an equal
split the bill
say.
On the first date. How else do you explain like 50-50?
You guys like, you both take care of the finances, you have an equal say in the decisions over the home, so on and so forth.
Okay, so before during my 4-year, it was 50-50, but it was mostly me doing everything.
Oh, so okay, did you wear the pants and the?
Yeah, I wore the pants.
Was it like 75-20? or 25?
Like it was,
90-10.
I was supporting a bum. Let's just say it like that. While I
So, like,
worked 2
95-5?
jobs. Yeah. It was
Oh, you were working and he was what? Just staying at home playing video games type of thing?
or like we'll work for like a week and get tired of it.
Oh, he
Yes.
would. Okay. And so you guys were living together, correct?
Yeah.
And you were paying most of the rent. Okay, so 50-50.
And food and everything. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry to interrupt. Like, how old was he? Can I ask?
When I was, so I met him when I was 16. I met him when I was 16, and he was 17, turning 18.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah.
Romeo and Juliet? Is that Romeo and Juliet? I don't know.
No, that's
I don't
fine.
know.
I was just
I think
expecting him
it's-
to
I
be
think
like
it's
way
18 and
older
over.
because I always hear that kind of stuff happen. But that's
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. She was anticipating like the dude was like
Yeah.
mid-20s.
Yeah,
or
I know.
something.
But after that, it's like.
You don't want that. You don't want to repeat that sort of relationship dynamic that you had
No.
with
So
your
like
ex-boyfriend.
first day, I expect you to pay. So
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Gotcha. What's besides like paying on the first date? What would be an example where a woman should be submissive in a relationship?
Oh, I mean, there's like a million different things you could point to. If you're looking at a place to move, a place to send your kids in a relationship, if you're setting boundaries in a relationship, like if you're telling your woman, hey, like you can't go out to clubs all the time, you know, like.
Yeah. What do you think? What do you guys think? That's a good one.
Yeah.
I need to know
Shopping,
how
purses.
women are supposed to be submissive when there's not a lot of dominant men out there, in my experience.
I think, and Chase, I think you've said this before. You shouldn't just submit to anybody. You should submit to the right type of guy. And Chase, I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. That's a great question.
Where are they?
That's a great. where are the dominant
She's
men?
not wrong.
Yeah.
She's not
Yeah,
wrong.
I've
Send
not
them our
come
way.
across any in my experience so far.
So here's what I've noticed about women wanting to submit. The female impulse to submission is very natural when women feel like they can trust a man and they feel like his leadership is trustworthy and good and he's strong, right? If you feel that from a man, you're just gonna be like, okay, like tell me what to do. Like what should we do? You
Most
know?
of the time.
Yeah, unless you guys
Safe.
like, unless there's something.
The operative
Safe.
word that's the big word.
Safety.
Safe.
Yeah, and like a lot of guys nowadays especially don't really know how to lead women. They don't know how to do it effectively. So if you meet a guy who doesn't know how to lead a woman and he's like, submit to me, you're going to be like, why? Like your leadership isn't good.
You don't know what you're doing.
And then
why?
we get the backlash because we're like, they're like, oh, well, nobody's listening. Well, I'm not just following you in blindly. Like,
Yes.
you need to explain to me why this is important and why I'm doing this, because I completely agree with her. Our society is weakening daily
Yes.
with the strength of men.
Yes.
And I feel that the reason that women are getting so much stronger is out of necessity.
Well,
We
that's
have to be.
part of it. Part of it, there's been a sociological push,
Mm-hmm.
especially in the past 100 years, to empower women as much as possible and to also tell women that they don't need men.
Right.
So that's one part of the equation. The other part of the equation is that men have been demoralized and weakened by propaganda. There's an assault on our endocrine systems, right? So like a strong man, like when you see a strong man and you're like, that's a man that I respect, like he's a man who can lead, he probably has higher than average testosterone levels, right? This is the hormone that makes a man a man. If you remove this from a man's body, he's going to become weak. If he has enough of it, he's going to become strong. Male testosterone levels right now are half of what they were in our grandparents' generation. So you look around and you're like, yo, there's all these soy boys. The reality is, you're right. Biologically, yeah, soy boys.
Soy boys.
Literally soy.
All these
It's in everything.
estrogen
Yeah,
filled
so
living
soy-
off of that.
Yeah, I'm
Soy
making
in and
tons
of
of
itself,
estrogen.
it lowers a man's testosterone, right? So women have been elevated, told that they don't need men. The men have been weakened, and now there's women like you guys. You're looking around, you're like, where are all the strong men, right? It's a frustrating spot to be in.
I have a strong man.
That's
There's
good.
a lot of women
I
who
send
have a
it to
lot of
him.
testosterone now too.
That's
It's an attack on both.
Yes, there is absolutely an attack on both sexes, both on a biological level and also on a psychological
Yeah.
level.
But would you say it's more pronounced in men? Because I mean, what I think you have happening is like the plastics that are in the water, like these microplastics and stuff,
Medication.
that causes estrogen or.
So a lot of those are called xenoestrogens, right? So they're like synthetic hormones that fit into your hormone receptors. This is why a lot of women are reaching puberty earlier than they're supposed to. Like young women nowadays reach puberty way faster than they used to, like 50 years ago.
It's
heartbreaking.
It's heartbreaking.
Yeah, and when those same chemicals go into men, they make us infertile. They lower our testosterone. Like there's all sorts of effects. So it's screwing up both sexes, but it's primarily feminizing hormones.
And
That's
it's not
the
just in the
plan.
water, right? It's in like all these plastic
Dude,
products, water bottles.
This cup, if I put this in the microwave for like 15 seconds, this would leach
There's-
a bunch of xenoestrogens into it. Yeah,
paper.
And
like
may,
it's
may I interject? This is why the Bunny Ranch exists, because people come to figure out why their sex life isn't as robust as it should be. I kid you not.
I'm not sure if that's where we were going exactly, but
no, but yeah,
It
dude,
does
like
affect your sex drive,
Yeah.
and maybe even preference because of the study of the frogs.
yeah, I mean, there's so check this out. There's a ton of different stuff, right? So if you go to the store, you buy a packet of steak, for example, the plastic wrap on top of it, that's going to leach xenoestrogens into the steak. Women on birth control, this is a very interesting thing. When women take birth control, they've done studies, women on birth control, more often than not, prefer men with less masculine facial characteristics.
Really?
Yes. So women, you hear stories about this all the time. A woman will go on birth control and not be attracted to her boyfriend anymore, or she will be with a guy, get off of her birth control, and then all of a sudden she's like, wow, I'm not sexually attracted to my boyfriend at all. There's a massive assault.
incidents.
I wanted to say
What'd you
something
say?
about
Aren't
that.
those like freak
No,
occurrences?
It's common.
So-
It actually happened to one of my best friends.
I got married to my husband. We went on our honeymoon. The doctor put me on birth control, and you can ask him, just DM him. I did not want to have sex with him, and I was angry at him. And I told my doctor, get me off this junk. So she took me off it, and we were back to normal.
Nice. That's a perfect example. You know the other thing about birth control too? This is crazy. So you guys know what pheromones are? Like the things our bodies emit. You know, you smell a healthy person's pheromones, makes you more attracted to them, makes you want to have sex with them, so on and so forth. A person's you can actually smell a person's pheromones, and if their immune system is a good match for your immune system in terms of producing a kid, they will be more attractive to you. Okay, so they did a study where they had men wear shirts for like 3 days, and then they put their shirts in plastic bags, and they had women on birth control and off birth control smell the shirts. The women who were off birth control, when they smelled the shirts, they were attracted to the men who had complementary immune systems. And the women on birth control they couldn't tell which men, they weren't more attracted to the men with good immune systems for them.
How could they
they're
tell
on
if they
birth
had
control, but they would not
complementary
be
immune
attracted.
systems? What was the test for that?
They like studied, I don't know, like their DNA or their like microbiome, something like that. I don't know.
Where was this study found?
Where was it
I've
found?
Yeah,
seen
like-
one like that.
Just online.
the immune
Yeah.
system part.
Yeah, if you look up studies on how birth control changes women's mating preferences, there's like a ton of literature, and it's dramatic.
Show of hands, who's on birth control currently?
I think
When-
mine is
Wendy, no birth control?
non-hormonal.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, yeah,
I'm not
there are
100%
some
sure,
non-hormonal.
I guess.
Is it the copper IUD?
It's an IUD, and
Okay.
when I went in to complain, I didn't go in to complain. I was doing a lot of research on hormones, and I went in and I said I want to get my hormones checked.
Sure.
They said why your birth control doesn't contain any hormones, and I was like, huh, weird.
Oh.
Don't know how that's
How
possible,
does,
but okay.
how does it work then?
I think it just blocks the fallopian tubes from releasing the egg into the uterus to get fertilized.
It's like, an
It's like a
umbrella.
little-
Yep, like an umbrella with a copper.
Word.
A copper spring at the bottom of it, and the copper also destroys any type of implantation.
Okay, I want.
Copper's
we're
gotta do
talking. We're
something.
talking.
Something.
We're talking the feminization of
I
men.
can draw you a picture.
I want to drop one of my conspiracy theories. Okay, so when was the birth control pill introduced?
Late 60s. I think 68. Wait.
Is
Okay,
when
so
everyone
It was
was getting
around
all freaky.
It was around the around the feminist movement.
all right, so we got all these weak guys nowadays. How many generations of women have been on birth control when they picked their husbands, then came off the birth control and got pregnant? And has there been for the past 60 years a selection pressure artificially from birth control making women choose to mate with men that have more feminine characteristics? And are their offspring, are you guys following me?
Yeah. I'm following.
Like that's like multiple okay, so like if birth control makes women prefer men with more feminine facial features, women go on birth control, they find a dude, they marry him, they get off the birth control, they have kids. That's generations of women picking men with more feminine characteristics and then producing kids with them.
I think we're doing like eugenics, like we want
Can
all
I-
women everywhere, a
interesting
world
theory.
of women only.
Can I take
But
it a
it's
step
not
further?
like a world of women only, but like it's like a dysgenic like psyop, making women have more feminine boys.
Who's in
But
charge of
Can I
also
the
take
the
it a
psyop?
step
murder rate
further?
went down.
I can't answer that question, otherwise this channel would get
If
banned.
we're
I-
on birth control,
Damn
we
it.
come off to have children, and those children are now the boys of the world. Could that birth control be leading to the feminization of men?
It's possible, I don't know.
Like while they're in the womb, you mean?
Well,
Like-
no, I'm not. You're not taking birth control while you're pregnant.
But the
But
leftover effect, the residual effect within your system.
100%. So if you're
possible.
saying that it's leading us to be attracted to more feminine men, what's to lead it to not produce
What's the point?
a more feminine?
I mean, it might, you know.
I'm just adding to your-
When
to your
women
theory.
take hormonal birth control, it's just brute forcing their bodies with tons of hormones, and it also can deplete nutrients. This is why a lot of women actually become infertile after they come off hormonal birth control. All those nutrients maybe are making less feminine or more feminine boys. You know, there's a lot of stuff at play. It's possible. I don't know. Once you start just like adding tons of hormones to the body though, and all of these like poisons in the environment, like you get screwed up people.
And also one thing I feel like you forgot to mention was like most like boys are not growing up with a father
Yeah.
in the home.
Yeah.
And I think that's like
Really
actually,
bad.
Yeah.
It's
really
really, really bad.
So bringing it back to the question in terms of, do you want to be submissive? You want to prefer 50-50 in a relationship? I think we had Wendy answer. What about you?
I think it just depends on the relationship, like the person. Like if the guy's okay with being submissive and the girl wants to be dominant, okay. If the girl wants to be submissive, that's fine too. It kind of just depends on what each of them want, what the relationship looks like.
Which do you prefer?
Yeah, what do you prefer?
50-50.
You like
Yeah.
50-50?
You don't want like a strong boyfriend who wants to lead and you can follow
I mean,
him?
I want a strong boyfriend, but like I want to be able to have the opportunity to push back a little bit if my opinion differs. Like if I want something different and it's important to me, I don't want a boyfriend that's just going to be like, "Oh no."
You don't want a tyrant?
Yeah. I don't want someone that's just going to tell me everything to do cuz I don't know, I have my own opinions with everything.
So here's the biblical idea, the biblical picture of dominance and submission. This is a loving dominance, okay? The example is Christ. Ephesians chapter 5, you can go read it later. But it says that husbands should love their wives as Christ loved the church. How did Christ love the church? He laid down his life for the church. If you're not, dating or married to a man that's not willing to lay down his life for you, that's really not a man you should be with. And then obviously, as you keep going, it says that the wife should submit to the husband. The church doesn't submit to Christ. Christ doesn't submit to the church submits to Christ, just as, the husband-wife relationship relates to Christ and the church, the husband picturing Christ, the wife picturing the church. So,
Yeah, love is the key word there. It's a loving dominance.
And
right?
Chase, if I recall, I think you've said that you don't, in your relationship, you don't want to be a tyrant.
Yes.
Like you obviously want to be with an intelligent woman, and you'd be certainly open to hearing what she has to say. But I think, and perhaps you can phrase it. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
It's like this, bro. Like, I look at it from the perspective of raising a family, right? Creating a family. As a man, for me to create a family and bring a family into this world, I am ultimately responsible for everything that happens to it, right? Like I am the commander, the captain of the ship. Whatever happens to the ship, that's on me, right? And I'm willing to take that responsibility. Now, with that said, I want a good wife that I can partner with. I don't want a wife who's like stupid or who isn't going to have valuable input. Like obviously, I'm going to disagree with her on things. There's no question about that. But I want the kind of woman whose counsel I trust. And if our perspectives differ and we're married, I will expect her, even if she doesn't understand where I'm coming from, I will expect her to ultimately submit to what it is that I need her or the family to do, while trusting that it's in ultimately the best interests of the family. Like, I don't want to control her.
Well, I guess that's where I differ. Like, if you guys have opposing opinions, like, that doesn't mean that all the time she needs to be submissive to you.
Yeah, I mean, she's totally allowed to disagree, and because I love her, I'm going to listen to what it is that she has to say.
Well, what if, like, what she had was super intelligent, blah, 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 and you guys were arguing, and she brought up, like, a really good point? Would you back
I mean,
down?
if I'm wrong about something and she brings up a good point and proves to me that I'm wrong, like, I would have the humility to be like, okay, you got me on this one. Great job. Thank you for telling me that.
But doesn't that lead to your trust in her counsel?
It does.
It does,
exactly.
right? Like, that's
Absolutely.
why you would trust that she's the woman for you, because you would trust that that's why you're with her.
Absolutely.
Because
I
she
have
had the ability.
Yeah, so I have a perfect example. Have you guys seen the movie 300?
Oh yeah.
Yeah? Yes. All right, so in the opening scenes of 300, King Leonidas, there's a messenger from the Persian army that comes to King Leonidas, right? He comes to Sparta. And he basically tells the Spartans, he's like, yo, you guys need to submit to us or we're going to kill all of you, okay? And so they're having this conversation, and King Leonidas is there with his queen. And as they're having this conversation, King Leonidas realizes that he needs to kill this man. But before he kills this man, he looks back at his wife, because it's a massive decision to kill this man. If he kills this messenger from the Persians, the entire Persian army of millions of men is going to descend on Sparta and attempt to kill everyone. It's a big decision. So he looks back at his queen for her counsel, because he knows he needs to kill this guy, and she just nods her head. And like, in that moment, he knows, like, okay, like, my wife has got me on this. This is the right decision. Like, and then he yells, "This is Sparta," and he kicks the dude into the hole, and then they kill everybody. Like, I feel like as a man, yes,
I had it ready to go.
like as a man, like, I want a woman whose counsel I can trust. Like, I want a woman who is intelligent, who can see things. And if the thing is, like, with leadership, you have to be humble. You need humility, because if you're a leader and you're wrong about something, you have to know that you're wrong. Like, if I'm going to lead my family in a certain direction and I'm accidentally going to lead them off a cliff, I want to know that I'm going to do that. And if my wife tells me that and she can explain it to me and she can help me see that, like, I'm gonna have the humility to be like, oh yeah, you're right. And I want the kind of woman that can do that. But if she's wrong about something and I know damn well that she's wrong about it, I'm going to expect her, even if she doesn't agree with me, I'm going to expect her to listen to what it is that I have to say, because she trusts that I have her best interests at heart. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Wait, so Caitlin, here, let me give a scenario. Let's say you've been dating a guy, right, for a couple months, and you're like, hey, what do you want to eat? And he's like, I don't know, you just, whatever you want. Is that turn off? Or, because I feel like I hear from a lot of women, they want, like, the guy who's decisive, who's like, I want Mexican tonight. I want hamburgers. I want sushi.
I mean, if it was, like, all the time and I never got to pick where to eat and it was just always what he wanted, and, like,
sure,
then I wouldn't like it. But if he was, like again, 50-50, like, half the time, oh, like, what do you want? And then half the time he's telling me what he wants.
What are you getting for dinner tonight?
I kind of want Chick-fil-A.
Okay.
Can I add to that?
Yeah.
So here's my issue with it is, if I say, like, okay, I make the final decision, we're having Mexican tonight, and then it's awful or it's bad service or something, then it comes back. I hate when the guy is then like, well, we shouldn't have done that because it was a horrible idea, or then speak up.
It's still on him.
Then speak up. Because
it's still on him.
If you didn't want to go for Mexican, then say something.
Right.
But that's what we're like.
He submitted to your decision, but ultimately it was still his decision, right?
And then they turn around and they blame him.
He can't blame you.
It's like, what the heck?
It's his decision.
Right?
Yep.
So it's like in the book of Genesis, after Adam and Eve eat the fruit, God comes to them and he's like, what have you done? And Adam goes, it was the woman. Like she said we should do it.
How dare you.
Right. There you go.
Same thing.
Yo, really quick, Nick, can you pull up Twitch? Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub if you have one. I'll shout everyone out really quick. Yo, Pub Test, thank you for the 5 community subs. Appreciate it, man. Moonshine, thank you for the Prime. Ferd, thank you for the Prime. Arrows, thank you for the Prime. Wayne, thank you for the Prime. Wayne from Walmart, thank you for the Prime. Ooh. Yo, hey, Grin, thank you for the Prime. R36, thank you for the Prime. Guys, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub if you have one. Thank you, guys. And then we have a couple chats here. We have, oops, let me get this triggered.
Brian, can I make just one point of clarification before we move on?
Sure.
I want to say, too, to what we were saying, I think it's good for a woman to want a man who can lead, who cares about what it is that she cares about, right? Yeah. There's a distinction there between a tyrant versus having a loving king boyfriend or husband, right? Because if you're with a good man, he's going to care about what you care about. That doesn't mean he's always going to listen in terms of like, yeah, we're going to do that. But a good man is going to at least care, right? A man who doesn't really care about you that much, he's going to be like, no, screw it, you have to say, like, I'm not listening. There's a difference there.
Would you say there's some type of a comparison there almost to the way that like children need to submit to their parents, right? It's like, I mean, sure, sometimes you can have shitty parents, and when you listen to them and they make all of the decisions on your behalf, that could lead to a terrible life if they're terrible parents. But if they're good parents and you trust in their judgment, it's ultimately going to lead to the best outcome for you.
I mean, I guess like I grew up with pretty shitty parents.
Right, so maybe it's hard
So
for you.
I was always independent and like on my own and like making my own decisions. And for me, it was kind of like I was kind of like the leader helper of the family, I guess, like even with my brothers. Yeah. So I feel like I would have a really hard time if, or like one, putting my trust in a guy because I've had a lot of guys hurt me. But also being submissive to someone else, like after me being like dominant for myself all these years, like I just don't know if I could go fully submissive. Like I feel like for me it would always have to be 50-50.
You know, so I've met and talked to a lot of girls that have had daddy issues and who fundamentally find it hard to trust the judgment of a man because they were taught in life that the man that was supposed to love them most didn't love them and didn't have their interests at heart. I believe that if and when you choose to heal that, and it'll take time, but like for you to heal that wound from your dad and to realize like he failed at his job, I believe that you would find it easier to trust a man.
I feel like I should also just keep my independence because I feel like that's what makes me who I am, and it makes me strong, it makes me successful with things in my life.
But do you feel like it's a little bit of an armor sometimes?
I mean, yeah, I do put up an armor, but do I want to like be making decisions for myself, even if it's like I have somebody else? Do I want to be the person like equal 50-50 in decisions? Yeah, I never want someone to take that from me.
There's this saying that like unknown heavens are like scarier to people than known hells.
Wow.
And I think that oftentimes for people, especially when they've experienced childhood trauma, especially stuff with their upbringing, like that bleeds into your adulthood so much. But
it does.
That just because your armor has served you for this part of your life, like I would just encourage you to think that like maybe like what are you also giving up in pursuit of keeping that armor on at the same time? It's just something to consider.
If you I'll tell you this just to wrap this point, if you find a really good guy who loves you and he's strong and he's masculine, and you can actually trust his judgment, if you keep that armor up and you keep like pushing away his loving leadership, that is the kind of thing that can ultimately push away a really good man.
Well, I'd say with 50-50, it wouldn't be like me pushing away his leadership. It would be like me welcoming it in, but also him welcoming mine. Like just our opinions, like that's it. Like not one person's a leader over the other, kind of like you both are going together. I don't know. It's just
you may find a guy who wants exactly that.
I hope so.
Either way, it's not ideal. It's not right, I would say. I think going by our feelings is, how we got this nation all jacked up in the first place. We need to start going off the word of God, not just our feelings.
Facts.
If we make morals subjective or relative, you could say, to our own feelings and our own desires, this destroys any moral claim that you can make. It makes your worldview concerning morals totally absurd. Because if you say, okay, morals are, just what I feel is right. Okay, now you've subjectivized morality.
And now we have dudes in women's bathrooms.
And you can't object to that. You can't say, oh, that's wrong, because you've already subjectivized morality. He's just doing what's right in his own eyes. You can't look at a rape or a mall shooting and say, oh, that's wrong. No, you've already subjectivized morality. He's just doing what's right in his own eyes. But from the Christian worldview, we start with God's word and the objective standard of his word, and we say, this is God's design. This is right because he says so, and we start there instead of starting with our own feelings and our own reasoning.
I think honestly it'll just take the right man we're submitting to, and I think that's the biggest point here is like for a man they want a confidant, a woman who they can lean on their counsel, but for the woman they also need a man who they can trust and default to their leadership to. And I think that's what it's going to take for you is meeting a man like that, but I would just caution you to be a little bit worried because that armor that you're wearing now could prevent you from ever meeting him.
It's very wise. What was that quote you said a second ago? Undiscovered heavens?
Known hells are sometimes preferable to unknown heavens.
Genius.
Life-changing
Who
quote.
said that?
I'm actually not sure what the original source is. I'm not sure, but someone said it to me years ago, and it was really, really impactful.
Well,
when I heard it.
the way I'm pretty sure this is the same thing, is the devil you know is
Better than the devil
better
you
than
don't.
the devil you don't.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's...
So basically like a shitty situation if you're, I'm trying to think, like, what's the context?
Like at least you know what you're getting
The comfort
yourself
of it.
into. You know what you're dealing with.
It's like staying in an abusive relationship
Yeah.
and
Oh,
being
100%.
scared of breaking up and being single.
I'm not saying that it's a right thing, but
Yeah.
That's what people
it's more
said
like
about
a comfort.
Trump. Like that was a
Totally.
quote people used for Trump. Like I'd rather have somebody like
We know
Trump president because we know what his
How-
actual thoughts are
Sure.
versus somebody who's like
Sure.
we
sure,
don't know
sure.
and then
Are we
they
getting
have
to Trump and
some
Biden
sketchy
right now?
thoughts.
I'm so down to rumble.
Wait, okay, so where were we? We were,
Careful.
where were we? We were, okay, so I'm trying to think of some more scenarios with the 50-50 thing. Well,
Vacation.
are you selectively 50-50 though? Like, for example, when it comes to courtship, do you ask guys out? Do you take initiative? Do you go for the first kiss?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yes.
You go for the first kiss?
You go for the first kiss?
Yes.
Sometimes.
Get it, girl.
Sometimes.
Well, I mean, why not? If I
Okay,
like a
that's
guy.
No, that's fine.
You
That's
said
fine.
you're on birth control?
Yes.
I wonder if your preferences would change after coming off.
I
Well,
mean,
I'm on birth control and that's not happening. I mean, I don't know, but I usually sometimes when there's like a party and I like a guy, I go up to him.
I got a question about the 50-50 thing. You want to have kids?
I don't know yet.
You don't know
Depends
yet?
on if I find the right guy.
Okay, say you found the right guy.
Then yeah.
Yeah?
If I were
Wait, can
financially
you
stable.
straighten up?
If I were financially stable, everything like was aligned to have kids, yeah, I would want kids.
Would you want to just continue working through your pregnancy and then after having the kids? Or would you want him to provide for you so you can focus on motherhood?
I feel like it depends. If I have a really good job and I make more money financially than he does, then I would want to keep working. Yeah.
Despite the stresses of pregnancy and motherhood?
Yes.
I'm calling Cap. We'll check back in 10 years.
And
All right, we'll put it on the calendar. What about you?
So if I could find somebody that I trusted,
Who doesn't go to jail?
right. Yeah, so if I found a really good guy and I trusted him and he was intelligent and I would love to be able to be submissive. I would like that.
With your last boyfriend, is that the one that went to prison? Is that your last boyfriend?
No.
Or that was maybe a previous one. Were you submissive to him?
I tried to be, and then he proved over and over again to be
Extremely
more
dangerous.
of like, no, not that's the one that was in prison. The last one I was with was the one that like had the job, moved in, lost the job, and then was going to do the travel job, and then was just in my apartment all the time. Anyways, he was not dominant at all. I felt like I had to take on the dominant role, and that was kind of a little bit of a bummer to me. I was looking forward to either being 50-50 or getting to have somebody who was more of like a leader.
A real man, so to speak.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Would you,
Oh, go ahead.
Go.
Go ahead. Oh.
would you say, Atlas, that you have a pattern of picking the wrong guys?
Yes, and that's why I've actually never even really dated. So like I met that guy through a friend, and he was one of the first guys I've actually ever gone out on some dates with.
The prison dude or the
last
bum in your
boyfriend?
house?
Yeah,
Okay.
any guy I've ever dated before, I was friends with forever before we started dating. So I'm just taking a long break, and I'm about to have so much school. There's no time to give anyone any time, so I just don't get into anything really.
How many relationships have you had?
In my adult life, that'd be easier to count.
Yeah,
So
in
like
your
when I
adult
was
life.
younger, like a teenager, I'd have like break up and get a different boyfriend.
Doesn't matter.
In my
Just
adult
adult
life,
life.
I've had, okay, let's see, probably like less than 5.
How many of them were just like shitty dudes? Like just like we got a dude in prison, we got a guy that played video games all day.
Actually, probably not even 5, like probably like 3 or 4. Well, like 3. There was one really good guy.
Okay.
He was like military and became a nurse, and
I've noticed that some women just have a habit of picking like dudes that are absolutely terrible for them, and I've always wondered what drives that.
I can interject there. I think that
What'd you say?
guys pick girls. I think girls that are have some type of
motherly
healers,
healers.
healers or givers, or more submissive or wounded guys. Predators pick up on that, like you're wearing something on your forehead.
That's
and
definitely a thing.
And the predators
Yeah.
just,
Yeah, that's
and
definitely
their
a thing.
claws pick up on them, and they're just like eagles, and they just pick up. And so I don't think it's the female's fault.
Well, I think both sexes should take accountability for sure
Yeah,
if we're all
yeah.
adults. But yeah, I've noticed that they're definitely like, I don't know if you have any wounds, but like wounded women will pick like the dudes that take advantage of them, and then like predatory dudes will
You know,
definitely hone in on women that are
well,
wounded.
how do you think pimping happens? Yeah,
there you go.
You know, the predators. These girls are out there on their own, usually teenagers, they're runaways, and something wasn't going on good at home, and then bam, they're picked up.
I wanted to say something to you because I love you, Amy, so much, that when you were a teenager, that was trafficking. That is not child prostitution. It was trafficking.
Okay, we're moving on from that. We're not talking about that. All right, we told you before the show, like, let's not.
It's one of the things that can get us banned.
All right, thank you. Let's.
Brian, where do you want to take it?
Yeah, so I'm trying to think here.
You could take care of that super chat real quick if you want.
Yeah, I'll read the super chat. Ovigada, just FYI for the global audience, Catholicism, Christianity is based on how Europeans interpretate. Is that a?
It's not a word. Interpret
the Bible, which was written by Israelites, not Europeans, for the last 1,800 years. Humanity has been fooled to think that this is their book, and it's not. Okay.
Can I address that real quick?
Yeah.
Take 20 seconds.
I don't know. I think it's.
He's speaking
I don't know
facts.
where he's.
20 seconds. He's saying that Europeans manipulated the Bible. This is false, Ovigada. The Bible has been translated all over the world in many different languages. We have the original source texts. This is not just a European thing. You can find people in Asia, Africa, so on and so forth. They have translated the Bible from the original source text into their own languages, and it still says the same thing. So
There you have it, folks. All right, we have GP. Many of the worst acts throughout human history have happened over my imaginary friend is better than your imaginary friend. Some of the worst people I've known go to church, get a reset every Sunday. Those who literally give the shirt off their back don't. Do you guys have a response to that from GP?
I mean,
Andrew, if you want to go ahead.
There's a problem with church is the objection. There's a problem with religion. I guess you could say that's what he's objecting to. Every worldview is religious. Religion is unavoidable. I don't care if you're a secular humanist. I don't care if you're an atheist. You're still religious. And what I mean by that is everybody has a faith commitment in some ultimate standard or some standard that they place as ultimate. So for the atheist or the secularist, they place reason as ultimate, or their feelings or science, whatever, as ultimate. But
trust the science.
Right. How'd that work out, right?
That needs to be a shirt.
So
Buy it.
the point is, religion is inescapable, right? And so everybody has a faith commitment, but the faith commitment in reason cannot justify knowledge. It actually causes experience to be absurd. If you asked an atheist or a secularist, or you guys, how do you know anything at all? And I've talked to people about this on the street many times. Well, I know things through reason. I know things through experience. Well, I would then say, well, how do you know your reasoning is reliable? How do you know what you know? And then they have two options. They could either say, oh, I know my reasoning is reliable because of science, because of studies. Well, that's a vicious circular argument that they're committing. Or they could then say, well, I don't know. I don't know whether my reasoning is reliable, and they give up knowledge. So this worldview, this secular human worldview, once you give up knowledge, once you can't justify knowledge, you then, everything you do after that point makes no sense. You're saying everything you do, I mean, you're assuming that you know things when you drive your car, when you go to work. You have to assume the uniformity in nature and God's design in order to live life, in order to make experience intelligible. So I have a faith commitment in the Bible that makes all of experience intelligible.
So based.
And they have a faith commitment in reason and experience through which they can know nothing at all.
What if you just have a higher power? Like, what if it's just not like classic God, Bible itself, but what if you believe in a higher power and you wager your decisions on whether a decision feels like it's going to bring you a light energy and peace versus a heavy energy that's dark? What about that? Like,
so one of the things that the Apostle Paul wrote to the Corinthians was that Satan himself masquerades as an angel of light.
but what if you do make pretty good decisions? Like, you seem to be like a good...
I would say this. Every different religion is making ultimate claims to truth, and most of the time claims about where your soul is going to go when you die. Right?
Okay.
All of these different religions lead to different places. Islam leads to one place, they say you get there that way. Christianity leads to one place, they say you get there this way. Buddhism, Hinduism, they're all leading to different places, and they're all making claims to truth. The question is, which one of them is right? Because if Christianity is true, and you don't take the path that Jesus lays out for us, you're not going to go to a place that you like.
You don't think
I do need to redirect things back. Okay, we have Bender.
Talk for after the show.
Bender the offender. I have trouble with religion due to the fact that... Okay, all right. Due to the fact
Let me
just bring it back to dating.
The bane of Brian's
Let me just
existence, the religious talk.
Do we look kind of too dark here? Okay, whatever, it's fine. It's fine. I have trouble with religion due to the fact that many of my family members died during my teens, starting with my mother at age 10. I'd gone to 8 family funerals in the span of 8 years. My father has been, for lack of a better word, a bum since 2008. Okay, Bender the offender. Well, good to see you back in the chat, man. Well, what's, if you guys, I can open this up to both of you guys, if you can try to...
I can keep it brief.
Keep it brief. So oftentimes people will say, well, how can there be a God because of XYZ terrible things happen to other people, happen to me, happen in the world? How can, we have cancer, we have disease, we have brain-eating amoebas. So how can all these terrible things exist and also be like, so I think that's kind of what he's getting at. So what's your answer to that?
You want to take that?
Yeah. There's multiple ways to answer that. There's wrong ways to answer it. So it's the problem of evil, right? How can God be good and allow so much evil to exist? And I get it. It's an emotional issue, right? We all have trauma that we go through. And Job, certainly in the Bible, dealt with great loss, and yet he kept his faith in God. So the one way to, quote unquote, rescue God from the problem of evil is say, oh, well, there's free will. Now, that doesn't really solve the problem or answer the objection very well, because God is still sovereign over the free will of man. So he still holds ultimate responsibility. the way I would answer it is first, number one, you can't make sense out of right and wrong unless you start with the Christian worldview, unless you start with the objective standard of the Word of God. I've kind of talked about that already. If you don't start there, you just subjectivize everything and you lose knowledge. And then the number two is, God allows evil to take place, and he is not accountable to us to necessarily give us all the ins and outs and all the reasons why he allows evil to take place. There is certain reasons. He says all things are working together for good. All things are working together for his glory. He says that he's good. I trust that he's good.
Hold on, just $200. Madujorgindits tensekrita thoughts?
What? Does anybody know what this means?
Is it World of Warcraft?
No, that's definitely not World of Warcraft related. Is it Spanish?
I have no idea.
Georgia?
I think it's Old Latin. I think it's a part of the Bible. I'm not. Correct me if I'm wrong. But
No, his name's Ora Pro Nobis.
It's okay.
Probably Latin.
Anyways, let's get back to it. You want to wrap that up?
Yeah. So number one, you can't make sense out of right and wrong unless you start with the Christian worldview. And then number two, God is not accountable to us to necessarily give us all the reasons for why he allows bad things to take place. I trust that he has a good plan in mind. Job certainly did, and he had a much worse life than I did. And so if God is good, he must have a morally just reason for allowing evil to take place, but he's not accountable to us to give us every single reason.
I'll take a quick stab at it, Brian, unless you want to move on. It's up to you, man.
Maybe like 20 seconds?
Yeah, I'll just say this. The story of human history is a self-governance experiment. In the Garden of Eden, Adam and Eve chose to reject what God wanted for them. They ate the fruit. He promised them, if you guys eat this fruit, you will surely die. Since then, mankind has been trying to govern itself. Like Andrew said, God gives us free will. People can use that free will for good or for evil, and people do evil with it, and bad stuff happens in the world. We live in a fallen world. To the guy who sent in that comment, I was raised Christian for a period of time when I was a kid. I lost my faith after my mom struggled with Lyme disease and then took her own life from it. I looked at that and I thought to myself, how could a good God exist? My mom had faith in God. She prayed for healing. How could he let her go through this? That killed my faith. But God brought me back to him. And I look at all of this now and it's like, dude, the problem of evil, it sucks, man. But because there's brokenness in the world, it doesn't mean that God is not good. And we know actually that God is good because when God comes down to earth, when Jesus Christ reigns on this earth, there will be no more sorrow. There will be no more death. There will be no more tears. And that's what we look forward to, man.
All right.
That's so heavy, man. If you want to have a good time, come to the Bunny Ranch. So.
Okay. I'm going to read this chat. Please, guys, if you're going to super chat, we've been off of dating for 20, 30 minutes now, guys.
Let's stick
please,
to dating
can
out
we
of respect for
please
Brian.
with the super chats, guys. If there's more that come through, look, I have no issues with religious talk, but it is a dating podcast. I do want to be considerate of the other guests here. So if any other religious chats come through, I'm letting you guys know we might just skip over it because it's kind of derailing the conversation, guys. So. All right. I didn't mention translations because we both know those were necessary. My point is Europeans interpretate, again, okay, buddy, the Bible differently than the Israelites who actually wrote the Bible. Thus, false interpretations equals false religion, hijacking the book, which was not yours. Okay, there you have it. All right. I don't even know where we left off here. Let me do a chat that's kind of related.
I think we were talking about
50-50
submission.
All right, Lenny. Ladies and gents, red flag, green flag. The guy's only source of income is through betting his earning. Admits he can't survive even a day in the wild. And if you were dating him, your dad doesn't think he's a man. Love the pod, by the way. Wait, so is this a scenario? Is he talking about?
I think he's saying pick if he's a red flag or a green flag.
Is it a red flag or a green flag if your guy? Yeah, he's a gambler.
Only
That's how
source
he
of
makes
income
all
is
of his
through
income.
Gambling.
Red.
And he can't survive even a day in the wild.
Yeah, red.
There's an addiction.
Like in nature?
And your dad doesn't think he is a man. I mean, yeah, just
Only specific.
Okay. Let's add one more detail. He's extremely successful at it. Makes like millions of dollars.
He's rich.
Wait.
She's like, wait, hold on.
When he he gambles, he wins all the time, or just like
Not all the time. Sometimes he takes huge losses, but overall he's successful at it and he makes a ton of money. But he can't survive a day in the wild, and your dad does not think he's a man. Your dad thinks he's a soy boy, but he's rich.
Can't survive a day in the wild.
Red flag or green flag? You go.
still a red flag.
Still a red flag.
Red flag. I like naked and afraid and alone.
Red.
Definitely red. I want someone to protect me.
Red flag. Addiction.
But he's rich.
Yeah.
A red flag is addiction.
Okay.
Maybe green flag, because if he keeps winning, then maybe it's not gambling.
I'm rich.
Red flag.
Okay.
All right, there you have it. Okay, so some of you were so kind as to provide some pre-show notes to us. So starting with you, Wendy, I saw on your Instagram you consider yourself a 5-star bitch. What is a 5-star bitch? Is it like a 5-star hotel?
No, not that. It's just
What?
like, I don't know. I just consider I consider me myself like pretty, you know, like I don't know. It's just like means like I'm just like a 5-star. Like my rating is just 5-star. Like I'm just I don't
Out
know,
of
like,
10
I'm
or out of
nine.
5?
I think she's a 5-star.
It's
Oh,
probably
out of 5.
5 stars.
yeah.
Just checking.
Yeah, it's usually just 5 stars. Let's see. You also wrote, "There's no real love out here anymore."
What do you mean? Where?
In your messages to us, you're like, "There's no real love out here anymore."
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Is that
okay.
'cause of
I'm
your-
like, oh, I thought it was like on my Instagram. I'm like,
No.
What
It was
caption did I put that on?
in the messages you sent us. So is that because of the habitual cheating ex-boyfriend?
Not that. It's like I try and just so many guys just give me icks. Like I don't know.
Oh, icks. Okay.
Yeah.
What? So many guys give you icks. So first off, what is an ick?
Like
And-
sometimes like a girl just wants to hang out, like have a friend, you know, just like talk to, you know, and then half the time, no, mostly all the time, they just want to like fuck, but
Sure.
if you say no to it, like then they're just like
They don't want to be your friend anymore.
yeah, then they're
Oh.
all grouchy and stuff, and like,
Oh.
or
Yeah,
like
that's
they start driving fast, or just a bunch of like
Whoa.
those
That's
are
a
the
yikes.
icks. Yeah,
That's a
yeah,
yikes.
and then that's just happens more than it should.
Wait, so basically, like, you have guys who you think are your friends.
Or just like in general, I just tell them, I literally text them like, yeah, we could hang out, but like just hang out, like I don't want to find nothing, like I just like, because I smoke, you know, like I smoke weed, so I'm like,
Oh.
if I want to
Wait,
like
did you guys smoke before the show?
I do, I smoke, she doesn't.
I didn't.
You sure?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, so these guys hang out. Wait,
So they usually attend saying, oh, like let's smoke, like hang out, like that, you know,
yeah,
like
they want to have sex with you. Like,
but I tell them before we hang out, like I don't, you know, like I don't want
they're
that.
still
And then
gonna
when
try.
I hang out with them, like they like push themselves on me, and I'm like, no, you know, like I don't know.
If you have to tell
think-
them, then you should probably just like stay away if you're not down for that, because
I
that can
think,
create a very dangerous.
I think you're around the wrong people.
I think this is a perfect example of how
think
men
it's
and
the
women
age.
can't really be friends.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a perfect example
Sucks.
of, no offense, female naivete. If dudes are asking you to smoke, they probably want to hook up with you. Yeah, you know I'm right.
But what if she just wants a free blunt?
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Are they providing the weed?
That was some
or-
honesty right there.
Sometimes like no,
What's the term called?
I usually say match it.
Smoking someone out.
So smoking someone out.
Or
okay.
just matching it. Yeah.
Matching it? What-
Usually like I don't know. I don't even know what to say.
I don't know if it's a great, like, so you meet up with these guys, just you and the dude.
Yeah,
Like
she
you
wants to get smoked out, and then she acts surprised when they're like, "Yo, I want to hook up with you," and then they get mad.
What? Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't do drugs with guys.
I feel
Well,
really
she might
old.
want to be their friend.
Yeah.
She might think the dude's funny.
Like I
and,
don't have to open my legs just for
entertaining.
like just cause like what I got like
No.
Would you
levers.
hang out with any of these guys if they weren't smoking you out?
No.
Yeah.
When
So let's put that whole. She might just want to
I
be
don't
his
like
friend.
taking
hanging out with
advantage of you and
people.
you're taking advantage of him.
Is it just because you just want to be smoking though?
No, it's just
Get
like
this girl a weed
sometimes I just get
sponsorship.
bored and they just say like, "Oh, hang out." I'm like, "Sure," but I'm not looking for anything. Like I don't want to do anything, you know. And like, why do like I have to force myself? You know, like I don't even know the dude, and they just tell me like,
No,
"Oh, like."
so the guys should 100%. Excuse me. Should 100%. Oh my God, I can't speak tonight. 100% respect your boundaries. However, there are some dog type dudes out there that like. I mean, a lot of guys will play. They'll play like the friendship role, even if you're in a relationship and they're just waiting.
Yeah.
When's she gonna be single? Where's my like? So, I think women can be friends with men. It's not clear to me. There's probably some men out there like can be friends with women, but like I think a lot of men, for example, it sounds like you have male friends, right? And you view them as just strictly friends,
strictly
right?
just friends.
You
Yeah.
two. I'm sure all of you maybe have some male friends. Probably the vast majority of them, if given the opportunity, if you're like, hey, do you want to hook up? They would be down. They would hook up with you. In fact, we could do a little test here. You got your phone on you. Text one of your male friends right now and be like, hey.
We already know who to
Do it,
text.
do
because
it,
he
do
trusts
it.
me.
Do it.
I have so many
Do it.
videos of like I've never seen. I go party with him all the time. Every
Okay.
time a girl comes up to him, he just goes like that. And like I've never seen him talk to a girl or go up to a girl, which is like, you know. No, but he's not like that though. Like
plays
either
for the
way.
other team or something.
Until he's in a relationship.
We can't
And
call him.
then-
We can't call him because
Because he sucks at like texting.
you'd have to text him just because of California
Okay, I can
wiretapping
try.
laws. It's not trying to catch a felony here, but
Gotta love East Coast. Once I can say.
no, I think.
What are you gonna text him?
Should I just be
My
like,
friends
would
are
you want to
doing
hook up?
Be like,
Oh, wait,
hey,
is it
hey,
your
what are you
friend?
doing? And
Oh,
then
we're-
if he
these are
responds,
both-
be like, you want to hook up? And just see what he says.
He's
Both
gonna
our
think that
friends.
means like hang out, isn't he?
Do you want to
I don't know. It's pretty.
Netflix and chill?
Netflix
Question
and
mark.
chill.
Yeah. Do you like you want to hook up with like a winky face?
Like,
or
Or how
something?
about do you want to cuddle tonight? Because
No,
that's like
Do you want to
You should
hang?
be forward with it
Date tonight.
for the sake of the
I just
experiment.
said, hey, what are you doing? But he hasn't
All right, let him
replied, so I
respond.
want me to
Hey,
say
Brian, you want to
something
pull up that
else?
super
wait
chat in the
till he
meantime?
replies.
Do the
Sure.
dirty-
I'll read this one.
I'm really hot and bothered
Graves
right
City
now.
said, please no more religious talk. I like Chase when he's not on his soapbox. Smart/nice guy. Just misdirecting his intellect towards fantasy stories. Shots fired. Come back more often, Chase. We've missed you. Just leave that stuff for Jesse Lee Peterson's shit show. Great panel tonight. Well,
Graves, thank you.
I don't want to hijack Brian's show with the religious stuff, but you will never get me to back down from it. But thank you for expressing that you missed me. It's good to be back with you guys.
And I think we're all caught up on chats. So let us know. Has he responded yet? Let us
No,
know
not
what he
yet.
says. So you just asked, hey, what are you doing?
Yeah, if you want me to say something
I don't.
else, I can-
What are you
Just
doing
wait
is
till
probably
he.
not enough.
No. What you should do? This is what you should do. Wait till he responds,
Is this mean?
and then
That
after
would
he
draw me.
responds, then be like, yo, like, what are you doing tonight? Want to hook up? Like just something like that. Because
Okay.
if you just come right off the bat, like, if some random girl hit me up and was like, yo, want to hook up? I'd be like, what the
He's
hell?
literally the type to like laugh at your face.
No, he will. He'll laugh at me. That's what he's gonna do.
Oh,
Or he's
maybe
gonna
they-
send me
You
like
think
a
he won't take
thumbs.
it seriously?
No, he just doesn't want to. He's gonna put like a thumbs down emoji or something.
If you already know that, like, he's not gonna want to, text
Well,
the guy
he's
your
a
friends.
friend. He's my friend that wouldn't want to.
Well, we've
We're
had girls
older.
say
You
this.
can
We've
ask
had girls
straight
say
up.
this though,
When
and then
you're
they
younger,
get
you
proven
can't,
wrong.
like,
Like the
come
guy's
off like
down.
that.
So
Yeah?
It
You
could.
should like. What do
It-
you guys
well,
think
so
would work?
Does he
Like,
have a girlfriend? Is he
No.
single? Okay,
He's
that's
single.
okay. All right.
It's
Maybe
just a
they
friend
say
that,
yes,
like,
how
just
he
so
is, yeah.
it doesn't
Yeah.
like affect his masculinity.
What? He's gonna just pass up a chance at pussy? I
Maybe
don't
he'll
think
just
so.
say
Okay.
yes, just
I
so
mean,
he doesn't
like-
look like
I
that
mean,
pussy.
Literally once at a
I
party, I,
wouldn't
could
feel
literally
like a
say a
pussy
story
saying
from
no.
him. Like once we were at a party and a girl in our friend group, like this happened, like our friend group, a girl, she literally went up to him, like literally all over him, like trying to kiss him. He's just going like this back and forth, and he's like, okay. Like after 5 minutes of her trying to kiss him, she's like, okay, go get me like a drink from the bar, and then like we'll like go to the corner and like I'll give you a kiss, you know. And then she goes, gets him a drink, and he just gets the drink and just walks away into the crowd. And I literally witnessed that, and I was just like, I was just
Maybe he's
laughing
not
the
into
whole
girls.
time.
Sigma move, dude.
Wait, does
Sigma
he,
move.
but
Guys,
like
get off.
that was one specific
Yeah.
example. But does he like? you see him hooking up with girls? Does he have game or?
No, like.
Like
No.
I don't think
It
he's just
doesn't
there
sound
vibing.
like
He just
girls.
vibes. He just doesn't
just
care. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Do you have a guy that you can text to see if he would?
That was the guy.
No,
Oh,
we're
wait.
both friends with
We're
him.
more friends with
It's
him.
the
We're in the
same
same
guy.
friend group.
So
Yeah.
you guys trying to set up a threesome here or what?
No,
I
just
might
texted
seem more
him.
realistic
I'm
if she
the-
said something like that. But just being like, yo, you want to
Yeah,
hook
'cause
up?
I didn't have my phone. I
feel
told
like
her-
when
You
you're
picked-
younger.
Okay, so from a girl's perspective, what do you think would be better?
I feel like when you're younger, like at the age that they're at, they don't talk that direct. I feel like that's more like our age would be like that. But like maybe if she made it into something more funny, but still giving the sign like, hey, I'm going to be hanging out with so-and-so and we want you to come over, winky face. Maybe we could all do something fun, haha. You know, I don't know.
That's
so
like
bad.
hanging. That's hanging out. This is just like hanging out.
See, that sounds so
No.
bad, right? Like so.
No,
not like
no,
bad, but
just
like
Oh,
that's just
like-
like
what
terrible.
kind of bad?
No, it's vague. It's too vague. What you got to do is
Who
be
says,
like,
like, do you wanna
I'm
hook
I'm
up?
I'm not doing anything tonight. Do you want to come over, winky face?
Yeah, I think that's good. I think that's decent.
I feel like he's not gonna pick up on that.
Yeah,
and
he's
just
not-
gonna
he's
be
the
like,
type
oh, I feel like he's not gonna pick up on that, and he's just gonna be like, oh, like okay, like
What about
thinking that
I
we're
think
just gonna
Netflix
hang out.
and chill?
No.
Question mark winky face.
Does anybody
That's
say
pretty
that?
suggestive.
I mean,
Well,
it's
that's, like, too
old,
much.
but
It is
it's
old.
like,
It's so pre-2020, isn't it?
do
I
you
would
want to
never
cuddle?
say that.
Winky face? Question mark.
No, I'm
No,
too old.
no,
I'm
if
too
I
old.
saw that,
well,
I would
here
like,
we'll check
leave
in
it
later
already.
on that. So
Okay.
you were talking about icks, right? And I think that's how we got onto this conversation. What are some other icks? Icks.
Oh, he just said chilling at drink.
Here's a better question actually. What's the worst ick you've ever gotten from a guy? I think that would be interesting to hear from the ladies.
We could do
I
that.
have to like pinpoint.
And then also, what's like the most kind of minor ick, but that was a deal breaker? Like, oh, you fucking didn't tie his shoes or had mismatching socks or some like ridiculous shit like that.
Like, can any of you remember a time you got the ick like really bad from a guy?
I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
All right. What was it? What happened?
So we were going out with some friends, and I was waiting for them at the table, and I realized that they were staring at me from a far corner, and just like giving me this vampire stare, and I think they wanted me to come to them, and I thought that was just like really possessive and kind of gross.
So they were just looking.
They-
in
Just
your
yeah.
extremely awkward.
Well, it was kind of weird because there was like 2 guys at the table, but I had 3 friends, so they were kind of occupying the guys. So I felt like maybe he was uncomfortable, but like come and talk to me, like I'm just sitting there.
Like, don't stare at me like
yeah,
a serial
that's
killer.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I just like the guy came up, like one of the guys on the table came up to me and said, "I think that's your boyfriend staring at you." And I turned around and it's just like slender man in the corner. It was
Wait, so
kind
you were
of-
dating this guy?
Yeah, kind of like just yeah, dating.
Did you stop talking to him after that?
Yeah, pretty much because myself.
wait, what?
I would be so curious to hear the story from his perspective.
Yeah, I think he would
Oh,
feel
yeah,
like
I figured it out
yeah.
like, too.
I would not know what he'd say.
My ex, he had so I invited him over, but I was with my friends. Like he just wanted to hang out with me. Like he just wanted to hang out with me. Like just wanted to. And then so I was at my friends. He comes over, but he's like, "Oh, well, my cousin's coming." I'm like, "Okay, he could come too." Like my friends are just there, like, you know. And then right when he got there, like his cousin was just like all over one of my friends, and then my friends was like, "Can you like I don't want to hook up. I don't know what, you know, like nothing, like because he was like implying like let's go to a room, you know, and like none of them knew him. And then after like she said like, oh, like I don't know you, like I don't even know your name. And then he's like, yeah, and then he was like trying to like hook up with her, and then he just started like. His nose started flaring up. He was in the corner with his eyes all
Ew,
big,
like a
staring
dog
at
in
him
heat.
down, literally like staring her down the whole time. And then my ex now, but my boyfriend at the time, he literally looks at me. He's like, "Oh, we have to leave early then," and I'm just like, "That's disgusting." So, but then the whole time they were just both just staring down at my friend like mad dogs. Like they were just like mad the whole time.
Oh,
That's pretty awkward.
okay.
Andrew, what can a woman do to give you the ick?
Yeah, I've already mentioned that, right? All I'm looking for,
Like, what if you were talking to a Christian girl,
okay.
and like, what could she do to make you be like, oh man, I'm really not interested in you?
you know, when I've talked to girls, they made it pretty obvious. So
What makes it obvious?
if I approach to her, I'm about to ask her out, and you know, she's just not engaged in the conversation or looking away or whatever. It's like, okay, I'm not gonna ask you out then. You know, that's about it.
Andrew, I got a question for you. Do you want to get with a woman who is a virgin? Does she have to be a virgin?
Well, she doesn't have to be, but it's preferable. Yeah.
Are you a virgin?
I am. Yes.
Nice.
So would you date somebody or proceed with somebody who is like born again or has found it
Yes.
later, like
But
you know,
what-
had a promiscuous
He
past?
said no deal
Yeah,
breakers.
I mean, what about, like, she's been with like 50 dudes, 100 dudes.
Yeah, that's a no.
Okay,
Straight
okay.
up.
But
You know.
she's repented and she's found Jesus.
Yeah,
Still no.
Still probably no, bro. It depends, bro. Like, I don't know. I'd have to meet her, you know.
Would you
but
even
that's-
have that conversation with her if she didn't give you any like red flags to think that she had been with like?
Sexual history
bunch
would
or
probably
something?
come up. You know.
Okay, all right. Let
You're
me
like, so how many?
lie.
Like, is that what you're
Let-
doing?
let me-
Like,
do.
let me lay out.
And so do boys.
Yeah, let me lay out a scenario for you. You start talking to a chick. She's awesome, loves Jesus, super cool woman, and you guys are a few dates in, and you're really pumped. Like you're like, yo, I might have just found my wife, and then like a few weeks in, she drops the bomb. I've slept with 60 dudes. but I'm no.
Nah, bro.
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
You know, if I got a
What'd you
direct
say,
command from
6,000?
God, if I got a direct command from God, like in the book of Hosea, then yeah, I would do it. But other than that, there's no way, bro. There's
Chase,
no way.
and
Real.
What's Chase? You're not a virgin, but you're waiting until marriage now, correct?
I'm continuing to do my best to maintain abstinence.
Was there a
Cryptic.
There
There was a
has
break.
been,
Cryptic.
I have.
there an-
I will say.
Say it.
I am not above temptation.
No, Chase.
Yeah, dude, it's over. It's over. It's so over.
Whoa,
It is
okay.
over.
So to give
someone
people
tempt you?
context, Chase,
Bachelor days.
my understanding, the last time you were on, or in previous shows you were on, you had been celibate for 2 years, 2.5
3
years,
There was
Three
a break
years.
in the syllabus.
3 years.
No longer.
Chase, are you saying that you broke your
Need Jesus,
celibacy?
man.
Chase,
I fell into temptation, bro.
Chase,
Oh
You need to
my
get in church.
goodness.
he was tempted. Chase,
How does Andrew feel
I'm
about
not
that?
mad. I'm just disappointed.
Yeah, Andrew.
Bro.
Did you repent?
You think you're
some
the only
repentance
one,
here.
bro? I knew I would have to own this coming on today, and I'm humble enough to own it. But yeah, I'm disappointed too. It sucks, man.
So what's the process
Disappointed.
like now?
What's the process like
Yeah.
now? Healthy communication, continuing to do my best to maintain self-control and honor God with my body.
So I'm assuming this is you and your fiance,
I don't have a fiance.
or your. Oh, sorry. I thought that's what you
Are
said.
you plugged into a church?
Yes, somewhat. Not as much as I should be, though.
Yeah,
Is that
bro, I'm
gonna
telling
make
you,
it?
once you get plugged into a church, you get some accountability with men that are, you know, are going to help you out along the way.
So
Give you some responsibility.
Yep. I need that in my life.
Did you dump her?
What?
Did you dump her after you slept with her?
No.
He's still with her. He cherishes
Is it the
her,
same
but he's
girl?
been
All right, this
saying-
conversation's over.
Okay.
Wow. I'm a little heartbroken. I am heartbroken. But okay, all right. Moving on.
I'm gonna get roasted in the chat for
Oh
this. Dude.
no.
I'm gonna get roasted.
Just don't forget to love yourself.
We all stray from time to time. Okay, all right. How did we get there?
Icks.
I had
Icks.
somebody
Icks.
throw my purity
Icks.
ring out a window.
Oh, is there an update? Did the guy respond?
Okay, yeah, he
Into the mic if you can.
He said chillin' at Jacob's, and I said I've kind of started to get a crush on you. Would you ever want to hook up?
Okay. What did he say? Did he respond?
No, he hasn't opened it. No.
Mic drop.
He's like,
Do you think
he
he's
doesn't
watching the
wanna
show
open
though?
it.
Do you think he's watching?
No, he doesn't even. They don't know we're here.
Oh, okay.
I don't
Okay.
know.
I feel like if somebody did that to me, then they were like, just kidding, I would like it would
break you.
not like break me unless I really, really, really liked them, but
Sure.
that might hurt my feelings.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. So, Wendy, also in your messages to us, you said, and I quote, guys literally,
You're putting me on blast.
guys literally aren't shit, LOL. But yes, topics about cheating. So guys aren't shit. Guys literally aren't shit.
Literally.
Or figuratively.
LOL.
It's
LOL.
confusing. So
Didn't want to be too rude.
when you say guys literally aren't shit or guys aren't shit, what do you mean? They be fucking up? Are men fucking up? Is that what you're trying to say?
men
They be
are
fucking up.
yeah.
They be cheating.
They be
what do they be
literally
doing?
like dogs, like just like I don't know.
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
is
For
it-
my like.
What about like, so okay, there's obviously, I don't think, what happened with the ex and the cheating, that's certainly not acceptable in a relationship. What about just your encounters with single men when you've been single? Are you encountering
When
a lot
I'm
of
single
fuckboys?
and they're single, it's just like I don't care what you do. It's just because we're not committed yet, Like that's what I think. When I'm in a relationship, I'm committed to that person. But when I'm single, it's just like I'm not. I know that they're gonna do whatever they're gonna do, and I don't have a say in it.
When does I'm sorry, can I ask her a question?
Sure.
I just want to know, like, when you say, like, once you're committed, does a conversation occur? Like, because I know, like, dating for your age and dating for, like, probably my age is similar but very, very different, right? So, like, do you say specifically, we're in a committed relationship now, we are no longer seeing anyone else? Or is it just a vibe?
It's just
that
like
make sense?
We both know, like he wouldn't want me to be like going with him and then going with someone else like when we're together, or like just in general me being in a relationship and just like texting other guys, like I wouldn't want him to be doing that, because for me, when I actually get in a relationship, I give him like that's like my all, but kind of because I don't really be like pushing forward relationship. Like I don't really like it's not like I don't know. It's not really my type to like be in a relationship, and once I am in one is like wow, like like.
Okay, I have a couple questions on this. So, you will not initiate the relationship conversation. You want the guy to initiate the conversation. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Well,
How many of you feel the same way?
I don't care, I guess.
I think it should be the woman who initiates that conversation. But
I think like dating at
Or like a vibe too,
older. I think there's more of a vibe, and then there's a conversation. Like I think, like you understand that when
There's
you're
a mutual understanding. that
Yeah,
you
when
guys
you're
are
dating
interested.
in your 40s.
I think that's dangerous, though.
It is,
I
and then
think
I
that-
think
You have to ask.
I asked in one of the long-term dating I did do after my divorce, and he was like, "Of course." And it was kind of like I was stupid for asking, but I wanted to make sure because it was dangerous, right? Like
That's how a lot of people
I
get
want to
hurt.
know that the dating apps are down, and I want to know that like the conversations prior to me are over. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
and that's
yeah,
why
yeah.
I asked her if there was a conversation or a vibe.
I definitely think like if there should be no questions. I think there ought to be, and I mean this is if you think that this is your boyfriend or girlfriend, you should certainly be capable of having the conversation about exclusivity.
Correct.
I mean that's
if you're
kind of
sleeping together,
important.
you need to be able
Well,
to have
it's
that
kind of
conversation.
important in a relationship to be able to communicate with each other. I do think that there should be an overt conversation about, hey, we're just seeing each other, we're exclusive, because I think a lot of people can sometimes get confused or think they're in a relationship when they're not. And it could go both ways. I mean, but some girls think that they're exclusive with a guy and he's like, nope, like
Right.
I'm still seeing other people. Like, so I think it is important to have that overt conversation. And the other thing you were saying was, so what about, you're talking about when, well, if we're not in a relationship yet, he's going to be with other, I don't care, we're not exclusive, fine, he's going to do his thing. What about you? Are you seeing other guys during this period? Like, do you have a roster right now? What's the sitch? You got a roster?
No, I don't have a
Come
roster.
on.
No, it's just like for me, I don't know if it's just other people, but I'm not really like a sexual person. I'm not really like a dating person. I don't know. Like
What?
it's just always been like that my whole life.
You're not a sexual person or a dating person. So
Yeah, like I don't
what do you
really
mean?
need to do it, you know? Like
Oh.
like other people, like I know other people.
Oh, that's
that
why
are-
he cheated on you then, of course.
Oh my god, no. Like when I'm in a relationship, yeah, like
Oh,
it's
okay.
a different story. Like I'm talking like when I'm talking to people, like I don't need like when I'm single, like
Right, it's not, okay, I think.
not like I'm a
yes,
hound dog,
okay.
you know, like trying
It's
to
not like she has to go get it. or
Right,
she's
you're
gonna
not
freak
pressed
out.
to get laid. Okay,
No.
sure.
Like, for
I
me,
see
it's
what you
like,
mean. I
it
thought you meant
happens
you were not sexual within a monogamous relationship.
no,
and-
like when I'm in a relationship, it's good.
It's good. Oh, it's game
Yeah.
over. Okay.
It's game over.
But so right now you're single. Come on, there's some guy in the picture, right? A little thing, a little ting.
Hey, boo. No, just kidding. No, I'm kidding.
You got a crush or?
I have one crush, yeah, but
Say his name publicly.
No,
I'm
no.
just kidding.
no.
Are you gonna make a
This is
move?
School, I can't. No, a lot of people watch it.
So you guys, what's the extent of your guys'? You guys
If like I
hooking
go
up?
to like it's like because I go to party over here in IV
Yeah.
with my friends. Sometimes, like mostly all the time, and then I was gonna say sometimes, but I know I was lying. Or I go to Rockfire just to just drink
Sure.
with my friends or like whatever, and then like once I met him. He's just like a security. I'm not gonna say from who, but he's a security from some party, and just one day I was just really getting angry at my friends. They were just all drunk. I was the only one sober, getting care of living. You can imagine just a group of people that were just drunk, and then he just comes and says like, if you want, so it's too late, like so you don't have to get an Uber, you could like come to like my house, you could like sleep on the couch, like trying to be nice, you know?
Really?
Quote unquote,
Yeah.
trying to be
Well,
nice.
I know, quote unquote. And then yeah, after that, I just like I see him.
So did you end up crashing on his couch or in his bed?
Oh.
Busted.
Yeah,
How often?
you already know.
How often do you see him?
I would say like about like once a week, I think, or two.
Is this a
times
sneaky
week.
link?
Yeah, type. Like he literally told me that whenever like I don't want to go home from or like I'm coming back from a party, I could just like go to his house like whenever I
Okay.
want. So.
You spend the night or you
This
dip
guy.
after the deed is done?
Oh, I spend the night.
Okay,
yeah.
all right. Have you heard back from dude?
No, let me look. No, it's still sent.
I'm pretty sure
He's
he's
probably
so-
not gonna answer me.
Huh. Okay, maybe he knows you're on the show. What about you? Do you have a roster right now? What's?
Into the microphone.
No comment.
Come
So
on,
that's a
let's
yes.
give us the details.
That's
give
a
us
yes.
the details.
Ugh,
Uh-oh.
I don't know.
The truth comes
What
out.
do you want?
So, are you like seeing? And do you have a main piece and some side pieces? You got one main? What? 3 main pieces?
Yeah, there's like one guy I like more.
Then
The other
Then-
12.
the other how many?
Oh, nah. Nah. Like, there's like 3.
Like 3 or definitely 3?
Like, definitely 3.
Okay.
Maybe definitely 3.
Maybe 4. Is there a 4th one in there?
No.
Literally.
3. And so, are you going on dates with all 3 of them?
Mm-hmm. One of the guys, yeah, one of them, but like we both know that it's not a relationship.
Oh, okay. And what about the other 2? What?
Does one of them think it's a relationship?
No.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't, after being cheated on, I'd never cheat on someone else.
Okay.
But no, the other guys are just guys that I talk to or I
Talk.
see at parties sometimes.
Okay.
Can I ask, what's the point?
I mean,
good question.
I don't know.
Very good.
One of the guys I like, but I just don't want to be in a relationship, and then I don't see him that often because he doesn't live here.
Yeah.
And then the other guys I don't know well enough.
Yeah.
I'm just getting to know them, I guess.
Wait, so you say you talk, but like, so are you hooking up with all three of them?
No.
Have you hooked up with all three of them?
Just
Oh,
one of them, and then
the other two you.
one of them I haven't at all, and then one of them like not sex, like just like I've
Third
made
base.
out with them.
Okay.
Yeah, like
Just
I
like
don't
casually
know.
dating then.
Yeah.
Just saying that's okay. Yeah.
Good times. Good times.
Good times, fun.
Okay. All right. Yeah. People nowadays, I guess, have rosters. She's got a roster.
It's not a roster.
That's not a roster.
No, I
Three
think she's
dudes.
no. Well, she's just saying that she's like casually dating.
Yeah.
She's
But-
not like sleeping with them, like committing to
Well,
them.
one of, I guess, one
She's
of
got
them.
these homies on rotation. That's a roster, my friend.
I feel like
No.
at that age as well, not saying like at that age or
No,
anything,
yeah.
but it's kind of nice to learn how to date and like how to ask what you want or see what you like.
Erroneous! Erroneous!
Okay. But as long as you're just not like cheating,
Yeah.
like spreading yourself like that much, like even just sexually,
This is
if
why we
you're
need
not looking for
patriarchy.
that, how are you gonna
Exactly.
do it?
Do they know about each other?
If they
Say it
don't need
louder,
to know
Chase.
about each
I
other.
mean,
Like
they
I said
they
this
know
is
that
why we
I'm
need
seeing other
patriarchy.
people.
that's
like
it.
that I
It's
go
open-
around. talk
I
to
think
other
that's what I'm
people.
understanding. You're just like
Yeah.
seeing if you okay.
No, I know people that have like rosters on dating apps. They keep like a
Spreadsheets
a
and
spread
shit.
a spreadsheet on dating
On
apps for real.
Match.com?
Yeah, I don't know about Match.com. I'm not on Match.com.
I think it's the whole thing with the roster. I think it's pretty easy to date one person at a time. You know, it's not that hard.
It's not.
I think that's, and if you want to find a relationship, I think that's probably the best way. Date one person at a time.
But the question is, do you want to find a relationship?
I do, but I got so lost in my last relationship that like this is just I have borderline personality disorder, so I get something called my favorite person. So when I go into like that, like everything, like my mood, everything depends on how they feel, and then it throws me off a lot. So
You saying you have it too?
You got it too?
Yeah, that's why.
Two friends with borderline personality disorder.
Yes.
That's
Were
crazy.
Is it? How is that?
No, I've been diagnosed.
Wait, what?
It's,
No,
it's
I'm
not
bipolar.
self-diagnosed.
Oh, you're
Share a
bipolar.
I'm not
podcast
that.
with you. It's called
I'm bipolar.
How to Date Somebody with like Borderline Personality
Yeah.
Disorder, and saying how it is so possible to have like a
Oh, it
good,
is.
genuine. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not
Just-
a productive
BPD is
relationship.
that's
yeah.
a tough
Well,
that's a tough one.
Yeah,
That's like
it's
dating
just
your
like
mom.
after being in a relationship for some, and I was diagnosed like halfway through my relationship, so I didn't even know at the beginning like what was happening, what was going on, and then once I was diagnosed, like I was able to work with it. But coming from that, like I need to be like by myself emotionally. Like I don't feel like I can get connected enough to a person to where I can give like myself to them without losing myself. So that's kind of like why I'm like just getting to know people, feeling everything out, like seeing stuff like that. Because if I were to be in a committed relationship, I would lose myself right now.
Do you get really, when you find a guy you like, you really like him? Like you're almost obsessed, or not really?
I mean, I never really got. Oh, sorry. I never really got with like the obsessive kind of thing. It was
Okay.
more so just like, in a way, you could say that like I was like, he would be upset and then I would be upset. He would be mad at me and I'd like freak out. Like I would be like, oh my gosh,
like
I don't know what to do.
codependent?
Well, it would be like
Codependency.
I would actually like spiral, like lose it.
Smack him around a little bit.
No, like it wasn't
Kick
like
him
that.
in
Like
the-
I would get
Okay.
upset with myself for
Oh,
like
you-
making
okay.
him upset, or like he would cheat on me and then he would get upset that I found out, and then he would get really mad at me, and then I would take his like feeling mad or upset and I would put that onto myself because like
How
I
dare
never-
you find out I've cheated
Yeah,
on
it was
you?
yeah.
How
So that makes
dare
sense
you.
on why she's so afraid of giving up the 50-50.
Yeah,
it does.
Because it makes so much more sense now because she's afraid of losing herself entirely into somebody else.
Yeah.
So if she gives that extra 50% or even
Then
an
I'll
extra
lose
10 or
myself.
20%, she could lose herself entirely.
I dated a girl who had borderline personality disorder.
How'd that go?
You did?
It was turbulent. It was turbulent.
Yeah, that's the whole
But intense.
Yes,
Like
exciting.
intense.
Yeah, let's hear your love story now. I want to hear about
I mean,
yours.
How did that
Ju-
end?
but
Putting me on
it might have
blast.
been manifested itself differently than you because for her it was like obsession, like, and it was intense. Okay.
Like crazy obsession.
Oh yeah.
He's saying
Like
that
watching you
intercourse
like
was
when you're like
intense.
sleeping to make sure you're sleeping.
Not like a creepy thing, but just like really like, because I think a lot of people play it kind of cool when it comes to dating. You know, they're a little, what's the
Laid
term?
off.
What's that?
Laid off.
Aloof.
Yeah, kind of aloof is a good word. Kind of nonchalant when it comes to dating. People aren't like upfront, super overt. Like, oh my god, I really like
She came on strong.
super strong.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's called love bombing. I don't know if that's a term.
Yeah.
We do that a little. I do.
Yeah,
that a
love
But you did that a little
bombing.
bit.
little bit.
Oh yeah.
Narcissist.
So on one hand, it can be like kind of intoxicating in the sense of like, whoa, like damn, she's into me. It's sweet.
Right.
But
For a
also,
minute.
and then it gets intense. Like then it's
You're like, why are you in my
And
closet?
arguments.
Borderline
Yeah.
personality and narcissism usually
Yeah, and usually a
coexist.
bunch of
They're
guys
very-
that like see a girl that's like that, they like use it as like their advantage by saying like, oh wow, like she'll do
What?
anything
I don't
for
know.
me.
I forgot what that fucking means, bruv.
I can tell you what I
What are
think
you
it
saying,
means.
Nick?
What is that hand signal?
Nick, what's up? Oh, okay. Sorry, it's been a minute since.
Just like wide angle us, bro.
That means you have
No,
to go to the
it's good. I'll
restroom.
go ahead. Well, okay. So have you seen Meet the Parents with
Yeah,
Robert
Miss-
De Niro,
yes.
Ben Stiller?
Yes.
So
hilarious. It's
me and Nick set up this hand gesture thing. So in Meet the Parents, I think?
Fockers.
Or is it Meet the
Yeah,
Fockers?
Meet
Meet the
the
Fockers. You go like this, and it means you got to use the bathroom.
It's when they were teaching the baby
They're
sign
teaching the
language,
baby
right?
sign
yeah,
language.
Yeah.
And so Nick started doing it like 3 months for the first time ever. I was like, "What the fuck are you doing, Nick?" Okay, all right, whatever. Wait, so you're bipolar. How does that manifest itself? Mood swings.
Like she said,
Have you ever
like
slashed a dude's tires? What are we talking here?
no.
No tire
Like
slash.
I'm talking about like the same thing that she was saying. Like when he will get angry, I'll be angry, or like my whole mood would just change.
Okay.
Or like for me, I become once I'm angry, I stay angry. Like she's seen it. Like once I'm angry, like that's it. Like I'm just angry for a while until I get out of it. But it takes for me like to get out. I don't know why. It's just like
Sounds
it just
like just
feels-
like most women, to be honest.
I was like that when I was younger, and as I grew older,
I think
It's true.
Yeah, I think it's part of being young and not really knowing where you stand and not knowing where
stay
you
angry
dig
for a
that?
while.
to do with that
Yeah.
emotion.
I agree
Yeah,
completely with you.
I think that.
My
Right,
pimp
yeah.
was
If I was-
borderline.
If I was you
What
girls,
what
I would
is
avoid
what is
it.
borderline personality
Don't even
disorder?
bother because until you like do
So
something.
for me, I disassociate. So like.
You
for-
have it too?
I do.
Okay.
I was recently diagnosed with it actually this last summer. So for me, I disassociate. So especially when I first started in the adult industry, I would almost check out into a different personality, and a different personality would then take on the adult role that I was doing, and then me, that's sitting here, would have no recollection or no memory of what actually happened. So I
Damn.
would see it
That's
on film
crazy.
or on whatever, and I'd be like, I have no memory of that.
Isn't that more of just a trauma response?
Yeah, I
though?
don't know if
that
that's
if you're going through
ADHD.
something traumatic,
different
you,
stages,
you
though. Yeah.
disassociate so you can.
So you can
Bipolar.
deal
Detach
with the
your-
trauma.
yeah.
Yes.
How
So-
does that
so-
correlate to the BPD? I'm just
So I
curious.
have different personalities that take over during.
Into the
Sorry,
mic.
I have different personalities that take over during those instances. So I don't just disassociate in
Trauma,
I
you
have
can
other
have
names for different people.
Okay.
So, okay,
And
here's
they
a
can
couple-
come out
here's a
even
couple
in
symptoms.
non-traumatic situations,
Correct.
maybe.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay,
that
cool.
makes sense.
So fear of abandonment, unstable relationships, unclear or shifting self-image, impulsive, self-destructive behaviors, extreme emotional swings, chronic feelings of emptiness, explosive anger.
Yeah.
That's
I
just a
just
few.
want to hug you guys.
Borderline
I
personality.
want to say something, and I don't want
I'm sorry you go
to
through
sound offensive, but I honestly feel like a lot of those things you listed off are like the product of the times. Like, unfortunately, and for sure, there are, checks and balances that you can go through to be properly diagnosed. But I also see a generation that are persistently self-IDing themselves with many things, from mental health conditions, trans stuff, whatever it may be. And unfortunately, I think that a lot of these underlying symptoms are just a product of the times, and unfortunately, this world that we live in.
I mean, I feel like you saying that does kind of suck because it does kind of feel like invalidating because I went through all the steps to be diagnosed.
Correct.
I like in and out of mental hospitals, like a very self-destructive behavior, which I know we can't talk about, but
Yeah.
so hearing you say that, and like I do get it because a lot of people do self-diagnose.
That's
and
why I
they
said
make it like a
self-ID
personality.
specifically,
Yeah.
right? And that's why I
They
said
make
it's
it-
different when you go through checks and balances, like
Yeah.
which is your story. I'm talking more so specifically to those list of symptoms that he read off. And to somebody who actually has it, I'm sure that manifests in such terrible ways that I can't even begin to imagine. But I think on a low level, a lot of people probably would read that and be like, hey, I'm that. And we are seeing a huge incidence of people self-IDing in this day and age.
Well, I was watching one of your episodes recently, and a girl was like, I thought it was ironic. She goes, I have ADHD really bad. But I kind of made a joke out of it because whoever has ADHD just a little. Like, nobody ever says, like, I have ADHD just a little bit. Like, it's always so inflated and it's always so exaggerated. And we are it is a generation of kids with ADHD and autism and all of these identifications. And it is like, I think it needs to be more diagnostic versus just a list of symptoms that we can Googleology, like I call it people's Google MD, you know, like you can Google a sore throat and now all of a sudden you have throat cancer, like, you know, like it's just a downward spiral of
So
disaster.
what is the solution to all these psychological conditions? Because, you know, the pharmaceutical industry thinks it's just, you know, take some pills. But I think this is a highly spiritual issue. We are spiritual beings, and I think the consequences of sin, I really think that's what's going on. I think, you know, whenever you disobey God, you're sexually immoral, you sleep around a lot, that has spiritual ramifications upon your life, and those spiritual ramifications have biological ramifications. So you get these chemical imbalances in your brain, you get depression, you get bipolar because of the spiritual state that you're in. That's what I believe. But Christ can renew your mind. He can fix that.
Amen.
If you simply bow the knee to him. You know, I'm not saying it's going to happen instantly. It's called sanctification. It's growing in Christ, growing to be more like him. You know, it's a process, but you know, when Jesus said, he used the language of being born again, that's truly what happens. You're a new creation. Old things pass away and all things become new. It's happened to me. I believe he can testify the same thing. It's happened to him. You know, I don't think the same way that I used to. I don't desire the same things that I used to desire. And it's because Christ lives in me.
I also personally don't struggle with the same things that I used to struggle with
100%.
before I knew Jesus.
So can you share an
Wait,
example?
hold on one
I'm
second.
sorry,
Hold
I'm
on one
sorry.
second.
Yeah.
Question for you. Do you think that the trauma that you experienced as a girl with your dad and stuff might have contributed to developing BPD?
Oh yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so to go back to your question, how we can fix this. Jesus Christ, societal return to Jesus Christ, and fixing the broken families, which comes down to men fixing themselves, women fixing themselves, pursuing Jesus, having awesome families where men actually love their daughters
And actually protect them.
and actually protect them. That's my opinion on how we
Amen.
fix this.
Because I
And
think
who-
that's
who
what it
sinned?
starts from.
What'd you say?
Who sinned, respectively?
Who sinned?
Because
Her father
Yes.
did not fulfill what he needed to do as a father.
Correct. So how does she respond to that? Because she needs empathy and compassion and love.
No, turn to
to-
Christ.
through
To
through
fix
Jesus
that.
Christ.
And I'm talking about God's love.
Yeah, amen.
Because the ladies in our home, many of them have different issues, and I've had my own personally. And the love that was given to me by different people in my life, and of course the love centered on God and Jesus, has completely changed my life and my thinking.
Amen.
And when I start spiraling, because I understand what you ladies are saying, I totally get it. That's actually me.
Yvonne Jackson donated $200. One common trait I've seen between most sex workers is they have trauma. Fellas, stay in your daughters' lives.
Amen.
What's up,
Absolutely.
Davon? Good to see
if
you
you
in
look
chat.
statistically, it's an extremely high number of trauma based in the industry that we're in. 100%.
But
Fathers
Disagree with
keep
that.
their
ladies aren't-
daughters off the stripper pole and their sons out of prison. Go ahead.
By loving their children. That's how.
Yeah, because I did write a subject about like does like this childhood trauma affect like the way we become as an adult, you know, and
1000%.
and it is like the fault, like it's a bunch of like, it is mostly a lot is like, cases that I did was the father wasn't present, and it was just the kid was not in the right environment, and in not being in the right environment chose them to like either be in jail or like just become like a stripper, you know.
It has a massive impact on people.
Yeah.
You know, the way a person does or doesn't receive love from their parent when they're a kid has a massive impact on their internalization of self-worth, whether or not they feel lovable, self-image. It's the reason why so many women who have been abused as children end up in these industries. There's no question about it. I can speak personally to it. Like, we live in a society of people with daddy issues. Everybody's got daddy issues. A lot of people also have mommy issues. I am someone who had somewhat still struggles with daddy issues. Like my biological father has like completely ignored my existence for my entire life. And like for a long time, to continue this thread of how Jesus heals these things, for a long time, I internalized that as like, I am not worthy of love. Like, I am a human being who is not worthy of love from the Father. And to continue the thread with what we've been saying about God, like the way we heal those wounds as people, you know, what Andrew was saying with respect to healing your wounds, your bipolar disorder, so on and so forth. Like my healing that I did in relation to my dad, it was through finding the love of my Heavenly Father, you know, like knowing that my Father in heaven actually loves me unconditionally. Even though my biological father doesn't, like that was huge for me. And diving into that and understanding that like healed everything for me, you know?
Self-esteem comes from doing esteemable things, and women can do esteemable things in and outside of the industry.
I would disagree with that. I don't think there's anything esteemable about prostitution, to be honest with you. It's just the way God regards it. It's an abomination to him. But
that doesn't mean you can't be an esteemable person, though, if you repent of it.
Yeah, if you repent, the call goes out to everybody. The prostitutes, the whores, you know, the people. Christ did not come for good people. Baby. There's nobody good. He came for the jacked up people. That's you and me. So let me just share a couple verses with you. It's Romans 12:1 and 2. Paul's writing to the church at Rome, and he says, I urge you, brethren, by the mercies of God, to present your bodies as a living sacrifice, holy and acceptable to God, for this is your spiritual worship. And he says, do not be conformed to this world. That's everything we're talking about, right? All the problems, the lust of the eyes, the lust of the flesh, the pride of life. Do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind, that by testing you may be able to discern what is the will of God.
Mic drop.
It's beautiful for you to believe. Beautiful for you to believe.
Thank you.
Not everybody subscribes to that teaching, that Bible, that book.
Didn't
people
you say
people operate outside of that book, and they operate absolutely
and they're
beautifully.
wrong.
No, they're not wrong. You're wrong for saying that other people are wrong.
Wait, hold on.
You're judging other people. Why are you judging other people?
Hold on.
That's self-righteous and pompous and bigotry.
Let me
I thought only
mediate
God
here.
could judge too.
One second. Let me mediate here. You said earlier in the conversation you love Jesus, correct?
I do.
Yeah. Jesus said, "If you love me, you will keep my commands."
I love all people.
But hold on. You said you love Jesus.
I don't judge people.
Hold on, though.
I love what Jesus stands for.
Okay, what Jesus stands for is telling people to turn away from sin, though.
Well, then I'm incorrect.
You can
no, I thought what Jesus
while loving them.
I thought what Jesus stood for is that you're all going to sin.
Yes.
You're going to sin. You're going to make mistakes, and I'm coming here to shed, like, isn't it that he comes here to shed his blood because we're all sinners, so he makes the great sacrifice for us. And that doesn't mean that you get to sit here and be like, oh, well, he did that, so now I'm just going to be a piece of shit. But he's like, no, you're going to keep sinning in one way or another, even if it's like a little one or a big one, probably until the day you die. And that's why I came here for you. I thought that was his...
Yes, he did. Hold on. He did give his life. He shed his blood on the cross to pay for our sins so that, it says in the Bible that the wages of sin are death, right? Everybody who sins, they deserve technically to go to hell in God's eyes. Christ gave his life so that he could pay the sacrifice for our sins, and if we believe in him and repent of our sins and have faith in his resurrection, then we can go to heaven. But to continue willingly sinning, to choose to sin, it's a rejection of his sacrifice. The way I look at it, it kind of like spits in his face almost.
That is totally understandable. My only concern is, like, with the utmost respect to you both, is like, who are you to make that judgment if somebody's, you know what I mean?
I'm not worthy of judging anybody. I'm not
when
worthy
you
of
guys say,
judging
like,
anyone.
well, you're doing it wrong, But like, how do you know?
Can't on an individual level, can't you say, well, maybe this isn't good for you, maybe this isn't good for society?
On which aspect? I'm sorry.
Well,
when she said, so she had said something like, not everyone subscribes to the book, right? We were talking about just like subscribes to the exact religion.
Okay.
And he said, well, then they're doing it wrong. It's like, what if that person just has like a higher power? They believe in God, but maybe they don't quite understand like the Bible. Who are we to say that they're doing it wrong? Maybe they're right on God's path.
Well, there's probably secular arguments that you can make against prostitution.
For example,
too.
I'm not an evangelist,
So-
and I don't have those same beliefs as you do,
okay.
and I'm never going to win.
Chase,
So to
I'm never
quick
gonna
final
win.
thought. and then-
to answer your question,
I'm never gonna
who are
win
we
this
to judge?
argument.
Hold on one second. To answer your question, who are we to judge? Andrew and I are not qualified to judge. Like, I will be the first to admit I'm not qualified to judge another person because I'm not God. I don't know. Like, I'm grateful to have heard your guys' life stories because it makes sense why you've gone down the path that you've gone down. Like, I can't judge that because I didn't go through it. Our only job is not to judge, but to share what the Word of God says, because the Word of God leads people to heaven. I want you guys to have heaven.
Okay,
You know what I mean?
so you're not saying like, oh, what you're thinking is wrong. Like, you're just sharing that, like, that's how it resonates with you.
No, what I'm saying is within God's eyes, it's
I'll
wrong.
stop, sorry.
It's wrong within God's eyes.
Just
That's
curious.
what we're saying.
Okay, I'm going to say, can I say one thing?
Go ahead.
There's a fine line with this, because if you guys remember in Matthew 21:31, Jesus told the Pharisee and tax collectors,
Bro,
and
what?
prostitutes
Okay.
would enter heaven
Nope.
before.
We're moving on.
So I'm just saying, we can't judge people too. We have to bring
Into
it
the
in
mic,
right
please.
context.
We can't hear you.
The
We
right
can't hear
way.
you. You gotta speak into the mic. If you are gonna speak, you gotta speak into the mic.
We can't judge people. We have to bring what we believe
We can't judge people
in the right way.
Are we allowed to
We
judge?
are
Judgment
called
is inescapable.
Yeah, we are
I'm
called to
talking
judge
about
with
the
righteous
way,
judgment, though.
yeah, the way that you spoke to Amy, and
I think they were
you
pretty
can you
polite,
can tell
to be
that.
honest.
Well, because listen, did you hear her background?
Yes, but
Stop for a
I'm not
second.
making
This
excuses
is
for
a-
myself.
I'm gonna get really upset
is-
right now
this is
because
a perf-
listen, you guys do not know how to speak to someone that's been in the sex industry. With all due respect, you don't understand what these ladies
Man,
have
we've
been
offered you
through.
Christ. We've offered you
And
the solution to this.
when you understand what that looks like to a woman, what love looks like, since they've been so hurt and so bashed by men in their lives, she's not going to receive it. Do you see that she's receiving what you're saying?
It's not up to me.
I'm getting upset because you don't understand her.
No, I don't. I never
God
claimed
sees
to.
her heart. She does love Jesus for what she knows.
that may be true.
Let her
That may be true.
figure it out. Don't
That's-
bash her with the
We're
Bible.
trying to
Not
help
I
forcing
her.
think
her to
there's a
believe it.
miscommunication, but I totally
I think they've been pretty
understand
polite.
like,
I
where
mean,
those feelings are coming from.
And it's not just about you guys here, it's for this platform. Think about it. They have a platform with like thousands of people watching right now. So it's
Exactly.
not just for you guys, but the influence and what that they want to impart on the people who are here. It's not just about like, I understand what you're saying. I do agree that they've actually been pretty empathetic towards the whole situation, but I can totally also see how it's very triggering and why that would cause a lot of intense emotions to come up. But it's not just about you guys, it's for the platform as well.
I encourage you to keep doing what you're doing, because hopefully your word will make men stronger and make them stand up and be the men that women need them to be, and that will allow women to be submissive and to want to follow. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah.
so I am in completely encouragement of what you're spreading. And I agree. I think you've been very respectful.
And I just want to say thank you too so much, seriously, for sharing your story. It's really crazy to think of everything that you've been through, the fact you're still sitting here right now. And what I would really just hope more than anything is this goes out as some type of a message to maybe younger girls who are getting into the sex work industry.
Yes.
You have both been through so much, and you are a product of the circumstances that you've been through, and you've tried to make the most of that. And I have respect for you for that reason. But I just really hope that this can serve as an example for some of the younger girls that, like, this isn't the road that you want to ultimately go down.
I'm going to say one last thing about it, and then we can move on, because I know Brian's fed up with the religious talk. Look, Andrew and I are in no way authorized to tell anybody who's going to heaven or hell, because that's not our judgment. We can tell you what God says about that. The thing Jesus did with the woman at the well, he told her, eternal life is in me, go and sin no more. All Andrew and I are trying to do is say, eternal life is in Christ, go and sin no more. That's it. We're not qualified to judge your lives.
Well, no one's asked me a
Would you agree
single
with
thing
that?
about me falling in love.
That's good.
Okay, for the first time in my life.
Fall in love with Jesus.
Okay,
She'll
no
win
one's
on that
asked me
one,
a single
girl.
thing about that,
You
my
fall in love
dating
with him.
experience.
Fall in love with him because he's perfect and they're not. Straight up.
Ask her dating questions. She's ready, is what she's saying. She's ready for the dating.
I don't even know what the fuck is going on at this point.
You look underwhelmed.
Good times. Good times. Good times. All right.
I love everybody.
Wait,
Yeah.
I appreciate you.
Okay, I just have to ask.
You're Annie, right? Are you, Annie, someone left a chat for you too.
You did.
Yeah, okay, we'll read that one. Wait, isn't your organization called, isn't it Jesus for Hookers?
Hookers for Jesus.
Oh, excuse
And it
sorry.
means it's a fish
Jesus
hook.
for hookers.
It's a fish hook.
Hookers for Jesus.
Yeah.
I would actually like to propose, since we're talking about this, a couple other nonprofit organization names. What do you guys think about Atheists for Jesus?
That's a good one.
Is that
I like
Sweet.
that one.
Yeah.
Let's
I
do
think
it.
it'd be more like
Yeah.
Jesus for atheists.
That'd probably be
Mental
better.
health for Jesus.
I actually do
Sense.
think there's like an organization that's like they're atheist, but they like Jesus was so fucking dope that they love. No, like they like
the fairy tale of him.
They don't like have
If a sense.
a framework for believing in God, but they're like Jesus's teachings were fucking lit.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
I
no,
think-
but they're like
yeah.
this is some good shit.
Yeah.
It's common
Stoners for
sense.
Jesus
It
is
results
trying
in
to get me on their
societal flourishing.
podcast.
So
Yeah.
okay,
So you
All
do
right.
want to
I
get
think
into
you
the
just use
religious
Jesus
stuff.
and dope in the same sentence.
All right, let me do a couple chats here. Hi, Annie. God bless you. Appreciate you've been following forever. Hi, Chase. Question for the panel: what is a woman's purpose? What are some things women should build in themselves before dating? Question
You
for the
know,
panel.
I think before the men
What is
answer, I'd
your
love to
purpose?
hear the women answer it.
Can you repeat it one more time?
What is a woman's purpose?
Yep.
And what are some things women should build in themselves before dating?
Okay, so I'm working on
let's
that
start
right
with
now.
you, and then we'll go we'll try to have everyone answer. If you can be brief with your answers, go ahead.
What is a woman's purpose? Start with that.
I have no comment.
That's fine. If you just nothing comes to mind, that's fine.
Blank, I don't know.
Blanked. Okay. What
Well,
about
people
you?
can have like their own individual purpose, and then you can share a common purpose with like the greater of all women. So I don't know. It really just depends what your personal purpose is. And then me, I'm trying to just like heal, I'm trying to heal a lot of stuff. I'm going to school, so I want to get into my career and heal. And I'm doing a lot of research on dating because I haven't really dated before. So I'm trying to learn like what is dating, what's like the appropriate protocol. I'm also not sleeping with anybody and just kind of like working on myself. So that's what I'm going to be doing before I start dating.
That's good. That's good.
I think a woman's purpose is to have children, and I think to be the nurturer in the household, the relationship. If she can't have children, then be a active aunt, what have you in the family, and then to really be, I think, a good person in a relationship. I think you have to know your own boundaries and have firm boundaries and know where you stand on things, and just like she said, heal. Like you have to heal through, or have somebody that's willing to work on healing with you and get through those things together. So those are.
Annie, what about you?
I think a woman's purpose, and it has changed, by the way. I used to think a different thing, but she is a man's helpmate, and she is the queen of the household. He is the king, and they lead the kingdom together, and they both love God with all their heart.
Amen.
That's good.
Amen.
beautiful.
Amy, what would you say to the second question? What are some things women should build in themselves before dating?
What does it say? What are some things women should build?
Build.
Well,
Build in
first of
themselves.
all, I mean, there's many things, but for me personally, when I started dating Oz, I was celibate for 4 years, and it's because I was so broken in my relationships that I could not figure out how to be attractive to a man besides my sexuality. So I focused on my healing, and when my healing came, that was so attractive to my husband. It turned him on so much that I was such a strong woman that I knew who I was in Christ. He fell for me like, you can ask him yourself, like very fast, and didn't tell me. But I knew he was the one, and he knew I was the one.
That's awesome.
He loved what I was doing too. He loved that I was helping women.
Air Force Amy, what would you say a woman's purpose is?
To nurture, guide, lead, support, love, love, love.
Yeah, I like that.
I believe women should be looking at guiding and nourishing their environment and creating. And for like the second question, understand like what diligence means and how to be like due diligent to yourself and to others.
Amy?
Wait, what was the first part of the question?
What is a woman's purpose?
A woman's purpose. So I would agree with everything that everyone here has said so far. I think that when you go through things in your life, you can use that to become your purpose, like God has done with your life. And I think that's very beautiful. But generally speaking, I agree to be a wife, supporter, nurturer. If you're unable to have kids, or if that's not the path that you go down, still finding some way to be able to evoke those types of emotions in your life. And to what you would work on, for me, has been a lot of emotional intelligence and communication skills as well, has been massive. Wonderful.
Solid. As far as what a woman's purpose is, I would say first and foremost from a Christian perspective, of course, to glorify God. God created women to be helpmates to men, to be supportive to them, to partner with them, like she said, a queen to a man who is her king, obviously also mothers as well. What are some things that women should build in themselves before dating? I think something no women do, or very few women do, is they ask themselves, what would the kind of man that I want in a woman? Right? I think that's a really, really good question for women to ask themselves. And equally, I think it's a good question for men to ask themselves, what would the kind of woman that I want in a man before dating? I think very few people ask themselves that. I think what women should work on, cultivating femininity. This is something especially a lot of working women, like, that they'll be like super in their masculine. It's not super attractive to guys when they're in their masculine. Cultivating femininity, learning how to be soft, learning how to, like you guys said, be nurturing and caring. I, of course, want a woman who's very godly, who loves Jesus with her whole heart, who lives for him. Somebody who's going to be a really good homemaker. Like, those are the kind of things that I look for in a woman. And a lot of guys do as well, like a lot of guys want a woman that's going to be a good wife and be a good mother, and understanding what that entails, I think, is important for women.
Yeah.
Before dating.
I mean, women are cultivators. You bring home the dough, they turn it into bread. You buy a house, they turn it into a home.
Yes.
And there's another metaphor or picture of it. It's like the guy, the husband, the man is the one in the jungle chopping down all the forest with a machete, and the woman's coming behind him and cultivating it into a garden, right? That's the woman's job. She takes a little bit that you give her, she turns it into something beautiful.
That's awesome.
And she works best in the context of marriage.
Yes.
And submission to one man. And submission to one man is actually very liberating, because you don't have to go out into the world and submit to every man. So.
Yep, but we do need like a lot of men to think like that, because
that's what we're here for.
Yeah, and not a lot of them know that. That's why it's hard for women to actually like sit down with a guy, because mostly men don't think like that. They're all like, oh, like girls are just bitches to come and go. Like that's how every man that I've came across or just like seen or my friends talk about that's the only man that's ever brought up.
I meet a lot of guys that seem like they want to be the woman.
Yeah, like they're those
Okay.
sassy ones in the relationship, if anything.
Like,
All right, we have another chat here. Bender the Offender heard an interesting...
Wait, Brian, you never answered it.
yeah.
What's your answer, bro?
My answer, what is a woman's purpose? Gotta pump out 7 sons.
Let's go.
No,
Let's go.
yeah, okay,
All
that's
fighting
a legit,
for the
that's a valid
throne.
answer.
Yeah, let's go, dude.
No, I mean, what is a woman's purpose? 7 sons, I guess that's pretty good. I don't know.
What is a woman?
What is
A baby machine to Brian.
I'm being
And to
I'm
Chase.
guys, okay, before I get canceled, I'm being facetious here. All right, okay, we have Bender the Offender heard an interesting quote the other day. Women treat social media similarly to how men treat porn.
What?
Okay.
Interesting.
What do they mean by that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd
Well,
like
I
that
think
expounded.
because I'm trying to think how to properly
An addiction?
articulate this. So
Guys go get their
men
high from porn.
wait, okay, women treat. So I think men derive
The dopamine hits? The
think
dopamine
that's
hits
what
to
it
the
is.
brain that you get
Yeah.
from porn for men is equivalent to women when they get that attention
Likes.
currency off
Yes.
That
of
addiction
social
Yes,
media.
yes,
is
yes,
the
yes.
It
addiction.
is. It's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah.
That's fair.
because
But
I think
then-
women
Makes sense.
care more about getting attention.
But how many women in high school were asked to show a nude picture of
Jesus fuck.
themselves to
No, no,
somebody?
no, no, yeah. Okay, stop.
We can't talk
Can
about
you guys
It's gonna
stop?
it's gonna
fucking
violate the
bringing
terms of
up,
service.
Like
gonna
things
get
that are
his channel
adjacent
taken
to
down.
chill. Like,
I'm sorry, I
damn.
just think it starts a lot earlier
Fuck.
than.
That's okay. We
Cool.
just
That's
we
cool.
need
It's a
to
thing.
not talk about it on YouTube because they can ban the channel. Anyways, moving on. You want to hit? We got through both the super
Fuck.
chats.
Yeah, let me get it. We don't need to fucking pathologize everything, people. All right, Lenny. I appreciate all the red flag votes. Now I need to clip it and send it to my future wife. Would love to be on the pod, as would my brother. IG Lenny Lifts. Hey, Lenny, thank you very much. Appreciate it, man. You got a DM. I mean, would love to. If you want, you can try to shoot a DM to whatever, but yeah. Yeah, dude.
That's what we call a rejection.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, going back to my notes. Caitlin, you said, and I don't know if you kind of already went over this. You said you had a crazy ex of 3 years, broke up 10 plus times. I think that's we didn't hear
Into the
from
mic.
that.
Yes. Yeah.
So you broke up 10 plus times. So it was on again, off again. Was it mostly him breaking up with you, or you
I
breaking
broke
up
up with him every time.
You always broke up with him.
Yes.
And then who would come back to who?
He would create fake accounts on social media. He would call me from
Yikes.
his parents' phone, his
That's a
sister's
yikes.
phone, his friend's
Sounds
phone,
like he had BPD
his
too.
sister's emails, until I would like break and then like give him some sort of attention until he could manipulate and like and then I would feel like okay, like maybe he's changed, and then I was just dumb on that aspect.
You did that 10 times?
Good times.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Have you learned from it?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
What have you learned?
Well, I learned not to take guys back that cheat on me and then manipulate me, and
I
that
think the
if
first
I'm getting
time-
reached out
First time, one time.
through his sister's email, then that's not good.
Yeah,
So-
that's a.
think you get better
although,
at it
like, I
as
will
you get
say,
older.
with the girl I was dating who had BPD, this is gonna sound fucking crazy, but like when they're harassing you to that point, it's kind of like.
Are you
this
down?
Is, huh?
Are you down?
For what?
When a woman's harassing you that much?
No, not at all. But it's kind of easier to get back with them than to continue dealing with the harassment.
Yeah.
Well, they're so persistent.
Yes.
You know?
It's like it's okay. They're gonna stop. I know that sounds fucking
Sounds
crazy.
terrible.
No,
Yeah,
no,
that
no.
sounds.
Well,
It
no,
was
it
wrong.
makes sense.
Worst relationship ever.
It was
No, but
100%.
you're not wrong. You're.
Well, I mean, you need to be steadfast in no, this is over. Leave me the fuck alone.
Yeah.
But like, I do get like when they're just relentless, like you block them, because for most people, you block them. That's
It's like
that should be
that.
enough. But some people will. with my girl, she'd call from other people's numbers.
Yeah.
She'd go borrow some random dude's number from the street. Who's this? Was it? Oh,
That would
hi.
scare the shit out of me.
That's me.
Fucking,
I'd be like,
they'd
"You
come by your place and
murderer."
shit. and
Gray
it's
rock
like,
was the best word I ever learned.
What's
What
that?
was it?
Gray
Oh
rock.
no.
Gray rock.
When you learn to gray rock somebody that's like that is
Neutralize that?
like you just you do that. You're a gray rock. You literally like
You just give them nothing.
you give them nothing. You blend into the background. You feed nothing because it's difficult, and that's not just with borderline personality disorder. That's with narcissism.
Yeah.
That's with
Yeah.
so many other personality disorders. But gray. Once I realized that somebody I was with was a narcissist, I learned gray rocking because it's the love bombing, and that's part of the love bombing. They're like, we promise everything will be better.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then you're back together, and it's the honeymoon for a little while, and then you can almost like set your stopwatch to the cycle. So, but gray rocking was incredible. You just lay back, you block number. If an unknown number comes up, you send it to voicemail. You block all emails.
Yeah.
It
So why
sounds
is
easy.
there so many
your
people
best.
out there that
You
are
do.
like that though?
Huh?
Like, is that like a
a-
generational thing, like a generational issue right now? Is that a new thing that more people
Probably. I
are
mean,
kind of
I-
like that?
My guy was almost. I mean,
I think it
he's 16
probably
years older
any
than I am.
age
so.
cohort. There's people that are just relentless and
Stalker.
won't take no for an answer.
Yeah.
Let's see here. You say it's rare to have an actual genuine relationship, and I think you said that's what you want,
Yeah.
right? But I have to ask though. You got back with him 10 plus times. Be honest. Was there something exciting about the drama for you?
Oh yeah, it definitely like fed into like the because there's like so many up and downs. Like it's like the excitement is like so exciting and it's like so awesome and it's so happy, but then
It's like
it's
a soap
also
opera.
because it's
Yeah.
right next to something that's so bad, so it looks amazing.
I
You know what
think
I mean?
Women
I don't
are-
know.
so many women are addicted to the emotional roller coaster, man.
The
Well,
worst.
now I'm not. Now I don't want it.
I heard this
but-
quote, and it says, "You can do anything to a woman, but bore her."
It's real.
Don't take it. Don't take it. in
No,
that
I'm
weird
not, I'm
fucking
not.
way. Like obviously, you
I'm just
don't
saying, like for
fucking
me,
murder
if
her type shit. That's
if
not what I'm
there's
saying.
a lot
but,
of
like,
things I could think of that I just would not be interested anymore.
Of course.
I think
of course.
it's,
It's a generalization.
Yeah.
It's-
Can
Also,
I
I was
also
kind of laughing, but
I
ask,
actually
like,
think there's
when
more
you
of
had all these problems, did you ever confide in your mother for these things? Like, is that a common
my
thing
mom's
for everyone
like not a
around?
mom, so
Okay.
no.
I went to my mom when my relationship was like heading that way.
Yeah.
Was she
And she's
a MILF though?
No.
Oh, okay, never mind. Never mind.
and she told me
So I'm
that
trying
I
to
hadn't
lighten
tried
the
hard
mood a
enough.
little bit here.
She
Okay.
told you to do what, sorry?
She told me I hadn't tried hard
She's
enough,
single?
Oh.
Just kidding,
and
I'm
that
just kidding, I'm
I
just kidding, I'm
needed
just kidding.
to stick with it longer.
I think we should
Yeah.
Oh, she is?
That's
move on
hard.
past
Yeah.
the trauma dumping.
Yeah, she is.
Wait, she. Okay, no, okay. I'm cool. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Okay. Steve Casillo. Everyone reading should know that Christians will not be married in the afterlife. The holy journey is an individual one, and when you submit to a man, you do so in Christ's command. Thoughts. Christ commanded that we must follow in truth and faith. My friend, you might not have. You might just be tuning in. You might not have caught it earlier. I do want to try to keep things more dating related. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts? 10 seconds from Chase or Andrew on this, but 10 seconds.
Sometimes I think to myself, man, it would suck to not be married to the.
FDG, that was terrible timing, but thank you very much for the 50 gifts.
So I thinking about that is one of the things the Bible says, that we won't be married in heaven. And I think to myself, man, that kind of sucks, because like, what if you really, really love your spouse and then you're just like not married to them in heaven anymore? And then I think to myself, maybe he's giving us grace with that, because think about all the people that are in terrible marriages, that it would just suck to be in that marriage for eternity.
Wait, question. So when you die,
Literally forever.
Oh, till death do us part.
Till death
That's what you say when you
Can
get
you
married.
get remarried in heaven?
No.
You
No
can't.
marriage, no
There's no marriage
marriage.
in heaven.
No.
None.
It's
Can
so
you-
happy you don't need to be married.
Oh.
You just love God,
Just be
and
kicking
you
it with
just
Jesus.
have the best time ever.
Can people have?
I don't think there's sex in heaven.
There's no sex in heaven.
I don't
I
think
don't
so.
believe so.
I think there's something better.
Are
There
there
has to
waves?
be.
Are there waves? Can you surf in heaven?
I hope so, dude.
Oh.
It says that there's a river that runs through the New Jerusalem. I'm trying to catch some waves on that thing.
Let's go.
Is it chocolate?
What the fuck was this? Willy Wonka? Fucking Willy Wonka. All right. Okay.
Were you going to say something on that?
Yeah,
Quick if you can. Quick,
heaven is
quick
not
if you
going to be
can.
some just aqueous, ambiguous thing. He's making all things new. It's going to be new heavens and new earth. So
it's going to be lit.
Word.
Hope to see everybody
Let's
there.
see here. Okay, we had some notes here. Sorry guys, I'm just getting caught up on my things. Alina. Wait, who's Alina?
Me.
Oh, okay.
It's Trendalina.
Trendalina, okay. So you mentioned in your pre-show thing, why are men today so afraid to commit?
Yes.
And I want to open this up to the panel. Do you, maybe just show of hands, do you think men struggle with commitment?
Yeah.
Show of hands.
Literally
maybe just yes,
all
yes, yes.
of the women saying yes.
Do you think women
fascinating.
struggle with
You don't
commitment
think
too,
they
or
struggle
not
with
so
it?
much?
Yes.
Not so much.
I don't struggle. I know. Look, it's like this. I got a lot of male friends. Women oftentimes look to men hoping that they will want to commit. I know a lot of dudes that are like, yeah, like I'm down to hang out with her and have sex with her, but like I don't really want anything more than that. But women see that and they're just like really hoping that that man is going to want to love them and hold on to them forever. A lot of dudes just like want to use women, you know?
Okay. They want to change
Really
it.
sad.
Women have that eternal hope of changing and being that
I
one.
can fix him.
I can fix him. I can be the one that makes him commit.
That's what
That's
a,
the
that's
worst
what a woman's
situation you could
heart
be in.
that's what a woman's heart like truly desires is to be the one that like makes him want her forever.
Yep.
You know? But like a lot of like what women oftentimes don't understand about men is like a lot of dudes like they'll find you attractive, they'll want to sleep with you for a bit, keep you around as long as it's a fun time, but they don't really want anything more than that.
Right.
You know? And it's important for women to guard their hearts from that. Women get very hurt by
That's
guys
what
like
I do.
that.
What I do.
What'd you say?
That's what I do. What I do. What I tell them, like I don't want.
Like I'm just trying to smoke, nothing more. Yeah.
And I think generally speaking, like even like there are high quality men out there for sure who would be down for commitment, but I think that a big problem that a lot of men have is when they look at the dating climate, like, you know, hypergamy is prevalent now more than ever. Promiscuity is more prevalent now more than ever. So I feel like for guys, sometimes they just really want to get to know a girl that it's the right person before they dive into that commitment. Also a product of the times.
I do want to ask, so who here's been, I mean, I think well, maybe not Air Force Amy, who here's been in a long-term relationship? I think probably everybody, right? Sorry, I didn't mean to throw you under the bus there, Amy.
Well, I get paid to stay as well as I get paid to go away. Okay.
That is one of the benefits, I guess, of someone who procures your services. So not just when it comes to long-term relationships, but of all the times where you've had to end things with a guy or say, I don't want to see you anymore. So that could be from the first date all the way to you've been married for 20 years. Or you've been in a relationship for 3 months, 6 months, a year. More often than not, are you the one ending things or is the guy the one ending things? All the way from first date, hey, had a good time, I don't think it was a good fit, all the way to, babe, been together for 2 years, breaking up.
Yeah, usually when I go on a date, that's when I hang out with you or when I go on a date with you, that's when like I decide after the date if I want to continue talking to you, or I usually just block them. Like when I'm not feeling
Straight
them,
goes.
like straight just block them. Like I don't even, like, cause I don't want to like just tell them like.
Rain down on a
Wait.
firestorm upon you.
You're telling me you will not reject the guys vocally? If you don't like them, you'll just block them and like they will.
Yeah, like I don't even want to tell them like.
Damn. How many guys have you done this to?
Mostly every guy that I don't find like I don't want to talk to anymore.
So that's pretty brutal. I got that. Shit hurts.
Oh, it's just like.
Have you considered just telling them, hey, like, thanks for the date. Honestly, I'm not interested.
Like when they're really like, I've only had to do that like twice because they were like really sweet, or they were my friends, you know, like we were trying to like get.
Can't block your friends.
Yeah, you know.
But like a dude who from the jump, he was romantically interested, maybe you hung out once, but you just weren't feeling it. That's the dude you're going to block.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you just said you're not going to block your
How
friend.
many guys that you've smoked with have you blocked?
She's hit up every drug
yeah,
addict
but
and
every.
listen.
How many dudes do you think you've blocked?
Have you seen my block list?
Yeah, wait, let's see it.
Pull up that block list while she's answering. Caitlin, do you want to answer his question?
Wait, what was the question again?
Okay.
You want to rephrase it?
Okay, so
It's kind of complicated.
yeah, because it's multifaceted. So, of all the times that you've had to say, I don't want to see you anymore, or initiate a breakup, obviously you're not breaking up with somebody who you've gone on one date with, but of all the times you've been the one to say no when it comes to either just first date, hey, I had a good time, but I don't think, I don't know, what's a common thing what girls will say on the first date if they're not feeling the guy?
I just wanna
I
be
don't think it was a
friends.
good,
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck, whatever.
I just want to be friends.
I'm not
Sure.
feeling it. Something like that.
How often are you the one to turn the guys down?
All the way to you've also long-term relationship, ending the long-term relationship.
I mean, I've ended every long-term or every time me and my ex would break up. That was me.
Sure. What about other situationships,
like,
flings?
I think I've pretty much been the one to end it. I'm trying to
100%.
think. Yeah, I'm trying to think of a time.
There's never been a guy who's like, I don't want to keep seeing you. I don't want to.
Like, not really. Not that I can think
sure.
of.
No, that's fine. Do you have your block list?
Yeah, but.
How many dudes are on it?
It's not. My service is not.
Okay, I mean, it doesn't.
But I bet
What-
it's like more than like 100.
Damn.
More than 100?
But that's just like girls I don't like, or just people like I just like. You have
Speaking
no
to the mic.
use.
Yeah, scoot into the table a little more if
I'll
you
be
can.
like, I block like just girls or just like
okay,
you know like
alright.
hate, but mostly.
But
just
okay,
guys.
more often
Yeah.
than not, are you saying, hey, no?
Yeah.
First
happens a
date all the
lot.
way to long-term relationship?
Mhm.
Okay, what about you?
I don't even know. I think a lot of the times it's probably me.
Ending the relationship
Yeah.
or end for
Ending
second, third date?
Ending relationships, just breaking up
Okay.
in general.
I would say I'm either ending it or I make them like just not want to be.
Yeah.
Like I make them just crazy enough where they
end
don't
it.
want
They're
to
like,
come
"I'm
around
outta
anymore.
here."
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
I gladly ended many relationships before I met Oz. It was fun actually because
Okay.
I got them back because they were rude.
And the other component of this question is also not just relationships, but also, let's say you go on a first date with a guy, he asks for a second, maybe you got two dates, 3 dates. More often than not, are you the one also in that instance saying, hey, I had a nice time, but not interested?
Yes.
For you
I'm
too?
saying no before even going on to the date. I'm just saying I'm not going on a date.
Sure. Same with you.
Oh, we got a little further than the first couple dates, and these men were both telling me that they were supposed to marry me. That they said God told them
Okay.
that I was supposed to marry them, and I said I'm not hearing that
Sure.
for me.
Air Force Amy. Air Force Amy. What about you?
The one relationship I had, I ended, but like on a daily, I deal with rejection daily.
You
Like
get
with
rejected.
emails and lineups, like daily, all the day long.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree with the girls. I end it, or I would just kind of fade out if I didn't know how to like end it.
So both for long-term relationships.
Well, I like this. The one I'm in now is my second long-term relationship, and like
Yeah.
I would never end it. It's in my mind. So like casually dating, then yeah, just like at the end of the date, it's like we're not vibing. Are you
Sure.
okay with that?
Okay. Amy, what about you?
I've been in like 4 or 5 long-term relationships. I'd say it's about 50-50.
50-50.
Yeah.
Okay. So the reason I'm asking this is because you said that, Trendalina, you said, why are men today so afraid to commit? Well, once we do commit, given all the answers you've provided, women overwhelmingly end relationships and initiate divorce. So for a cohort of people who seem so adamant about commitment, you sure like to end said commitments at very disproportionate rates.
Damn.
And men get absolutely destroyed in divorce, alimony, court costs, lawyers' fees. So,
It begs the question, why should men commit if you guys are the ones ending everything?
why are men today so afraid to commit? Maybe because women disproportionately end relationships and initiate divorces.
I think most of the time women are gonna like end, and like when I've ended things, it's because it doesn't look like it's going to go anywhere. So like, I
or
don't get your
infidelity.
point.
Or they're
So
Yeah.
if they kept it
Like,
if they kept it monogamous, then you can have that conversation and move
I
on.
think if there was infidelity, that is a perfectly justifiable reason to end a marriage or a divorce. However, it's not clear to me if all the instances for all the girls here at the table, when y'all didn't want to pursue something or you ended a relationship, I can't imagine in all instances it was due to infidelity or some sort of abuse.
No,
You
mainly just
maybe
like
bored.
respect
Or
as
not the
well.
vibe,
So
yeah.
Respect.
yeah, like why would I go on a few more dates with someone, have them invest in me if I can feel already it's not worth it?
Well, that's
To be
fine.
fair, the panel did raise their hands for both men and women are afraid to commit. If in fairness, but I think in
What?
general,
It seemed more.
I think
More so
women
men
do
do
want
felt
to
like-
commit
we
more.
agreed with it?
wait, what?
No, it was kind of.
You
it's
lost
not-
me. Never mind.
It was
I'm
not
lost, I'm sorry.
really related, but
I do think women do want to commit more.
no,
I want to
let
make
me
a-
just make one point.
Yeah.
You want to get the commitment. When you get the commitment,
You break it.
all of a sudden, I'm kind of bored.
I don't know. I don't know people
Look,
like that.
you want
I'm
the
gonna be
commitment.
honest with you. I
When you
don't know
get the
anyone like
commitment,
that.
women overwhelmingly initiate divorce. They overwhelmingly end relationships. All of you we went around the table. Y'all said, I would end it. I would end the relationship. Maybe sometimes, hey, the guy was a jerk. Maybe he was cheating on you. But maybe there were times when a better option came along. Hypergamy.
Has that happened for
Yeah, I
anyone?
got a
don't
point.
think that's
I
what
got-
anyone
Has
said,
anyone
but-
ended someone like?
All right.
All right.
That
I
happens.
got
So
a point to
I'll
make
own
to you
it.
guys.
Sure.
There's this question that's been floating around the table. Why are so many men afraid to commit? One of the answers that I have to that is because many women are willing to give up sex without commitment. Most young women today are willing to have sex with men without any commitment involved whatsoever. And so if you give a man sex, which is what he wants, without any sort of a commitment, that subconsciously signals to those men, you can have the thing that you want from me without any commitment to me, right? That's a problem. You guys put yourselves in a disadvantaged situation by giving that up. Keep that in mind.
Okay, but if guys do want to do that, then they're like, I'll take the girl, she's willing to give it to me anyways, then they're willing to also take whatever like disease or anything like that. So like they're being just as dumb, don't you think?
Yeah, there's a lot of dumb dudes out there, for sure.
Yeah, but they can't bear children, right? They're not risking having a baby inside of them. So
Isn't that like
feminism
birth
is
control?
great for promiscuous men. They love it, you know.
Feminism has made business boom for promiscuous men.
But ultimately, when women are promiscuous, they're devaluing themselves. You're saying, my body is not valuable. It's for everybody to see. Whenever you dress promiscuously, or if you sell your body online, you're saying my body is a cheap commodity that you can get for free or for just a few bucks.
According to you.
No, it's
She's like, I am
I know.
expensive.
According to you.
I mean, the thing is, though, is like it's basic supply and demand. If there's scarcity of something, if you won't give your body up to any man unless he's the right one, like that's a very rare and valuable commodity. If a woman will give it up to anybody who wants it, it's like a Ferrari, right? Not everybody can buy a Ferrari. They're very expensive. They're very valuable as a result. Anybody can buy a bicycle, right? It's much less valuable. If
Wait, Chase,
anybody,
sorry, can I come in? Annie, excuse me, can you not be texting during the podcast,
it was about the
please?
flight. We just changed the
Okay,
flight.
all right.
Sorry.
Does that make sense though? Like it's not an indictment of like you as a person, but you, like women who are willing to give men sex without any commitment from them, like they're decreasing the value of that.
But I do want a commitment of financial. I want a financial commitment, and not everybody can get laid. There's supply and demand.
Yeah.
Stop
thoughts
the
on
cap.
that?
Shit, sorry, I didn't mean to
Any thoughts on that, Andrew?
So
Here we go.
what was that? So that you need cash? I didn't
There's
even
a
understand your
financial
argument.
commitment.
She's saying it's
Some
not
people
free.
can't
You
get
got to pay
laid.
for it. Yeah.
Well, yeah, you have to pay. Even in marriage, there's an exchange of money there. But it actually costs the man way more to marry a woman than to just hook up with a woman on the side, right?
It costs a lot more to get divorced too.
Yeah, so if you're a woman and you save yourself for marriage and you don't dress promiscuously, you don't sell your pictures online, you're treating your body as a high value commodity.
Yes.
And
men will
costs
treat
a
it
lot
that
more
way.
for a man.
What's the value of something? The value is what someone's willing to pay for it. What are you willing to pay for this cup? That's the value.
Yeah, the value, you can also assign that. This is the thing, you can also assign that value. As a woman, you can tell yourself and other men, I will not give you my body without a firm commitment, right? A woman who refuses to have sex with men outside of marriage, sex with her is going to be very valuable. But if a woman is just willing to sleep with any guy who will give her attention, her sex is much less valuable than the woman who won't give it to a guy without commitment, right? So it goes back to the central question. Why are so many men afraid to commit? Because not you guys, but just generally, well, some of you guys, but generally speaking, most young women nowadays are willing to have sex with men without any sort of a commitment involved. And so you're giving the guy the thing that he wants without you getting the thing in return that you want.
But don't you feel like you're undermining men a little bit, like, because you're kind of making it out that men look at women as a commodity?
Say that again? I'm sorry?
Don't you feel like you might be undermining men a little bit? Like saying you're giving it what they want, men just want sex, like...
That comes to their primal carnal nature. Like, that is very natural within men.
So
and
they
yes,
get a
we're
pass?
able to...
No, they don't get a pass. It's still wrong. It's wrong for men to... It's wrong for men to run through
But women are the gatekeepers of sex at the end of
Exactly.
the day.
Hold on. See, this is...
Just one second.
I was about to make a great point.
Just hold it. One second.
Glad to see you back, base Chase. You need to become a co-host. We need you. Accept Brian's offer. Women on the panel, what do you bring to a relationship and what do you think men want from you? W Chase and #Christ is king in the chat.
Let's go.
Thank you. We'll pull this back up. Chase had the point. We'll come back to it.
Yeah, you just delivered a great point, which is that women are the gatekeepers of sex. Mm-hmm. You guys choose who you will have sex with. You choose what men get sex. Men are the gatekeepers of commitment. So you guys get to choose who you're going to have sex with. We choose who gets commitment. Mm-hmm. And if you don't give men sex, you're not going to have to worry about dudes who won't commit. You're going to filter them out. Mm-hmm. But the guy, if you're giving men to sex outside of marriage or a committed relationship, all of the guys that aren't interested in committed, they're going to take advantage of that. Mm-hmm. Does that make sense?
And value isn't just in monetary terms either, like to what you were saying as well. Like when we're talking about being a high value woman, being a high value man, what's worth having doesn't come easy most of the time. And that's just a fact with all things in life. Like the sky is blue, my hair is brown, I didn't make it so. It's just how the world works.
Yes, the most valuable things are very difficult to attain. Mm-hmm. If sex with a woman is very difficult to attain, that is going to make the right kind of man really want to get it by doing the things he needs to do. Right? Christian women, if they're reserving sex for marriage, they're going to weed out all of the guys that don't want to commit to them, that just want to use them. They're only going to get the guys that really want them as a person.
Good.
You know?
That's good.
I had a ring on that said True Love Waits, and when I had my first date with Oz, I put it in his face and I said, you see this ring? You ain't getting nothing from me until I see a ring.
There you go. This is like
that's how you get a good man.
It turned him on.
I have so much empathy for this problem that women have, like wondering where are all the real men and the men who want to commit. Like it's so many women struggle to find guys who actually want to commit to them. But the thing is, like, I wish all young women today understood this, because so many women get heartbroken over and over by guys that just want to take advantage of them. It's like, if you as a woman made the commitment to yourself, I'm not going to have sex until marriage, you're going to filter out every single guy that isn't right for you, every single guy who doesn't truly love you for who you are and want to keep you for the rest of your life. Every guy who doesn't fit that bill, he's gone. But the one who really, really loves you and wants to keep you for the rest of your life, that's the one who's going to stick around.
I just got to come in as a sinner here. I'll commit to a woman, and we could have sex before marriage. I'm just saying.
I was wondering.
A
lot of guys will. A lot of guys will.
All those rotten guys, they can come see me, okay?
I have a slight issue with what Chase just said, only because I was married under the guise of God, right? Mm-hmm. And we lived a Christian lifestyle, and it was still the wrong person.
Yeah, it does
So
happen.
it does like,
happen.
I think to throw it out there as a generalization, I think is insincere, because there are still the situations out there that we were in a committed relationship. For sexual reasons, I had other instances that had led to him not being my first, but not. You're catching what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But he was, by all intents and purposes, my only, and for a very, very, very long time. So I think that you saying that the right man will come to you when you abandon all those other things, I think can still be. I think it's a great message.
It's a fair point. I see what you're saying.
It's still a little bit of fairy tale.
I see. I wouldn't say it's fairy tale. I see what you're saying. What I would just say is it's not going to make you find the perfect guy, but it's definitely going to filter out all of the wrong guys, in my opinion.
You still need Christ, right? If you have Christ at the center of your relationship, it's not going to fall apart. If both of you are in.
Well, we did, and
God.
even
clearly he didn't though.
He
That's the
didn't,
thing.
Right.
and even his family, like, they've ousted me still to this day, not because of what I do, but because I divorced their son, regardless of his actions.
They know he cheated on you with 12 women. Yeah.
And they
That sucks.
they were the front pew of the church every Sunday. They're the ones, cooking for every potluck, taking it. So I just I just still find fault in it, and I think
I'm not saying it's a
be-
perfect solution. I'm just saying most women give sex away too easily to men who
I
have
agree.
no interest in committing at all in the first place.
Wait, quick question. In Christianity, if there's infidelity, is that
That's grounds for divorce,
grounds for
according
divorce?
to Jesus.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got it. Thank you.
Got it. Okay, we have, let me see here, the one that came up before. I'll get that really quick. The question for the panel is, women on the panel, what do you bring to a relationship, and what do you think men want from you? That's good. All right, we'll start with you. We'll go around. Go ahead.
I feel like we should start from the other side this time.
You think?
Yeah.
You sure?
Nice
Yeah,
freestyle.
they have to wait like an hour until it gets to them.
Okay, sure. We'll go around. We'll try to go around quick.
I think just like honor and respect is a huge one. I think very oftentimes it's also what not to do as well. I've spoken about this extensively. I think that women are very quick to disrespect their man, whether that is personally or publicly, disparaging him in any type of way. I think honor and respect is the number one thing for me.
That's what you bring to a relationship?
Yeah, that's what I bring.
And you think that's what men want
Yeah.
in a relationship?
Yeah.
Okay.
I couldn't agree with you more because we're long distance. We're always talking and like listening to each other. So he tells me like I make him feel respected. He feels like supported and like not judged. So that's what I bring to a relationship.
If I had a relationship and it was monogamous, it would be it would be fun. I'll tell you what, it would be exciting, and I'm very, very affectionate and very committal and loyal, and
Would you stop doing the kind of work you're doing if you're in a relationship?
if I found the guy,
The guy?
oh yeah,
Okay.
100%, yeah. I'm
Her
very-
DMs are open, right? Your DMs are open. Can we get Amy a date?
Hit her up.
That's the
get
problem, and that's
her
why I'm on
a
the show,
boyfriend.
is because I don't know how to date. How would I go on a date with somebody and delineate between an out date where someone spends money?
If he
to
whips
go-
out his wallet, it ain't a date, you know what I'm saying? No, like if he pays for the dinner, it's like, that's fine, but
But then I go through the bunny ranch, and it's like I get paid, and then I can't see the guy outside again without paying them. So I'm like totally just like
wait,
screwed.
you're paying for the dates?
No, if I
Or
go,
you
if
paid-
if someone pays me, and then it has to go through the bunny ranch, and then if they ever see me again, it still has to go through the bunny ranch.
So you're not meeting
Oh.
anyone outside of the bunny
I don't
ranch?
meet
Okay.
anyone outside the bunny ranch.
I'm going to give you a 30-second breakdown on how to get you a man. I don't know if it's going to be the ideal man, but we're going to get you a man. Okay. I need you on Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, Farmers Only, and Christian Mingle.
Farmers only.
Here's the whole
Okay.
problem. That's why I'm on
Okay,
here.
maybe not
Here's
Christian
the whole-
Mingle.
No, here's the
I
whole
take that
problem.
one back.
That's why I'm on here, is because
Are you on
I'm
Tinder, though?
No, I'm on some very expensive dating apps,
Oh.
and guys that I'm
Dating
very
apps. You don't need that shit.
no,
You
I'm
don't
very
need that shit.
interested in.
You don't need that
but
shit.
You don't.
Once I have to,
Oh, like
once
a matchmaker? You got a
yeah,
matchmaker?
once
that's just
I'm interested in
bogus.
somebody, then
see that being good.
I would
That's just
have to
bogus.
say what I do, and then once they find out who I am, and my real name is totally interchangeable with Air Force Amy, so there's no way I can hide who I am, and then it's going to be like you
Yeah.
guys like bash prostitutes, and they're about the same level as drug dealers, so it'd be like, oh yeah, so I could just go
Speaking
ahead,
of which,
so I
would you
could just
guys
go
rather-
ahead. So I can just go
sorry,
ahead and
sorry,
have
sorry,
sex
sorry,
with
my
her
bad.
because she's already a prostitute, and it would just be okay. So who cares? So
I
how
think
could
you're
ever
gonna find someone,
So
Amy.
how could I ever
My
find
I'm
instinct
gonna
someone?
give
say
you
you're
some
gonna
game.
find-
Let
How could I
DD,
ever-
I'm gonna
no,
give you some
serious,
game.
I'm
Air Force Amy,
serious.
I got you.
Dating
No,
Air
I'm
Force
serious.
no.
How could
Air Force
anyone
Amy,
ever
I
be
got you.
serious? How
I
could
got
I ever
you. I
find
am
a
your new
serious
matchmaker
commitment?
now.
What's up with your dad, Brian?
No, how could I find anyone that's ever serious?
My dad's still married. My dad's
Because
still
they
married.
could be like, oh, that's Air Force Amy. I'm going to play this
I
chick
got
because she's
you.
already
Wait,
a prostitute.
Amy,
I'm
Air
just
Force
going to
Amy.
sleep with her
Air
anyhow.
Force Amy, I got you. Hold
If I
on.
knew
Let
where
me give
my
you some
dad
game.
was,
Let me
Air
put you on
Force
some game.
Amy, I'd hook him up with you.
You mentioned like sad. You mentioned the difference between like.
There's no way. And plus, you guys have all said that I've slept with way too many people. I'm
Well, that's
totally
probably true.
unmarriageable.
That is
so,
probably
I mean,
not
it's
fair.
just like a no deal. I'm just like
No,
an
we
old
never said that.
sister.
We never said
You
that.
know, so it's over, Robert.
Everyone
Forget
can
about
be
it.
redeemed in Christ. We never
Okay?
said
Yeah.
that.
Well,
Okay.
I'm definitely not marrying Matt. I mean, I'm over.
Well, never say never.
Never say
Never.
never.
Over 60 people for sure.
No, I won't marry you. I'm ashamed of that.
Come
I think
on,
his name's
man.
Andrew.
Come on.
His name's Andrew. Matt.
What if I burnt myself on the cross? Come on.
I will not do that. Do this. There you go, Brian. You got it. That's all you do.
Okay.
God damn it,
It's
I'll do it.
absolutely impossible. It's just this double-edged sword. It's never going to happen.
Okay, in the pocket.
No,
And
listen.
I would.
I
and I would
believe
be
in
like
you, Air Force
50%,
Amy.
and
I
would
believe
be,
in
and
you,
I would be
Air Force
submissive.
Amy.
would-
I believe in you.
I've
Amy,
been taking care of myself my entire life. Do you think I just don't want to hang up those shoes and be like, dude, take
Are you
care
looking
of
for
me?
a sugar
Let's do
baby,
this.
by the way?
I'm rich, dude. I don't need a sugar baby.
No, no, no.
Okay,
Like,
I don't
you're the
need that.
sugar mama.
Oh no, these guys come after me like crazy. They're the sugar babies. They're like hot and they all want me.
So why not? Why not?
There you go. Maybe you gotta get a sugar baby, son.
No, I need someone with some intelligence, dude.
Oh, intelligence?
Someone needs to take over the show.
Brian's a sugar baby.
Okay, someone's gonna
He
take over
seems
the
a
show.
little
I've been
smart.
running
Are
it
you
for
looking to
way
be a
too
sugar
long.
mama? Because I'm always on the
No, I'm
lookout
gonna
for a
be
sugar
submissive.
mama.
I want someone to help run this show. I've been
Run the
doing
show?
it for way too long.
Word. Okay,
Brian,
so,
you trying to help run the show, dog?
You know, we just need to lead.
Brian, get down on one knee.
What?
I said, Brian, get down on one knee.
I think what you gotta
the
do.
ring?
In the meantime,
Brian, and Amy, and Amy.
Come on, Brian, step up to the plate, dog.
what?
Be a man.
You should have a button that's like side-eye. The audio
Bombastic
side.
side-eye. He's like, I'm
truth. The truth will set you
Listen,
free.
Amy, we need to get you on. Would you ever date a guy? Would you date a guy who's overweight, who's obese?
Well, you know what? Ozempic. Okay, Ozempic does the trick nowadays.
Stop it right now.
Do
Ozempic.
not do Ozempic
I don't know what that
PSA.
What about like
I don't know
Ozempic
Ozempic.
face?
Is it
Like,
dangerous?
What do you think about men who read comic books?
Where are you going with this, bro?
I have no fucking idea. I don't
like
know.
Spider-Man.
Listen, Amy.
I don't, look, do you-
Air Force Amy.
look,
Air Force
I
Amy.
have been,
What
I have
rank
been a
did you
legal
achieve?
prostitute.
Well,
for
all right, hold on,
years.
hold
I
on.
mean,
Serious
I really-
point, Amy. Hold on.
Okay.
Is your Instagram tag? Did you give it to Brian?
It's in there.
they need
Yeah.
to put in applications.
All right, fellas. Amy is looking for a husband. She's looking for a man that's ready to take over the show. Slide into her DMs.
Slide into her DMs. Okay, there you
No,
have
I
it.
get that every day already.
Oh,
So it
are
has
you
to be-
responding?
You know what you got to do? You know what you got to do, Amy?
Filter.
No sex until marriage. Then you'll see who's real and who's not.
Oh.
Yup.
There you go.
Yup.
Yep.
Then
Very
what do?
simple.
I get to keep working because I like sex.
That could
It
be-
depends on what
What
the
do I
guy
do?
is looking for, because he might not be down with that.
Do you find cucks attractive?
What?
Cucks.
What?
Do you find a cuck attractive?
But spell that.
C-U-C-K.
He can't say it.
Like
Cock.
he would like to
Yeah.
watch her like bang dudes out or what?
Yeah, like sitting.
I guess.
Like her husband
He
would
sits
like
in
be
the
like a
corner
voyeur.
while you're with.
There are cucks out there.
There are
Yeah.
lots
think-
of them out there.
Maybe she
There's
needs
a lot
good
of them
cuck.
out there.
There's
There's a
a
lot of cucks.
lot
Oh, yeah, we're
I'm
of
so
them out
confused.
there.
What is
A
Really?
guy who is
Really.
down to date you and likes
A
to
guy-
watch you
Here.
get
Watch you have
A guy.
No.
That's weird.
take it.
No.
But a guy who is turned on by the fact that you're involved
No, we used to have
sexually
one
with
like
other
that.
men.
Oh my goodness, yeah. We
Oh
had
my
a husband and like.
I'm just saying,
that, yeah.
given your
we
profession,
had a closet made for them in a little hole, and he watched her work.
you might have to marry.
hella
You
funny.
might have to get with a cuck.
That's hella funny.
Oh my god,
You might have to get with a
to
cuck.
settle for that, though.
No.
She shouldn't have to settle for that.
Well,
she
I mean,
could
if you're going to continue with the
prioritize,
profession,
I reckon.
I would recommend if we're
probably get
seriously
it.
talking about marriage,
Yeah.
not settling for a cuck, because that's not going to be a man that's going to take over the
No.
show, or a man with any
No.
self-respect.
No, I think I
He's
have to
gonna
go
be
to
the
like
one
a
with
millionaire matchmaker because it's just like there's nothing
Waiting for
else
the
I
whip.
can do.
If I was you,
Wearing a
I would
thong.
stay off all the apps and then
Yeah.
prioritize. Because at the moment you said that you want someone, and then you said you want to keep
You s-
working.
all right, all right.
And then you said you
What's
don't
up
want
with
to
these
work.
apps?
Guys, ladies. All right. This is a ridiculous conversation. If we do want to talk about it seriously for a moment, here's what I
I'm
would
gonna have to
say.
retire. Period.
You said that you're rich. I'm going to take your word on that. If you are serious about this, I'm telling you, no more working for a little while. See who DMs you. No sex until marriage, because then you're not going to get any dudes that are jerking your chain. You'll know who's serious and who's not. No working for a while either, because no dude who's seriously interested in you and wants to make you his wife is going to want you banging a bunch of Johns. Okay, so if you can stick that out for like 1 or 2 years, I don't know how expensive your lifestyle is. So you got some nice jewelry, maybe hold off on buying some more. Stick out for 1 or 2 years. You might be able to find a husband.
the only other option besides that, and I'll let you come in after this, you are going to have to move to some small fucking country in Europe, change your name, change your identity, and
I don't even know if that'll work.
you're gonna. That's. I think that's it.
And I think I kind of have a plan.
Oh.
Yeah, I have
What's
a
your
real
plan? What's your plan?
I'm gonna write the book,
You're gonna write a book.
Write a book.
sell the rights.
Sell the rights.
Yeah, and just
Sounds like a song.
Yeah,
Lifetime movie.
And
You probably write a crazy autobiography.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
and I have
Lifetime
some
movie.
other things I want to produce and
So write the book,
but
sell
like
it.
to meet the guy and just like travel and write and do that is what I want to
She's
do.
gonna
Pray,
be
hey,
the
hey,
producer
Amy.
and he's gonna
Pray,
marry her.
pray for him.
Yeah, and you're sword cooker.
Pray,
Sorry.
pray for him.
Here,
Amy.
let's come
That's
back to the original question.
Okay.
What do you bring to a relationship? So, Annie, excuse me. What do you?
My princessness, and I serve my husband with my love, and I'm his helpmate. And he had brain cancer, and I researched doctors, and he submitted to me researching the neurosurgeons, so he is alive today because of what I did for him.
Wow, you
So-
are an amazing
What
wife.
about you?
Thank you. I
That
bring
is
communication, and I think that that's a huge missing link in today's societal and relationships. I think, like you had said, is as early as stating that you're in a committed relationship and you're not dating other people, all the way to continuing keeping that line of communication open is huge. I think
Okay. All right.
being able to open up.
Sure.
I bring authenticity, and I'm quite serving
Wait.
as well. Like authenticity, like I'm just myself all the time. It's not going to be like, oh, you get to know me a little bit longer, and then I'm a completely different person. Like I am who I say I am, and I'm very loyal. So
Do you
funny,
I don't know.
not to Brian, but some might.
Wait, what?
Nothing.
Not
I was
to-
saying not to Brian, but some might think I'm funny.
Well, when you think, okay, do I go here? Wait,
You
do
can.
Do you have any plastic surgery?
Yes.
Fake tits,
Yeah.
lip fillers,
Yeah.
BBL,
What?
BBL?
No, but thank you.
No, but okay.
No.
Lipo
Yes, to put into the.
into the
Yeah.
titties.
Yes.
Can you really be authentic? You know what I mean?
Okay, I see what you're saying.
You went there, right?
That's
Do you
understandable.
know what I mean?
Understandable. But I was truthful about it, so you asked me and I was like, yeah, absolutely, I did do that. And
But
so
you
that
are-
is me at this
well,
point, right?
Perhaps in your physical appearance, you're inauthentic.
In the sense of like, are you all naturally yourself? Well, yeah, I mean, I answered that. I said no. I
Gotcha.
kind of meant more authentic in personality. Like, there's no smoke and mirrors. I'll be like true, like
Like
to
you're honest
myself.
and upfront about
I'm
who you
true to
are.
myself.
Okay.
But yeah, I do like partake in some.
There's very
plastic
few women
surgery.
who are truly authentic. I mean, we all color our hair, we all wax our eyebrows. Most girls wear makeup. Like
There's degrees.
there's degrees of authenticity,
to
but
it. Well, because what I
It's all
was.
it's sophisticated.
Brian wants the armpit hair.
What the? No. Whoa. There's
Now that's
grooming,
authentic.
Want some armpit hair?
There's grooming, and then there's BBLs and like all that kind of crazy shit. What I see on dating apps, I'll see like a woman who's like, oh, I'm really about people who are real and genuine and authentic. And every single photo of them on the dating app, full face of makeup, filter, lip filler, fake tits. I'm like, bruv. You are not authentic in your physical appearance. You are, in fact, you're kind of misrepresenting your physical appearance on the dating app, and it's pretty, I think it's very inauthentic. You could, not just in your physical appearance, but the fact that you are misrepresenting, because obviously for both men and women, physical appearance is very important. Physical attractiveness is very important. I think probably most girls here would agree. I think men probably care a little bit more about physical appearance than women do.
I would say a lot more.
I think women care about it quite a lot, but I think probably men are pretty invested in it. So when you're misrepresenting on these dating apps, big old fake titties, lip fillers, makeup, face filters.
Wait, are you
And there's not one photo of you that's like, here's me without any makeup. I think that's akin to a man basically lying about his career. Oh, I'm rich. I'm a doctor. I'm an attorney.
Don't you think that like maybe like the guy would be like, I want to get on a FaceTime with you, get to know you a little bit before we go out onto a date, and then maybe they would.
Full face of makeup, and they're using good lighting and not like.
That's fair. I think something for me personally. So I've something that I struggle with, because obviously I am a content creator and I'm on like TikTok and different things like that. And so when I came into the sphere as making that kind of content, I was like struggling with like, why don't I look like all the other girls I'm seeing? And so I fell into like those things. And so it seems like it does help you make more money to do that. But then something that I was able to kind of like test out with my particular following is a lot of them wanted me to start going live. A lot of them wanted me to go live on Twitter. And I was just really honest with them. And I was like, look, I feel awkward because there's always like a filter on and things like that. And so like I'm sitting here like being vulnerable and I'm not on a filter and blah, blah, blah. And I was just really honest about it because I was like, I feel like look one this way, but now I'm representing like my true self. And people were really kind. They were like, we like you better this way. Like keep coming on Twitter. Awesome. Like, you know, so I don't know if it really is necessarily, it's kind of.
And this is exactly
does that give you
why,
any kind of like answer to some of that or more information?
I'm not sure, but this is exactly why we ought to elevate women who are just moving in their natural beauty. And don't feel like if we're elevating fucking Kim Kardashian, of course fucking a ton of young women who are impressionable are gonna be like, whoa, I don't look like that. Okay, let me go get a fucking BBL. Let me go get some fake tits. Let me go get lip filler. Let me fuck up my face. Let me go get botched. I don't think we should be, I don't know.
What are these 20-year-olds gonna look like in 20 years with all this filler? Like it's going to be insane.
Can I say
I
you
think
have
guys are a
direct
lot
light
nicer
coming
about
down
it
on
than
me,
you
so I
think.
look like really bad on this show.
What?
You look amazing, Amy.
Coming straight down on
This
this
studio
show.
has fantastic lighting. You guys look very
I'm
fun.
curious to know your thoughts on something, Brian, and
What's
you
up?
guys as well. So
What's
I
up?
have a friend. He met a girl on a dating app, and she looked incredible on the app, like amazing. She drove from Fort Lauderdale to Miami to come down and meet with him. They met up in the apartment briefly for drinks before going out on the town, and this girl looked nothing like any of her pictures. Now, I don't necessarily agree with how he handled it. What he did was he said, okay, let's go downstairs. We're going to go to the club. They walked downstairs and he said, oh, I left my phone in my apartment. He went back upstairs and texted her and he said, I'm sorry. Like, I'm just not about it. Like, and honestly, like I
think that's okay.
Be a little bit more authentic with what you're marketing.
Yeah, I think.
My man.
I mean, I think probably.
Curved.
Shout out Tim.
I think
I
he
don't-
handled that okay.
I mean, perhaps he could have done it in a more
No, I think
respectful way.
I think,
know.
yeah, you
I
could do it in
know
a
he
respectful
could.
way, but if you catfish the absolute hell out of somebody, like, and then you curve that person, it's like whatever, you know. Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
I'd be
I mean-
so mad if I got super catfished by a chick like that.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, I think
It'd be the worst.
I think I have a pretty good eyeball, like a vision for when
the girls
like
are really
it's-
filtered and.
Yeah, but I think some men are not quite as attuned to like, oh, it's the filter.
Oh no, because I couldn't tell when I first started. I was like, oh my god, why does everyone look absolutely perfect?
Yeah. So
It took me a long time to figure it out.
So
What do they think is gonna happen though when they like see the person in real life?
Well, that's what's
It's just weird.
that's what is happening with a lot of like Instagram models is they put so many filters and so many different things on, and then when people meet them in real life, they look nothing.
And I think that's really
seeing
sad.
They have like those pages that out them, and you see the ones that
Yeah.
really.
Oh,
I
the
just think it's going to be
reality,
really
yeah.
sad when you're an old lady looking
Yes.
back at those pictures with your friends, your family, those selfies of you. Like you're going to look back on them with regret for not embracing the beauty that you
The beauty
had.
that you were at
Yeah,
that point.
and
Because I know I look
It's
back
not
at
even-
like,
find me
when
on
I was
Facebook
19 and I'm
and-
like, oh, I was awful. And you look back at 19 now and
you're like,
I
wow, yeah.
dang, I wish I could look like 19 again.
Like I feel like
So,
you're depriving
yeah.
your future self
100%.
of those feelings.
And your kids and
Yes.
so many other things. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I used to face tune a lot of pictures and stuff like that, and I literally deleted, like, my Instagram has very minimal pictures on it. I deleted every single Facetune picture, every picture that was edited, and
Well, I get why women do it because, like, if it's kind of like, let's say you're a professional athlete and everybody else is on steroids and you're not, your career prospects are going to be minimized because you're not, you know, you're not doing the status quo everyone else is
100%.
doing. You're not able to be competitive with the other athletes. So I mean, it makes sense to me why women do it because almost every other woman is blasted in full face of makeup, filters, and like, and
become
it's hard.
normalized.
It's
Makeup's not enough anymore.
yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
you gotta fucking blast
Yeah,
filters,
you have
do
like
Photoshop.
straight up AI like changing the structure of women's faces.
There was
This
an
shit-
Giving them lip
there's an
filters.
AI on Instagram. She has her entire like she's not even a real person, and she has
There's a lot of pages like that.
she has like
You know what's
500,000
crazy?
followers,
Yeah.
and she's not even real.
You know what's crazy is like dudes will figure out how to make women in AI,
Yeah.
and then they'll like interact with the women.
Other dudes.
That
Yeah,
they've
they'll interact
made.
with the dudes. No, they'll
Yeah.
interact with like so like say like I was one of these guys. I like go on an AI, create a profile for some like fake AI girl. Then a bunch of dudes start following the girl, and then they'll message the guys that are following them, and be like, "Oh, hey, baby," all
The
this stuff.
ultimate catfish.
Then they will
Send me money.
make nude photos of the woman through AI, open an OnlyFans, and then guys will buy that.
Smart.
It's like it's
And the guys
it's
know that
evil,
they're
but it's like
buying
an insane
an
hustle.
AI?
No,
they don't.
What?
no idea.
And the guys know that they're buying an AI OnlyFans?
I mean,
or-
it's like usually like dumb dudes that are following these like
Oh, okay,
women.
okay.
You know,
I
like
think
if
if you look
if you
close.
really look at it, you can tell it's
Yeah.
fake.
Because she's
but, like,
imposed in Italy, and she's imposed in.
well, you can
Italy.
tell because like you'll look at the details on the body and you can tell like
hands.
that's
And nobody's
not
that
If you look at
perfect.
the hands,
Yeah.
together.
the
But the
clan hands
the
are always
the,
fucked up.
the AI girls are like unbelievably beautiful in terms of like the symmetry of their faces and
insane.
stuff. So guys
It's
will
insane,
follow it and be
son.
like, "Oh my gosh,"
We-
and then they buy their OnlyFans.
Oh my gosh.
It's a freaking crazy
Watch out,
time.
AI chicks are coming for your jobs. Okay. Yeah, but I mean, just really
AI is
quick, when it
coming
comes
for
to the
everyone's
plastic
jobs.
surgery stuff, like, my personal position is, let's say, take a girl who had an A cup or she was totally flat. I would prefer that than her with big giant fake titties, you know, or like her butt's not that big. I prefer like a flat, well, I prefer flat
Big
butt
giant fake titties.
than like BBL. Or I'd even prefer a girl with a little, if she got a little belly fat. Like when you, okay, if you bend over like this, you're gonna get a little scrunch. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
Unless your body fat percentage is really fucking low. Like if you're bending over or something, you're gonna get a little belly. So I'd prefer a little belly than a girl who has the lipo belly. You know what I'm saying?
Love that about you, but
Thin lip.
but the
Thin lip.
numbers
Give me a
don't
thin
lie.
lip over the lip filler.
Before I became an OnlyFans creator, I've only been doing OnlyFans for less than a year, but
Yeah.
I was a stripper for the last 11 years.
Word.
And when I was smaller chested, yes, I made good money, but after I got the little work done or
boobs.
whatever,
You got-
my money went up every time I did
Really?
something different. Every single time my money.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah. So I mean,
I get it, I guess, but
You're few and far in between.
Give me some fucking
Brian.
A cups over some giant fucking fake titties. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, so Brian's talking
right
about
there
the
with you.
context of dating versus being in a strip club where they're like explicitly going there to get like turned
That's
on,
true,
right?
that's
Versus
true.
a guy who's looking to date that ideal kind of girl.
That makes sense.
I mean, even like if I'm thinking
Even sexually?
Well, I'm thinking even sexually.
You're turned off by it? Like even
I-
for
I
like
would-
a one night
I-
stand or
I-
something?
Yes,
personally,
like,
Yes,
yeah.
I would prefer like a more natural, even if she got. Okay, so
Itty
the
bitty
comparison-
titty committee, like you're all about it.
I am the fucking.
He's big labia
I am
matter.
the
Yeah.
co-chair of the itty bitty titty committee, whatever the fuck it's called.
Amazing.
You'd have 3 people.
Was that?
You'd have three subscribers.
Well, you know what's crazy? If you look at Greek sculptures or ancient sculptures, right, of women, they don't have
Makes
these
sense.
giant fucking knockers. They've got like what? They got A cups or B cups. They're not like, you know what I mean.
You know
That's
what
beauty.
my
That's
problem
beauty. We also
is with
write
women who get a lot of work done. I feel like I'm getting catfished as to what my children's genetics
So
look
Yes,
true.
like.
that's a very good point.
So
You
true.
very-
You
dude,
ask
that's a
them.
very good
You
point.
ask them for
Very good
pictures
point.
of themselves.
Before they got the work done.
I mean, it's.
I mean, I can spot it from like a mile away, but like if I was with a chick and I found out she had a ton of work done, I'd be like, yo, what do
You
you?
look at
What
what
do you?
their
Well, what's a
Mothers look like.
ton?
Yeah.
I mean, women will like totally change what their faces look like, you know, and then you have no idea what the original even looked like. Like some women will get like crazy nose jobs where their nose will look totally different from what it looked like before, and it's like I want to know what that looked like before. You know, what are my kids gonna look like? You know what I'm
They
saying?
do work on the chin, on the cheeks, on the eyes, the forehead.
You're talking about Botox or like?
I don't know. I don't know. All I'm saying.
I don't know. Just a forehead lift, I guess.
And
I guess you can do a lot.
And
to
the
a
other
forehead,
thing with
actually.
plastic surgery. Look, all of you have been very lovely tonight. I know some of you have plastic surgery. I don't disdain any of you for that you have plastic surgery or whatever. I do think that women who have plastic surgery are probably more high maintenance.
True or false?
In what sense? In what sense?
Well, okay, let's speak
True or
financially,
false?
right?
Okay.
So, breast implants. Most saline and silicone breast implants are approved, or for the FDA, it's 10 to 20 years. Now, sometimes they can
Big
last longer than
names.
that. However, in your lifetime, if you have breast implants, you're probably looking at 1, 2, maybe 3 times having to have them replaced. So when I'm looking at a girl who's has a lot of work done or wants to get a lot of work done, I'm thinking, okay, I would much rather divert my financial resources to to my children in some sort of utilitarian
okay,
way
yeah.
instead of placating your insecurity.
Okay, that's totally fair. I
Her
understand.
insecurity came from her children, from having children.
Well, look, I mean,
Like a
Okay,
mommy
well,
makeover.
That's something that I can bring to a relationship. I already have all my work done.
if my wife were my Jesus, sorry guys, there's a fucking loud ass motorcycle going by. Me personally, right? If my wife had stretch marks on her belly after having given birth, I'm still gonna love her.
But it's not about you loving her, it's about her loving herself.
I mean, I would
And if
hope.
she came to you and was
I feel like people should be able
destroyed.
to love themselves without getting cosmetic work done.
I agree with you. I agree with you. Should. But
I would say inner healing before exterior surgical cutting.
I would try to guide her away from plastic surgery, not just for financial reasons, but also anytime you undergo anesthesia,
Right.
there are
There's
certain
a risk.
risks involved. I'm sure, I mean, when you go and get your wisdom teeth pulled out, they're going to say, hey, you're getting anesthesia. Here are the potential risks. I think it's probably very low, but there's always a risk of death whenever you go under anesthesia. There's other sort of complications that can arise. There's certain health consequences. So it's not just financial, it's also just the potential health risks for my partner. So
So do you want to know like how I justify it to myself?
I mean, it's,
Or does it not matter?
I don't really care, to be honest.
Okay, no, that's fair. That's fair. I was
Good
just
for you.
wondering. I was just wondering.
Well, okay, really quick. How do you justify it? It helps with your career. It helps with your business.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I was gonna say. Like, if I wasn't in this industry, I don't think I would prioritize it as much. But since I am and it makes me more money, I can use that as like a justification.
Good posture. Huh?
What?
I was telling her good posture.
I've heard women can have autoimmune reactions from.
I did.
You did?
Yes, from my first set. So I had
First set?
Yeah, this is my third.
Third?
And this is the only thing I've ever had done.
High maintenance, vindicated. No, I'm just kidding.
But that's the only thing. Like I'm very low maintenance otherwise. Very low maintenance.
What happened?
So my first set was 21 years old. I became allergic to over 50% of foods, like vegetables, spinach, bananas, blueberries.
Damn,
I
blueberries.
was allergic to a bunch of medications, so I had them taken out in 21. Then I had and then all my
2021?
Yeah,
Or-
2021. I
Okay.
had them taken out, so they were 21 years old at that point.
Oh, wow.
I had breastfed 4 children with them, and they they were still in great shape. I just I was really sick. I had them taken out. I had another set put in. I'm able to eat today everything. I can eat peanut butter and jelly. I can have bananas. I have no reactions to anything. During that time I had my first set, I had a stomach ulcer perforate. I had stomach ulcers. I had an autoimmune condition with it. I had a stomach ulcer perforate, and they removed over half of my stomach from it.
Whoa.
So, yeah,
Wait,
Holy smokes.
This is
Yeah.
pretty much, I mean, almost making my argument though. But like, what's amazing to me though, despite the serious complications that you had with your first implants, I mean, it would occur to me that the pragmatic thing to do is, okay, maybe I'm not going to get any more fake titties. You know what I mean?
No, correct. And I had that conversation with myself, and then
But the fake titties were more worth it
They-
than your health?
My second set actually, I got better, so it was
Well,
just
you didn't
that
get better
set.
because of the second set.
No,
you
no.
got better.
No, I get that. I
first
get that.
set.
I got better because I got the first set taken out. I get that. I get
The
that.
magical
Sorry, that was a
healing
mistake.
fake titties.
Yeah, I got fake
Let's
titties, so
go.
I'm all better now. No, that's not what I meant. But then
There could
I
be, oh.
I had a complication with the second set where they shifted. So I went to the doctor.
there was
What do
a
you-
complication with the second set.
What do you mean they
Oh, the third.
shifted? What does
They
that mean?
shifted. So this implant capsular
Oh my
contraction.
God. Ow.
Yes, and then shifted into my armpit.
Oh.
So when I would like flex or do anything, it would completely distort.
Like if you did a double bicep?
I would do anything like that, it would shift.
bam.
And
Did
it
that
would-
just like drive you nuts?
It did. It
Yeah.
did.
Sounds
so
uncomfortable.
Painful. It's very
and
painful
it's very
if that
painful.
happens.
So I went to the best. I did tons and tons of research. I went to the very, very best, and that's where I'm at now. I don't intend to keep them after I'm done working. So
Okay.
that's where I'm at.
What's
so
that?
Did you
I-
wait? Did you change? Did you
Revis in.
did you change the material?
Yes,
When you got the
I
second
changed
set? What was the
everything.
material in the first
So
one?
I had silicone the first time.
And then what'd you go with
and
the
then I
second
went
time?
with saline and no, other way around. I'm sorry. I started with saline and I went to the gel gummy bears because they're like a gummy bear. They feel more
what I
real
got.
and they have a less
I had an
risk
ex
of
get
rupturing and
the gummy bear.
Yeah, they're incredible.
I was gonna ask, did you say yours came from your belly fat? How does that work?
So I actually
Well,
had
let's not do a-
gummy bear implants and fat transfer
Science.
to the breasts.
Okay.
So yeah, just suck it out and just
right, because I've heard about it with the BBLs.
Inject
I
it
didn't
back
know if
in.
they did that for titties too. I
You
wasn't
can, yeah,
sure.
yeah, yeah.
Okay. Wild.
Word. What's that? Isn't there some quote or saying like what people will do for beauty, or I don't know what it is. but
pain is beauty.
Pain is beauty, I guess.
All along though, like my grandmother had ribs taken out
For
to get a, like a
In that
25 inch.
corset day?
Yeah.
yeah, that's a yikes.
Bruh.
That's
Yeah.
a
Like Dolly Parton.
Bruh.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
not,
Dolly
we're not
Parton have
First
ribs
in the
out?
family.
That's what people say.
Lady,
had to.
for the women here who don't have fake titties, have any of you considered getting some fake titties? No, Wendy? It's never crossed your mind? Okay, all right, good. Never crossed the mind. I think small titties are in, son.
All right,
wish
I think
Andrew,
they're-
if I hadn't-
Andrew, you meet a fantastic Christian woman. She's super based, loves the Lord. She has fake boobs. Yes or no?
No problemo.
No problem.
Oh, we found a leak. So if I had to do it again, I would have not done it at all.
Okay, all right, there you have it, folks. All right, let me just see if we have any chats here. We have, nope. We have, nope. Okay, I had a couple, Atlas. So, your boyfriend, you move really fast. You have his gamer tag tattooed on you. Is that right?
Yes, I did do that.
Can we see?
No way.
You can't see it.
Wait, is this the guy?
Where is it? Where is it?
It's below my butt cheek.
This is the guy you were with for just a month.
Like on the leg? On the quad?
Wait. You got a tattoo with the guy that you were with for a month?
Yes, I did do that.
Atlas, why did you do that?
I was in your corner.
Were you in love?
Listen.
How did he pitch it to you?
hurt
What's the
you.
story? What's
He
the story?
hurt you.
No, he didn't. I was being reckless, okay? I was being reckless, and I was just doing something that I thought was really spontaneous and fun and like almost like jumping out of an airplane. And I knew, honestly, it didn't work out. I could easily get it removed. It's just a little gamer tag. It's not like a big fucking portrait, you know?
Wait.
So
Who pitched it?
Is it
he
your
did.
XQC?
He did.
How did he
XQC?
pitch it? How did he pitch it?
He just kept screwing around being like, let's go get our names tattooed on each other. Let's go get our names tattooed on each other. And I was
Such
like,
a red flag in the first month.
I was like, bet, I'll do it.
Wait, did he got your name tattooed on
No,
him?
he didn't end up doing it.
Oh.
He did not.
But you put his gamer tag
Yeah.
on?
Yes, I did. And he's a really bad like Twitch streamer. So
Does he have a big following?
no, he has like 11 people following.
Oh.
So
Until today.
and he texts me all the time, and I am not answering your text, dude. Like, stop.
So you haven't yet gotten rid of it?
Not yet.
Why not?
What is the gamer tag? Is it like XX Blood Raven 420 blaze it?
It's like F&F underscore
Oh, wait.
loser.
Actually?
No. But
Okay.
I didn't want to give him a shout out after I thought about it.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. That's a little bit harsh, but yeah.
So
Is it though? Is it though?
I mean,
A month, and he crashed on your couch.
Just playing video games all day.
and he like kind of low-key talked hella shit about me on Twitter for no reason. Like about how I didn't have a microwave. Like that's a bad
He's
thing.
staying at your house for free. He has no room to talk shit.
Honestly, if I was in his position and I was like just a total bum playing video games and some chick
Didn't have a microwave.
He was
didn't have a
stoked.
microwave, I'd be like, fuck this chick, bro. You don't have a fucking
Yeah,
microwave.
we ate
the fuck
totally
is wrong
different.
with you?
We
Can't make Hot Pockets.
the way he ate and the way I ate was completely
How dare
different,
you
and
not
that
have a
doesn't-
microwave, Atlas?
I have a toaster oven.
That's
okay.
rude.
That's way better.
I
I'm
was trying
offended.
to.
I actually.
Yeah, it makes it toastier.
You actually owe him an apology. That was the start of all your relationship conflict. Was you didn't have a fucking microwave.
The issue was he said that he doesn't like fast food,
You
and
need
then
to do
moved
some
in and
soul
ate
searching.
fast food
Hold on,
every day.
Atlas. You need to do some soul searching. You need to look within and see about what you did wrong in that relationship.
I didn't
It
have a
wasn't him
TV
cheating.
either.
You.
And so
Bro,
I
it's
got
done.
a TV because he was like
That's
really
fair game for
insistent on the
infidelity.
TV.
Okay, I'm kidding. I'm just kidding, guys. Okay. So
That's grounds
you got
for
this
infidelity.
you got this tattoo of him. Chase, you're Andrew. You meet a girl. She has
Oh
a
my God.
tattoo with her ex's name on her.
If I
Deal
was going to be
breaker?
dating, it would be removed, but I'm not dating.
Is it
right
a deal
now.
breaker
Is it
for
his
you,
name?
Chase?
Bro, I
No.
wouldn't even
It's a gamer tag.
consider moving the relationship forward. It's done.
Tattoo of her ex.
Ex name. And
don't
it's
know.
like right below her butt too.
What do you mean you don't know?
But
You
he
be
doesn't
down?
know what her butt looks like.
What if it was gone?
Yeah, he's a
wouldn't know what her butt
he's a
looks like.
virgin.
I don't know about
Yeah,
wouldn't
he
know
wouldn't
what his
even
butt looked
know.
like.
He can't see her butt, so he wouldn't know.
Ooh, what would
And
you
if
do?
it came
Okay,
time for me to be
so-
honest with the guy, it would have already been gone. Like if I was gonna start seeing people, I would get that taken off. I'm just not doing that right now, so it hasn't been a priority. But it's not a problem. It's gone. Not a problem.
Roger that. Okay, let's propose a hypothetical.
Okay.
Andrew, you marry a girl.
Oh man.
You go to do the deed on your wedding night.
No.
Right underneath her butt cheek, you see Scott's property
Pablo.
tattooed underneath
Okay,
her butt
that's a
cheek.
little extreme.
What do you? What
What if you see
what do
at
you-
whatever?
What do you do?
I don't know what I do, but
How much would
that's
that cost,
definitely something to think about.
For me to tattoo that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if we're already married,
Throw a number
you know,
out.
it's a lot to just break it off just over a tattoo. But
Well, I mean, you wouldn't be able to break it off. It's you're married.
He'd be
you
like
know.
orange
There's-
I don't think it's grounds for divorce.
Yeah.
Okay,
Is it
so
grounds
like,
for
how do you
divorce?
approach that conversation? It's like, yo,
You get it removed.
that's a solution.
Be like, yes,
It's
sir.
still not ideal. I think definitely, Andrew, I need you, every woman you're considering courting, you gotta ask what the tattoo situation is.
Add it to your app.
You gotta
Add
ask.
it to your
Probably good,
application.
yeah.
But so Chase, do you think that's kind of like an alpha widow situation? Like, okay, she's got the ex's name tattooed on her. It's like,
Bro,
Okay.
1,000%.
he's gonna come back in the picture.
What would,
like, that's
bro?
what I'm
Like, how would you feel if you
No.
met some great girl, and you like go to hook up with her, and then you see Tate tattooed right there underneath her
my
tits?
God, yes.
How would you feel?
Fucking terrible.
Yeah, bro.
I feel like he was fucking her at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, dude.
Like he was there in the room.
Yeah,
I
the
just like
threesome.
I would be able to have zero tolerance for it, man. Like as a man, I'm so territorial over my woman. There's no way
Wait,
she could be
okay.
branded by another man.
Question on this related to what Chase just said. And this is for those of you who are a little more, you might want to just plug your ears. Okay. If someone was having sex with you doggy style, is the tattoo visible?
Absolutely.
Ooh, that stings. Oh, it stings,
Yes.
son.
Of course it is.
Ooh, that stings. Oh, it hurts.
it's not
It
his-
hurts.
That's the best way to
But
see
it's not
it
his
if you were
name.
gonna see it.
It's a sign.
It doesn't matter.
It's a gamer tag.
But how do you know?
She
dude,
can say whatever
a dude
It
branded
could say,
her.
It could
No,
say
she's
branded.
Joe
A dude
Mama.
branded
She's
her.
branded, son.
But you don't
But
know.
he doesn't know
No,
what
it
it
doesn't
means.
matter. Yeah, well,
no, no.
Say it means-
immediately you would ask.
Search
It's not
up
gonna be
the
like,
gamer
oh, what's
tag.
this gamer tag? What's this?
If I found
You're not gonna be
someone
like,
worth
you're not gonna be like,
fucking,
oh,
the
that's
tattoo would
chill
be
for there to be
gone.
there. There's no
If
story
she
in the
had
background.
no other tattoos, I could see your argument. But she has other tattoos. So is he going to sit there and dissect her entire body?
Okay, if hypothetically
BS.
I was hooking up with a girl and I saw a gamer tag underneath her butt cheek, immediately I'd be like, yo, what is that? Immediately.
And
Yeah,
do
if
you
I'm-
feel a kind of way about it? Like, would you take it off?
Oh my gosh, it's coming off. Yeah.
So then, yeah, we
So-
already know the answer. Then it's
Yeah,
not a good idea.
and if I was at a place in my life right now where I was down to like fuck someone, it would be gone. I would
Wait.
have it
Yeah.
gone already.
How
I
long
think you
ago
should
was
charge
this
him to
relationship?
A
make
year
it take it
ago.
off.
Have you been with a guy, biblically
Since then.
speaking,
Not even a kiss.
nothing, no
Nothing.
sex?
Nada.
Stop the cap.
I'm not capping.
Come on, Atlas.
I swear to God, I swear on my family, on everything. I have not been with one.
Please
I haven't even kissed.
Don't use the Lord's name in
Sorry.
vain, please.
I haven't even kissed
Sorry, I do.
someone.
guy
The
who's
only
like
person I've
Casey every
kissed
time. I know,
is
dude, all the time.
this girl who wanted to do a TikTok that it was like two best friends in a room who might kiss, and she pecked me, and I was like, "Girl, I haven't kissed anyone in like a year," and she's like, "Oh, I feel special." Yeah, I don't
Bro,
leave
if
my
I'm-
house. Okay.
If I'm having sex with a girl, and I
Dude, I wouldn't even be able to get it up. Like, if seeing another
Oh,
guy's
no.
brand there, no way.
I mean that all of that's fair.
Yeah.
You
That's
guys
low
can
testosterone.
ask
You're
me
being
whatever you
you're being
want. I
reasonable
don't get
about it.
I don't
You're
get
being
offended easily. You guys are totally fine. Like you can.
I still don't think you don't.
No, but if you were like, no, I'm not gonna get it removed, like there's
That would be
I can't-
hilarious. I
Would you
can't
get
remove
hard
it.
again then?
What?
Like,
No, if I
Okay, y'all get it removed for me.
if I married a woman,
Who wrote that?
if I married a
I'll
woman
reach
and I
out.
saw that she was branded by another guy
Yeah.
near her genital region, there's no way I'd
And
be able
what
to
a
get it up.
topic to hear
So until it
waking
was
up.
removed, you
Anyway,
could.
Even after that, I'd
congratulations
be like,
again.
dude.
I'll
For the
retrigger
guests,
it.
know that.
hello and you
I
all
know
should
I know that
Go
about
there.
myself. I know that about myself.
Okay.
It's low T is what it is.
No, I'm just I'm territorial. Like
No, it's high tea.
I'm territorial. Yeah, it is. I'm
That's some high tea
territorial.
shit.
But she's a new
Only
creature in
cucks get
Christ.
turned on by that shit.
What if she's a new creature in Christ?
If she's a new creature in Christ, why does she have her ex's
Okay.
name tattooed on her butt?
How do you know it's
That
her
was
ex's name?
pre-Christ.
What?
It was pre-Christ.
That was pre-Christ.
Still, if it's there,
How did we get?
even if it was removed, but I
okay.
found out
Taking
about it, it would
church
still mess with
donations
me
to remove
mentally.
the
I'd be like, why would
tattoo.
you do
So
that?
then you might as well end it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I think you should pray and
But
ask
like,
God
I'm saying,
what
if
to
that
do.
happened, if I married a woman and that happened, like, I have no idea how I would be able to process it.
I low-key wish I could remove all of my
So you just
tattoos.
have to like
Okay,
not look
I
like
would
let's
have
do
none.
it.
I would have none.
Let's
I'm grateful
let's
I
move
decided.
away
You should
from
do
the
it.
tattoo thing.
I
All
got
right,
all
we
my
have.
tattoos when I was like 18. for
One
the
sec,
most
guys.
part.
Swordless donated $200.
Yeah, thank you so much, man. Good to see you in the
100
chat.
episodes. Keep it up, man. Next target 1,000.
Let's go.
Just woke up and joined. And what a topic to hear waking up. Anyway, congratulations again. For the guests, hello, and you all should dance.
If I ever make it to 1,000 episodes of this show, that is the last fucking. There's no. I don't know if I can do 1,000 fucking episodes of the show, but hey, thank you very much, man. Much appreciated. Very good to see you in the chat. That's the homie Swordless. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate your patronage. We have this one from Chase Simmons. Chase, I'm currently struggling with my beliefs in the Lord. I get atheists telling me the Lord is a sadist for allowing suffering, and I come from a small town in Wisconsin where most girls aren't really Christians, so I struggle on the dating front. If you can just address it, but if you can, try to keep it brief.
I mean, brother, this is a problem many men and women are struggling with, finding other equally yoked members of the opposite sex. What is the app that just came out? I think it's called
Dating Reddit?
There's the courtship app, I think.
There's Upward.
Yeah, there's Upward, there's the courtship app.
Christian
There's
Mingle? Sure.
I don't know, dude. I'm not good with all the dating apps. I'm not the guy to ask. I'm sorry, bro.
Can I ask about the apps? Like,
What else?
what is up with the dating apps though? Because I did low-key try to get on to some just to see like what was up with it, and I don't know if it's just the area I live in, but it looked like a lot of the dudes were like just like, no offense, like druggies or something.
Or married.
Where do you live?
Should I say that actually?
What's the state?
Washington. I don't know if I should say
You're
because
saying
my
a lot of the
safety,
guys look
but
like druggies?
I mean, truthfully,
on the app, yeah. I was
Truthfully,
like,
the
what
whole state,
fuck?
the whole
What apps are you on?
I tried. So I think I tried Tinder and one other one that I forgot the name of.
There's Bumble, Hinge,
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe like Hinge or something.
Coffee Meets Bagel. I don't know. Well, honestly,
you're gonna get a lot of the lowest quality dudes on
Do
the
you
apps.
have to really like commit to it and go through before you find
Well, the
something
thing is,
good?
so like,
Because I was like,
think about the psychology of using a dating app, like something like Tinder. Most of the dudes that are going on Tinder just want to find a girl to hook up with. So if you're looking for like a serious guy, if you're looking through that dating pool, it's just going to be dudes that want to hook up.
Bender the offender
Okay, but I'm not
donated
even talking about
hold
the
on just a sec.
personality.
Hold on just a sec.
Every guy she hooks up goes home, types in the gamer tag and just starts.
oh no! Wait, what?
There's an entire friend group because of that one tat now.
No! Wait, what?
So okay, here. I'll trigger it one more time. Wait. It's actually gonna take a while
That was
to
good.
re-trigger, but
That was good.
so
Props
the
for
guys
that
you
one.
hook up with, they see the gamer tag, they add the gamer tag, they go play Call of Duty together, and now there's a whole friend group of all the men you've hooked up with.
That's
Bender
just
the
like
offender donated
my squad or what?
$200. Every
No,
guy
it's just
she
like a
hooks
bunch
up
of
goes
dudes who are
home,
now friends
types in the
because
gamer
they
tag
saw the
and
gamer
just
tag.
starts playing
Who are now
COD
friends with
together.
your ex.
There's an entire
Oh,
friend
that would
group
be cute
because
for
of that
him, I
one
guess.
tat now.
Then you go in there and
I found you
advertise.
for life friends. I don't.
Word. Good times. Good times. Was trying to remember. Okay.
Donate 200 to say that.
Boom. Bender the Offender's a Gigachad.
Yeah, I'm curious. The dudes have been asking you ladies questions all night long. Do you guys have any questions for the dudes?
Why would a guy not be interested in dating somebody who does the kind of work that we do if they, okay, let's say you meet a girl and you genuinely like her personality, and then you find out that she does that, and then maybe she doesn't meet the stereotype that you've given that a girl to be in that kind of career, like, would you still just call it off because of what she does, or would you be interested into like,
I have a second card.
I don't
It's
know,
gonna-
have a
I-
second thought, yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna vary from guy to guy. Like, I know that there's definitely guys that wouldn't care that much. There's some guys that actually push their women into doing like online sex work and whatnot. I can only speak for me personally. Like, if I was talking to a girl and I found out she did that, it would be I wouldn't be able to stomach it, because like I was telling her, like I'm a very territorial man when it comes to I don't want to share my woman with anyone. Like, I don't want guys knowing what her body looks like in terms of like what she looks like underneath her clothes, what she looks like naked, anything like that. Like, I want that to be reserved for me and me alone, and I want that to be a special thing that we share with one another. That's one aspect of the psychology. The other aspect of it is, I don't want my kid's mother I don't want her body all over the internet. I don't want my kids to have to potentially deal with that someday, because I read stories about kids who do get bullied at school for it and they end up killing themselves, and it's just, there's way too many liabilities there for me personally to deal with. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I also have a question for you guys.
Wait, hold on.
yeah, it's just,
Oh, sorry.
it's just not right. She's gonna be pulling me in the other direction. I'm trying to serve Christ, I'm trying to serve God, and she's running the complete opposite direction. He brought up the equally yoked phrase earlier. He's talking about that yoked. He's talking about a yoke. You know how oxens are yoked together with this bar that goes across their neck. Well, unequally yoked would be two separate animals barred together. It just doesn't make sense to plow grain with two separate animals. That's what it's like being a believer with an unbeliever. It's two separate species, essentially. Just does not make sense for me as a believer to be with an unbeliever.
Yeah. To bring it back to how I answered your question too, does my explanation about the territorialness and not wanting to share a woman make sense?
Oh, absolutely.
Do you feel like that's
I
fair
think
and
that's-
justified?
I think that's fair. I think sounds like somebody's hit a car.
Yeah, people drive by and try to make noises because they know the show's going on.
No way.
Yeah, happens all the
Okay.
time. People will wait for the show to start and then they'll like rev their engine down below.
That's
Yeah.
hella funny.
But so that makes sense to you?
No, it totally makes sense, and that's why I kind of just wrote off that I would even find somebody that and be in anything serious until I was done doing it, and not because I think that that's necessarily right. I've just accepted that. I think.
You might find a guy who has tolerance for it. I don't know.
I have a lot of fans, for I guess, that say that they would like to date me knowing what I do, but then once they're with me would want me to quit. And I think that that's kind of hypocritical. It's like, wait, you found me like this, and now you want it to like. I think it's.
I think it's
you might feel
I think
you might feel it's hypocritical, but I would argue it's actually a good impulse. It's a protective impulse that a man has towards his woman, right?
Wait, what did I miss? What is hypocritical?
She was saying that guys will tell her fans will tell her from online that they want to date her, but once they have her, they would want her to stop her online sex work.
And then they have, I have a lot of like breeding, like they want to like put a baby, like I get a lot of that where they're like, oh, I want you to have my baby. I want you to have my baby. Like, so
Trying to
they
lock it
want,
down.
yeah, they want to like take it off the market. Does that make sense?
Okay.
It's just weird to me that you found me in this website and now you're trying to take it out of the game.
Let me ask you this: what man would want his woman still on the market?
Well,
If she's
no,
his
that's
woman.
fair.
A pimp.
That's
What?
A pimp.
Yeah.
no, that's
Yeah,
fair.
true.
But I don't I don't see, because I'm not dating those people. Does that make
Right,
sense? Like
right.
I'm not dating the people that are coming into my chat rooms, and I'm not dating those people. Those are not the clientele, for a lack of another term. Like that's not. Those are not my possible suitors.
Yeah.
Well,
I just think it's interesting that
perhaps one way to address the whole hypocrisy thing is, prior to dating, he had no problem with you engaging in what he considered single behavior. But once they started dating, he wanted her or you to act in a way that he thought was consistent with being in a relationship. So, for example, I mean, a guy might, if you're single, we might not necessarily object to you going to bars, clubs, partying, posting provocative photos. But if we're in a relationship with you, if a guy might want to rein in some of those behaviors that are kind of, you're
Single,
still advertising.
Understood. Yeah, no,
Single
that makes
behavior.
sense. That makes sense. No,
Like,
totally.
I
see
get
your
it.
point.
Women go to bars and nightclubs, but if you want commitment from me, you can't go to the bar and club.
Also, building off what he said, again, that carnal like need and desire for sex that guys have programmed into them, like, of course, off the bat, that's going to make them really attracted to women in that line of work. They're like, great, sex. Like, I can get sex all the time. But I think what he's saying, like, it's a good thing when he starts to feel that way, because he's starting to see you as something more than just that. When he cares about you, that's when he's going to want to start putting those restrictions into place. So
That makes sense.
it's honestly a good thing.
I would also, it's funny too how this conversation has gone. I would also add that protectiveness. If you were to comply with that and be like, yeah, I'll take that's what a guy who's going to want to commit to you is going to want from you.
Okay, and I think if he's a good guy and he's asking for that, and your career is that, so you live off of it, that if he's a good guy and that's what you guys want to do in the next part of your relationship, he will help guide you and figure out how you can do that transition so you don't have to lose everything and suffer.
100%. That's good leadership right there.
Here's one of the things though that I think a lot of women who are involved in sex work or stripping or doing OnlyFans or just traditional adult content is they make a lot of money. So I think what
there was
they're
that one
thinking
chick
is,
that made like $70,000 a month.
Oh, we've had a lot of girls on the show that
there's more.
make 6 figures a month, and so I think the attitude, at least from what I've interviewed from tons of these girls that have come on the show, is, well, I would stop if they were to continue, if they were really rich guys who could
provide
On
me
your
the same
lifestyle,
quality of
maintain the
life.
lifestyle,
that-
essentially.
Exactly,
Yeah.
maintain the lifestyle. But that's such a small portion of men that can make
So
that
steep.
amount of money, and so it's like,
That's intimidating to guys in and of itself, making that kind of money.
I don't know.
find it intimidating if a
Not
woman
to
makes
all
that much
guys,
money.
but to some guys, it's intimidating for the female
Or just
to
a turn off.
right.
Yeah, I don't find it attractive if a
If a
woman makes a
woman's-
ton of money.
Yeah.
But like, think about what it could do for your dynasty, Chase. Like, and assuming it's not from
Yeah,
sex.
think about it. Think about what it could do to your relationship dynamic. If your woman's making 20 times more money than you are, like, bro, she's
That's
wearing,
my
she's
money
wearing
now.
the pants.
That's my money now.
Like that screws up the power dynamic a lot. Like, I'm not interested in that.
To that
personally.
point, the other day when people asked me what I was looking for in a man, and I said, like, I want someone to earn, more money than me, and I named that figure, like, a lot of people were like, oh, like, hypergamous, she's only after the money, but it's literally based off what you said. I know that if I'm not with a man who's going to make more money than me, it's going to completely switch the dynamics in the relationship.
Oh yeah.
What if she's just super submissive, Chase? But she just,
But she's a baller, but super
I don't know,
submissive.
she's got some investments or some shit. You know what I mean?
I mean, dude, like, there's definitely a way to make it work.
She got
Like,
some fucking
She got a
Dogecoin.
lot of
like
Chase,
if
Bitcoin,
she comes to you,
500.
if she comes to you and she's like, hey, I'm like really rich, but I want to put you in charge of the money. It's like, okay, well, that's a different story.
Alright.
It's a lot
you
of
know?
trust.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Not a prenup.
Last thing from you, Atlas. In your pre-show notes to us, you said, I guess one of my hot takes is asking people's body count is immature.
Yeah, okay,
Why-
and
why
so
is that? Why
I
is
don't
that?
even have a high body count, but like I have friends
Stop the
that
cap.
Sorry. My
well, maybe I
my
do to
finger slipped.
actually
My bad,
maybe
my
I
bad,
do
my
to
bad.
like certain people or something like that.
Okay.
But I don't know. Because I watch a lot of dating podcasts of, it seems to be like quite a bit older people than like you, and what? And their take on stuff like that, I kind of think is true. Like, it seems like people who are older and more mature aren't really having those conversations, and maybe it's because the woman or the man is not giving the vibe that they're sketchy promiscuous, so we don't need to talk about your exes. Like,
That's
it's
because
not
the boomers
you know what
grew up during the sexual revolution, and they're all degenerate, fucking
So the
promiscuous.
guys,
I'm kidding. If there's
the
any
two
boomers
guys
listening.
that I watch, I think they're like in their mid 40s.
This was before the HIV. Okay, I don't know. Wait, was it? Hold on.
They're like in their mid 40s. I think I listed their names on my application of the people I listen
think I might have
to.
missed it.
He's like, I don't want to give them free publicity, but yeah, I just feel like depending on how that conversation comes up, okay, I think there is a certain way it could come up, like kind of when I was like questioning him on it and the way he explained it, I can get it, but I think the way it typically tends to come up is just kind of like, I don't know how to explain it. It's
Why
just,
do you feel like it's not like an appropriate question to ask? I know it's an
it depends on
uncomfortable one,
it depends on
but
context.
do you think
I
it's
guess.
do you think it's fair for a man to care about that?
I do. I think, but I also not to a certain extent.
So
right? So it's
to
like,
what extent do you think it's fair?
if you're worried that they are so promiscuous that they could maybe have an addiction, they could cheat on you, or maybe they have an STD.
That sounds like some great reasons.
So I think those are great reasons.
To
But
what degree do you think it's not fair for a man to care?
to what degree do I think it's not fair for men to care? If you don't give off any of those vibes, like you guys have a really good relationship, you're not scandalous, he knows you're not promiscuous, maybe he knows that you've been checked and you are clean, it's like, why does it matter?
I'll tell you why it matters. If a woman has a body count of 50, for example, and I find that out, I'm going to be asking...
Is that where the high starts? Like, where's the,
it's lower than that.
Yeah.
Okay, tell me,
like,
I
for
wanna
me,
know.
once it starts getting into double digits for me, like, I'm going to start asking questions like, okay, like, tell me about your past, right? If she starts getting to, like, 15, 20, 30, like, past 20, it's like, okay, what, like... I want to take a close look at it. What's actually happened here, especially the younger a woman is. Because if a person has a series of failed relationships over and over again, especially a woman,
there could be a lot of things that happen there. It's like, okay, what were you doing? Were you doing one night stands for like a few years, constantly getting railed by guys at bars?
Can I ask?
What's up?
So did it come up in conversation with you and your girlfriend? And if so, like, how did it come up then?
It did, and I asked her, but out of respect for her, I don't want to say anything more about that conversation.
Yeah, no, of course.
But yeah, it did. Like, I asked her, just very frankly. And it was like, initially she was like, whoa, like, why are you asking me that? And
At
then,
what
like,
point?
And then what did you say?
Once like we started to know that like we were interested in one another, and it was like mutual, like there was a mutual understanding, then I asked.
And what was your reasoning though? Because she was thrown off, right? She was like, whoa, where's this coming from? And you were like, well, this is why I want to know. Like, what was your like, this is why I want to know?
It's a great question. Basically exactly what I'm describing to you. So, and I'll add some context. There's a lot of data on the number of premarital sexual partners somebody's had and what their likelihood of divorce is in marriage.
And that was your idea, like going in, you're like, I want to know.
Yeah, that's
one of the main reasons.
Once I saw the data on like body count and the number of partners either a man or a woman has had, I was like, yo, this is an important thing because my parents got divorced and I want to do everything I possibly can to minimize the chances of ever getting divorced to my partner. Like it's the worst thing that you can ever go through in marriage, obviously. And so it's like there's a lot of different factors that go into divorce. Maybe one person is really bad at listening to the other. Maybe one person is like lazy, whatever. But the number of premarital sexual partners somebody's had, it's like a direct correlation. The higher that number, the higher the chances of divorce. So to give you an example, a virgin on average has less than 5% chance of getting divorced. Somebody with more than 10 sexual partners on average, 50% chance of getting divorced. That's a big deal. And this is for both sexes. That's a big deal. So if you're somebody who really cares about marriage and you don't want to get divorced, especially as a man, because men get absolutely screwed in divorce, you want to ask those questions. And so I was very upfront with her. I was like, this is why I'm optimizing for marriage. This is why I care. And it's like, there's different reasons other than that why it matters. It's like if somebody was a serial monogamist, for example, that's different than if they were cheating on their ex-partner, which is different than if they were getting railed at bars all the time. Like you want to know about the person's psychology, and when you have that conversation, you can gain insight into like, who are you, how do you approach relationships, and if you care about marriage, you can gain valuable information there.
Annie, it looked like you had
I wanna say
something to say.
Because I must be an anomaly.
You guys speak into your mic.
I must be an anomaly because my husband never asked that question.
Well, most guys in your generation don't. Like it's kind of like an our generation thing.
So here's the thing, though. Rahab was related to Jesus Christ. So was Tamar.
Huh?
They had some bad mojo before they were with their husbands.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Okay.
if you're going to truly be Christ-like, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, I'm not trying to disrespect you.
I don't feel
That's not going to
disrespected.
matter. Because that person, if you love them, what they've done before does not matter.
So
It doesn't matter. And
Hold
I've
on,
married
hold on,
14 years now.
Is like, I just want to know if you're a
It's just
slut,
not fair.
you
It's
know,
not
just-
fair. That's
Okay,
all I'm saying.
okay,
It's not
I
fair.
I hear what you're
What do you
saying.
mean it's not fair?
Hold on.
Wait, let me say one thing. Let me say
It's
one
just
thing.
not fair.
Life's unfair. The world's unfair. Women curve short dudes because they're short.
Brian, you get a pass
Sorry,
because you're not
Kings.
these two dudes.
Wait, what do you mean?
No, so here's the thing.
Because
so
these
here's the
guys
thing.
are Christ followers.
You're saying
they're
you're
supposed
saying-
to have grace for women in all areas.
Just because
There's-
we're Christian doesn't mean we have to marry prostitutes.
They can have
No,
preference.
I'm not telling you guys to do that. But
Everyone can have
how,
preference.
you know what? Rahab was redeemed by a spy. I just preached on this at a church on Sunday. She was redeemed by a spy that cared enough for her when the walls came down at Jericho to take her out of that lifestyle.
But isn't that the
Hey, that's
exception to
good.
the rule? And when you look at your lifestyle,
gonna marry
even
her.
you say maybe I'm the exception. Yes, girl, you are the exception. Look at the
But it
upbringing
can happen.
that you had, and
I
look
want
at
him to
everything that you.
I want him to expand his mind and not be so judgmental
All right,
to
so
someone
hold
he
on,
could
hold on.
possibly love.
My
Hold on,
mind is
hold on.
fully expanded. I will not
Hold
marry
on.
a prostitute.
I'm
So-
not saying that they're still doing it.
Annie,
It's,
may
you
I
know,
please respond to
you know.
everything that you just said? Okay. There is room for Christ-like love, and there is also room for wisdom and discernment in terms of who you are entering a marital contract into. Okay, you can forgive someone for their past. Someone can have a past. That doesn't mean that you're obligated to marry them. Okay, so if I'm having a conversation with a woman and she has a past, but she regrets her past and she's repentant of it. Let's say, you know, maybe she had like a bad pattern in her past. Maybe she, you know, was looking for love in all the wrong places, something like that. And she developed a habit of sleeping with men too easily or something. Like that is something that a person can learn from, and there's also absolutely room for Christ-like forgiveness for something like that. There's no question. You know, everybody can be made new again in Christ. Okay? Why I would care though still as a man is because I want to know what happened there, because if I'm going to get married to you, unless we're signing a prenup or something like that, like I need to know, who are you? How do you approach relationships? I can have forgiveness for your past, but how do you approach relationships? Because here in America, we've got no fault divorce. Is there something there that might lead you one day to just decide you want to divorce me and absolutely screw me and take my kids and half my income and everything like that? Is there something that could be lurking there? Because if there is, I want to know about it, you know? I'm not obligated to marry a woman with a past. If I'm entering into a contract with somebody, I want to know who I'm entering into that contract with. But you can still love them and forgive them. What'd you say?
You don't have to be a prostitute to do that. Divorce someone and take all their money. Okay, there's plenty of
Exactly.
women that do that.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
come
there
on,
are.
man.
There are, which is,
Right.
and most people nowadays are not prudent about who they marry. Most marriages end in divorce. A lot of people just get up in their feelings and they fall in love with somebody and they don't have the really hard conversations. They don't ask the really tough questions, both men and women. A lot of women don't vet men properly for their red flags. A lot of women end up with men who are abusive. Yeah, a man could have had an abusive past. A man could have been a murderer. It's a woman's job to see if that was the case, because if he was a murderer, she can forgive him and have Christ-like love for him. But is she still obligated to marry him? Would it be a good idea?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying you just have to open your mind, because what if there is a person that you meet, and I'm going to pray that for you, by the way.
You're gonna pray for him
I'm going to
to
pray for him to
marry
run
a
into
prostitute.
a woman that's so, he can't handle the attraction he has, and it's so strong that it's actually spiritual too.
Look.
And he's like compelled to marry her.
We're not
Just so
we're not
compelled.
against the Christian marrying a prostitute.
I'm just
you can
just
see
saying
that in Hosea.
that
Hosea gets a direct
that's
command
the
from God.
redemption. That's what Christ
marry
did for the church.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
You know,
I
it's
agree.
beautiful. And I cry for this because there is so many women out there, and I'm going to cry for them, that they just want someone to love them and give them a chance.
You're not owed a relationship. You're not.
I know,
owed
but
a marriage.
still, but that's why Christ came.
What?
So we could
Well,
all
I
be
guess-
redeemed.
I guess that's why maybe it could kind of
I
suck.
fight for
is
the
like-
girls, that's all. I fight
That's fair. That's fair, and I respect that. I
because
respect
I
that.
know their hearts.
You're-
they'll
you're-
give their
Wait.
shirt off their back.
Into the mic, please.
Annie, I want to.
They'll give their shirt off their back, and they give their heart more than once. Trust me, and that's why.
They might be
And-
great people,
wait.
but
Yes.
men.
Brian, can I say something really quick?
Let me get in one
I'm
thing
emotional
really quick.
because you know what? I'm sad that
Annie,
this is
I want
how
to say,
men are
Annie,
thinking
Annie.
right now.
Well, okay, so hold on. Annie,
It makes me
Annie,
sad.
Annie, please listen.
Am I wrong
Please,
for
please,
crying?
Annie, please listen. No, you're not wrong for crying. Annie, I love the heart that you have for these women, and I love the fact that you are a voice for these women. You listening? Yeah. I love the fact that you're a voice for these women, because I can't imagine, you know, your guys' lives and everything that you've been through. Like, I think it's very valuable that you're speaking up on their behalf. Okay. Now, just like you're a voice for those women, what I'm trying to do is be a voice for men. And we live in a world where a lot of bad women screw over a lot of good men.
And I understand that. I totally get the Jezebels. I get it.
Okay.
I respect that part. I don't want you guys to get hurt too, but we got to give each other a chance at some point.
There's no question. We've got to give each other Christ-like chances, but it's also important to be for both sexes to be discerning about who they're getting into relationships with, because there's a lot of broken families out there and a lot of broken marriages, and I want to try and prevent that.
Annie, can I ask you a question? Would you object to a woman not wanting to date a man who's shorter than her?
That's a totally different subject.
No, it's
Are
not.
you fucking kidding?
No,
Oh
it is
my
not,
God.
Annie. No, it is
Everybody
not.
knows
Well,
it's not.
but can you answer the question? Can you answer the question though? Would you object? Would you object to a woman not wanting to date a man who's shorter than her?
He's saying preference.
I've dated men shorter than me.
Would you okay, let's say Atlas is like, I don't want to date men unless they're over 6 feet tall. Would you say that's wrong, or is she justified in that?
I mean, this has nothing to do with the
It
sexuality part.
it has everything to do with
I
it,
mean,
Annie. Is she
for me,
wrong
it
for
doesn't.
wanting that?
For me, it doesn't.
For you,
'Cause
it
if he has
doesn't.
muscles, it's on.
Okay. So basically,
It's a
what you're
personal
saying,
preference.
what you're saying is
Yes.
it's not okay for us to have preferences, but it's okay for women to have preferences. That's what you're telling me.
I want someone to buy the champagne.
This has all got to do with redemption and sexuality and
Atlas
mistakes
wants
being
somebody
made.
to buy the
Somebody, if you were born short, that's not your fault.
Right, but choosing to be a
people can make mistakes in their life, but they can also choose to continually do wrong, and that is their fault. If somebody chooses to keep doing the wrong thing, that is their fault. If a woman decides, I want to go have sex with 50 men at bars over the next 10 years, obviously no woman's consciously thinking that, but if she makes the choice continually to do that, that's her choice. She made that choice.
Basically,
I'm not tricking anybody though. I'm not tricking anyone into marriage. I'm not tricking anyone into
That's
divorce.
not what
I'm putting a price out. It's up front and guaranteed. I give you what you pay for.
And if they
and
want
more.
it, they want it. Is that what you're saying? If they want it, you got
there's
it.
no
If
tricking.
not,
There's no.
that's
There's
fine.
no.
But
you know,
but this is the
She's
thing.
honest.
Yeah.
This is the
I'm
thing
honest.
But it's not a contract for relationship.
Okay, this is the thing though,
Yes.
is that when men have preferences, standards, and boundaries, for example, not wanting to date a woman who's has a promiscuous past, not wanting to date a woman who was engaged in sex work in her past or currently, to me it's shocking that it's somehow that you can
Hard to
I just
understand.
feel like
Yeah.
we shouldn't have
Yeah.
to explain it.
Yeah, I understand.
I get
Nobody,
it in the
no,
sense
hold on,
of like,
no. Let me finish. Let me
Okay.
finish. People always have issues with male standards, male preferences, male boundaries, but nobody bats an eye when a woman says, "I want X, Y, Z in a partner." Women are allowed to have preferences, standards, and boundaries. Men aren't. If a woman says, "I want to date a guy who's tall," cool. If a guy says, "I don't want to date a woman who's overweight," whoa, you're fat shaming. That's body shaming. You're discriminating. Right. Men's preferences are discriminatory. Women's preferences are preferences. It happens to be the case that men care about a woman's past or promiscuity. So
It's
It's
literally
just like-
it's
Men
literally
are
like
allowed
the
to sleep
equivalent.
with as many
hold on,
women as
hold
they
on,
want,
hold on,
and
hold on.
women aren't.
This is like this conversation is like the equivalent of saying, okay, so a man's like, yeah, I don't want a woman who is a prostitute. This is basically the same as if a woman was like, I don't want a guy who has gotten drunk and beaten up his girlfriends in the past. You could have grace for a man's past. But if you as a woman don't want to be with a guy who's beaten women in the past, that's your choice and you're justified in that.
I don't care if a man doesn't want a woman that was a prostitute. I don't care.
You
that
don't.
doesn't bother me.
Annie does.
It doesn't bother me. What
Okay.
it bothers me is that we pass judgment on women for sleeping with a lot of men, but women don't get to pass that judgment on men. That's
Women
the problem.
absolutely
wouldn't
get
make
to
that argument.
pass that
That's the
judgment.
problem.
They
Yeah,
absolutely get to pass that judgment.
both
Yeah.
men and
Absolutely
women,
can.
both men and women make judgment calls about potential partners.
And you know what? And that makes the world go round.
I'm sure you like.
That makes the world go round. Okay, but men pass judgment on the girls at the Bunny Ranch
Sure.
every single day on race, color, size.
So you'll date anybody. There's no discernment at all when
I'm
it comes
on
to
this
who
show
you
to
date.
figure out how to date. Hello.
But okay, so you just
Okay.
okay, all right, okay.
we don't know what we're doing.
Here we're gonna wrap up here pretty
You
soon.
guys, I just don't understand why people can't just love.
I'm just
I
getting
think
bashed.
It's
I can't
not-
you guys
figure
aren't
out
saying
how to
that,
date.
that you guys
Why
do
can't-
think
why
everyone
can't
deserves
women-
love.
why-
It's just
you-
not
you
your
said-
preference.
Well,
You're saying
you can love a prostitute without marrying her. Okay.
Okay, that's the point. We don't want you to marry us. We want
Well,
you to take
she
you
Glad
did.
someone did because
But
Jesus
you
was
are
born.
up
also
front, take
saying
your
that
shoes, your dirty
a
clothes, and go
prostitute, if the
home,
guy is
okay?
okay with it,
Yes.
she still deserves love and marriage. If somebody,
Hey, yeah. If a guy
so-
wants
if
to,
a guy's okay
more
with
power
it-
to him.
yeah, it's
If
just
a guy's
you
okay with it-
personally are not.
Well, I think we're also saying here most men are also probably going to have an issue with it.
Not even
So
religious
what?
guys. I think it's like a biological and
Yeah, you can-
psychological
I mean-
reaction. Like
Yeah.
take religion completely out of the picture and most guys would still have the exact same feeling because it's biological and it's psychological.
What is also as biological is men like women with skinny waists and wide hips so they can birth, okay? And I see a lot of women get married that don't have skinny waists and wide hips.
Oh,
Okay.
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 I'm also biological. I see a lot of men. I can't say it on the show.
You made a good point there. I was going somewhere.
Well, I mean,
Cover it up by making something up.
Men want to men want to be with a younger version of their wives, and they can't do that.
Okay, well, if you're going to talk biologically, then, so for example, back in the day, like going back to the the old part of your brain that we
Your
still,
hindbrain.
yeah. So back in those days, the only way to ensure paternity, that the man was to ensure that this was going to be his child, is if the woman remains single to him and committed to him. Sorry, and still that's why to this day that part of the brain, men don't want to see their woman with anybody else in any capacity, even if it's just in the sense of being online.
And in fact, marriage was incepted so that
I'd love to hear
men
it.
would take care of the child that they created. Otherwise, it was infanticide, and women were just throwing their children out into the street because the men weren't taking care of them.
A little too far from the mic. Really quick on the body count thing. I want to perhaps maybe we should wait until Caitlin, right, your friend, comes back. I'll come back to that really quick. Let's go to Twitch really quick. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. Grin, thank for the Prime. Nico, thank for the Prime. Sigs, thank for the Prime. Andy, thank for the Prime. Gamer Heart, thank for the Prime. Divorce, thank for the Prime. Guru TV, thank for the tier 1. Appreciate it. Guys, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. All right. And let me see. What else did we have? She's not back yet. I'll wait on that. Question for... Maybe I'll wait on that one too. Chase, you asked the girls if there was any question that they had for us. We are trying to wrap up here pretty soon. Anybody you want to come in? Final opportunity. Oh, hey. FDG, thank you very much for the 50 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Wait. Do any of you have a question for us, since we've asked a lot of questions?
I did have one for you guys, and it was about like the red pill rhetoric a little bit. And I thought, do you think maybe this rhetoric may encourage a society that lies? So, for example, like ideologies and reality and them not aligning. Do you feel like people are not going to be as honest in the dating
Where would
world?
people be motivated to lie?
Yeah.
Clarify that part.
For example, like the body count thing. Or we kind of like say, oh, we can be born again virgins or something like that, and we justify that. So it's like, aren't we just kind of creating false ideologies that we kind of embed with ourselves?
There's like 3 questions there, so I'm...
All right, we'll break it down however you want.
What you related it to red pill, but I'm failing to...
What she's basically saying is all of the red pill rhetoric is raising awareness around the subject of body count, which could then motivate women to lie about body count and encourage a culture of lying. And I would say,
Age old.
yes, it's possible that could happen. However, I think both men and women becoming aware of this thing and having sometimes unhealthy, also sometimes healthy dialogue about it is a good thing for society, because it's making men aware of the dangers associated with it. It's also making women aware of how much men care about it. I think because many women are becoming aware of how much men care about it, there's a natural incentive there for women to avoid racking up a high body count, right? Because if they know subconsciously, oh, this is a standard that men have, and I'm either going to have to lie, which would suck, or I'm going to have to keep my body count down in order to find the kind of guy that I truly want. That's a natural motivation for them to not engage in promiscuity. I think that's a good thing. Yeah. Could it also encourage a culture of lying? Absolutely. Are a bunch of women going to lie about it because men now care about
and
this?
Men as
Absolutely.
Well. And men as well, I think.
Okay.
So in that case, what would you recommend to the viewers, like when they're dating, how can they mitigate these risks of lying? Yeah, like how can you just maybe open up a conversation?
Get a good Christian girl.
Yeah, get a really good Christian girl who authentically believes in these values.
Yeah.
I would also say too, like, there's not really anything that you're going to be able to do about whether or not somebody's going to lie.
Yeah.
Now with that said, over time, as the relationship develops, like, the truth will probably come out. You may notice discrepancies in what the person is saying, and then that might breed a really unhealthy dynamic down the line, because if one person finds out that the other person was lying to them, if there's like a long span of time over which this happens, and then let's say 2 years into the relationship you find out that the person has been lying to you, that's the kind of thing that could destroy a relationship.
Yeah, awesome.
You know what I mean?
Okay. Last 2 questions, then we have to wrap up here. So we've been talking about body count quite a bit. So just show of hands, who thinks body count matters? Who thinks body count doesn't matter or shouldn't matter?
I've seen some good points, but
I'm just like right in between. Like there's like there's like a point. Sorry, there's like a point where like okay that's like a lot. That's like a lot. But then like if it's like I don't really care if it's not like too much.
Gotcha. So I'll just really quick. I guess yes or no. Does body count matter? How about, let me rephrase it. Do you object to men caring about body count? Do you think it's kind of immature, or maybe they get over it?
I mean, every time some guy has told me, I've always been like, I don't know, like that's, like, because I've always, like, when we say, like, oh, what do you have questions for me, you know, like, just try and get to know someone, and that's like, the first question, because I've had some guys, like, that's, like, the first question, and I just be like...
Rubs you the wrong way?
Red flag.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, I don't know.
Sure. Do you object to men caring about body count?
If you're starting like a relationship and whatever, they can have their own personal preferences. I mean, I don't really care.
Do you think it's justified for men to care if they want to?
Yeah, I guess.
I think it depends, I guess, now. So if he was going to sit down and have a conversation with me, like you were saying, and he's trying to really get to know me for certain reasons, and it's not just to make a quick, hasty judgment, then I'd be way more open to it. Otherwise, I think I would just kind of be like, okay.
You'd be turned off if he asked right off the bat.
Yeah, because it's like, why does it matter?
Okay.
I'm with her. I think it depends on the length of the relationship and where you're standing. If it's like a decision maker on whether you're going to stay committed to this person or move forward into the next level, I think it at that point it warrants a conversation for both sexes.
Annie, what about you?
Yeah, I think that, I appreciate the fact that you guys are trying to show care, but I just still want to ask where the redemption is for the ones that have had higher body counts.
Oh,
They can be redeemed,
there.
but it's a different...
But I'm just saying, like, I don't want to argue with you guys because I don't want to change your opinion. I just want you to just have empathy and love for someone
Annie, let me ask you a question,
maybe
Annie.
there's someone in your
Annie,
life you haven't met
Let me ask
yet.
you a question. Do you think it's fair for a woman to care about a man's body count?
I wouldn't care.
Okay, but
I never asked my husband.
Those are your personal preferences. Do you think?
But he told me anyway.
Do you think it's fair for other women to care about it?
That's up to them.
Do you
But
think
I
it
myself,
would be fair if they did?
I think everyone should
Make
really
out.
just forgive each other. Honestly.
Wait, what?
I agree.
And listen, here's the whole thing. If you are going to be in a relationship and you both are focusing on talking about being serious because now it's got to that point, if you want to talk about it, I think it's okay as long as you're willing to, hey, I'm about to tell you something and I want to tell you something, and I had to tell my husband something, you guys. This is why this matters to me too. Right before we got married, I had to tell my husband something and I was so afraid to tell him. Scared to death, you guys. I had the wedding dress ready and everything. And when I told him, he was like, doesn't matter to me. And I was like, are you kidding me? He goes, no.
Just for the,
let's
I love you.
stick
For
to
the
the
sake of
scope of the
moving this
conversation.
along.
Yeah.
Okay, so you object to men caring about body count.
Yes.
Okay.
So I've only dated one guy, and he didn't ask my body count, but he said, when I told him who I was, he said, he wasn't concerned that I was a prostitute. He was concerned that I was a celebrity.
Could be a yes
Do
or
you
no.
do you
And
object?
also-
Do you
but
object to men caring?
His concern.
Hold on,
wait,
save
let me
the
tell-
story.
Let me tell you, his concern was that I had had sex with a lot of people, and that I would judge him that he would not be as good as the other people that I had sex with.
Okay. Roger that, but do you object to a man caring about it?
I never
Or
gave it
men in
any. I
general.
never gave it any thought. It doesn't matter.
Roger that. What about you?
I'll be quick, but I think it matters not so much for the man's perspective, but for like as an individual being accountable for what you've done and being okay with it. And if you're not okay with it, then that's where the issue
But do you or do you not object
No.
to a man? No.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay, Amy doesn't object. Okay, so most of you said
Nice and sweet.
you do object or, whatever. So, and I think some of you said body count doesn't matter, shouldn't matter. So, if body count doesn't matter, what is your body count?
I don't know. I never really thought about
I'm
it.
gonna guess.
What do you mean you never really thought about it?
Like,
Just it's a number, like it's kind of like one of these. Can you scoot the mic closer towards you? Like, so it's...
Yeah, I think 5 or 6.
Okay.
So.
Not too shabby.
Yeah, I think so.
Caitlin?
I think like 9.
Okay, sure.
I think like 12.
Sure.
I had 4 prior to work, and I think I'm probably right now at like 15.
Okay.
Are we talking relationships or
Well, that's why I
work?
Both.
Work.
Maybe
I combined them.
you could tell us the relationship one and the other one work one. Oh, you have a couple
So-
work ones too?
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Want me to be
my bad.
quiet?
Oh, no, you were whispering. I
Okay.
thought you were talking about something about work. Okay.
I wrote down the people that I slept with that
Sure.
I thought I was going to have a relationship with, even prior to being in the sex industry, and it was about 100. You guys are like, whoa.
Prior to being in the...
And I was
okay,
I was
100.
about, yeah.
Wait, so prior to doing sex work, people that you were pursuing
And, and it was
romantically-
during sex work as well.
Oh, wait.
Yeah. So until I got married, 100, about 100.
Oh, so including work,
Yeah.
about
No,
100.
no, not including work.
Oh, wait.
When I was having forced sex, I'm just saying this. Okay, forced sleeping with people. It was not a choice because I,
don't
was
think you
with
should
2
count
men.
that.
Yeah, I shouldn't. It's about 20 or
Yeah,
30,000.
I think
And that was forced.
damn.
Wait, hold on just a sec. 20 to 30.
10, 15 a night.
30.
Going on calls.
Damn, that's wild.
10, 15 a night, going on a call.
Damn.
So you
Not
when
taking
you-
a day off.
Okay.
When
I
you
can
say-
see, I see what you're.
Okay, so that's work. You did
So
you
about
you had
100
did you have a
without
pimp?
work.
You had a pimp?
I had
or-
2. 2 different ones, 5 years each time.
Okay. Got it.
And
Okay.
they were very violent too, by the way.
I'm so sorry to hear.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
So not including work, you said 100.
Yeah, including the time I was working. So, in other words, during the
When she was
relationships with,
willing.
when I was with the relationships with the pimp, sometimes I would meet nice guys on the side, and he was already cheating on me, I thought, with other girls because I had wife-in-laws. So I felt justified when I met a nice guy that just wanted to hang out with me and just cuddle me and have sex with me. I slept with him. It's just drama.
So sorry.
Well, she found her man.
Yeah.
I did.
And you,
I win.
and you got saved from
It's
that.
right here.
You got saved from
And she
that
got
by
saved.
Jesus.
You get to win too.
Air Force Amy, what about you?
At this point, only God knows, and
I love
I
you,
hope it's a
Amy.
lot more. You know where to see me. Bunny Ranch.
What about? Okay, so there's men for work, and then there's men for.
I've never
She's
seen
only
anyone.
had one relationship.
I've only had one relationship.
Well, I mean, but even but people like
No,
hook
and-
up, one night stands.
No, that's it. When that guy got everything, you know, like my first kiss, he got my first without a condom, he got my first everything. So I feel like stained now. You know, now I feel stained and ruined for marriage because he got my first kiss, all that first stuff.
Oh, okay. I can get that
You know, and I
perspective
loved
too.
him. I
Wow.
loved
Okay.
him.
Including work, how much?
Like I said, only God knows that one, honey.
How
I have no
how,
idea.
how old were you when you had that relationship?
It was like a year ago,
It
a
was
year and a half
pretty
ago.
recent. Over under 1,000?
Over
Over 1,000? 10,000? More than 10,000?
20 years.
Who knows?
Who knows?
Who
God
knows?
knows. I mean, I'm not going to try and count it.
Sure. Trendalina, what about you?
I only share that with my partner.
I thought it doesn't matter. Hold up.
No, I said it does.
Oh, you
matter.
said it does.
Yeah,
Okay,
we
okay.
keep it
All
between
right.
each other. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
there you have it, folks. Okay, very last thing here. Very last question. Let's see. Oh, wait. Actually, I forgot one thing. Hold on. As far as the body count goes.
Multiply it by 3 and that's the real number.
Just saying. Okay.
It's always
What
been a
movie is
thing.
that from? Where they like tell you about is it American Pie?
It's American Pie.
American
yeah.
Is,
Pie, yeah.
is that where it started though?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I hope so. Okay. Would you object? Let's say okay. Here's the scenario. I'll paint. You just started dating a guy. You've been dating for 2 months. You want to be committed. He wants to be committed. And he says, "Hey, I don't want you going to bars, nightclubs, and parties anymore." Do you say yes, babe? Cool. Or
Yeah.
do you say, no, you're not going to control me. I'm going to keep going out. I'm going to keep doing what I want to do. What are your thoughts on that scenario?
I've done it before, but at the moment, since I don't. So I've done it before. Like I've not went out at all. And he'll go out all the time, and I didn't really care. But now that I went back to like partying and like being with my friends again, I will need to have like a night or two with just my friends, and then it's fine with me. But it just depends.
Okay. So how often do you go out? Thursday, Friday, Saturday? Sunday? Monday, Tuesday? Because you guys are friends, right?
Yeah, but it's just.
Okay, this week, how often did you go out?
We didn't go out this whole.
Okay,
this week.
all right.
We
Well,
haven't
okay.
gone out.
Generally
Who's going out
speaking,
after this?
how often do you go out? They're going out.
Okay, during summer. Yeah, we're going
It's
out.
summertime. Yeah, during the summertime. How
during
often
the
were you going out?
summer, it'll just be like whenever I'll just be bored, I'll just call my friends and be like, let's go out. So it'll be like about
5 times a week.
So it'll be like,
Thursday,
like
Friday,
four
Saturday.
times a week.
Sometimes 5.
Sometimes, not really.
6.
Going out doesn't
Not
count if you
really.
like go out to dinner with your girl and you have some drinks and cocktails,
No,
right?
I don't
It's
think
more like
so.
going to the bar or going to the club,
Like going
right?
partying.
Okay.
Pretending to be single.
Oh, then it'll be like 2 days, right?
Like 3.
3 or 2 days.
Well, you still get, okay, sure. Same with you, 2 or 3 nights a
Yeah.
week, 4 nights a week, 5
Yeah,
nights a week.
just I mean like partying probably like 2 or 3, and then like just like hanging out with like my friends, like
Sure.
girlfriends.
Okay.
Like 5, yeah.
Okay. And so you start seeing a new guy and he says, hey, don't want
If
you
it's a
going out.
relationship, but seeing, no.
Well, let's say you want commitment from him and he says, I'm prepared to commit to you, but I don't want you going out to bars and clubs and drink until 2 a.m. every night. Like,
Oh yeah.
do you accept or do you say, you're not going to control me?
Just like that.
Yeah, I'll accept.
Would you? Or are you just saying that?
No, I would,
'Cause
because I'm
Before you said, like, no, I need at least 1 or 2 nights a week to go out with my girls.
like that's why I said like with my girl, like to go eat, like that's what I was saying, but not
Oh,
like.
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Because, I mean, when I think
Like
of
when
go
friend
out,
time.
I think of
Yeah.
something
Yeah.
very specific.
But if I was like in a relationship, I wouldn't go to parties. It's
Okay.
Just
Same?
me.
Same thing.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. What about you?
I wouldn't, but that's easy for me to give up because like I've already gotten to do a lot of that stuff. Like I'm 30. If I
Did you still do it?
very rarely.
Okay,
I don't really
it's out
care
of your
to.
system.
It's like a friend, like friends will drag me out, and then if I get a little hangover, like I'm major regret because it just ruins your next productive day.
Sure.
So
Okay.
it'd be easy to kind
Yeah, I
of
have
give
no
that
problem
up.
giving it up. None whatsoever.
Yeah, me either. It's a welcome break.
I don't party.
Not much of a problem. Maybe just a little.
What do you mean?
What do you mean, just a little?
Just a little.
I think like if the person knows who you are and like there's moments, for example, if I haven't seen my family and we want to go out, like
No, I'm not
We're
talking
talking
about
like
to the
not-
club,
Maybe
You
like
talking
Saturday,
leave the
Thursday,
house.
go to the
Maybe,
club.
like
You can
dancing.
leave the house.
Like we go out in Kosovo, it's like dancing.
No, we're talking
it's
like you
nice.
with your friends.
Yeah, I know what you
You're
mean. It's
drunk.
yeah, a bit of
Going to
dancing,
some
like it's
party, doing hood rat shit.
yeah, I don't know about the
You know
whole
what? You don't
but
know.
I feel like there's like a time and place.
These girls know what I'm talking about.
So if the person will just know, I'll be,
You feel like there's a time and place, so if a person's like, no, what? What were you gonna
so
say?
if they're just like, no, don't go out at all. Like I probably would listen and understand, but I would probably not be with someone that's like that either.
Not a problem for me.
Rock and roll. Okay.
Wait,
Okay.
All right,
the
Andrew,
guy actually
Andrew.
responded
Yeah.
back
Oh,
to
the
her.
guy responded.
Wait, wait, wait.
But my phone died. But
Oh
he
my-
was like-
Okay, whatever.
Sorry.
But she knows what he said.
Oh,
He
what did he
texted me on Snapchat because I DM'd him, and then he texted me on Snapchat and he said, "Kate, someone stole your phone."
You see, we told
That's
you.
hella funny.
We told you.
He's looking out though.
We need. Okay.
Caitlin
Maybe
stole your
we'll.
phone.
Maybe we can have you guys back one more time, and we'll try it again with some other male friends of yours. Andrew, you said you had.
I was gonna ask him a question, then I realized it was a dumb question. Never
Okay,
mind.
perfect.
Yep.
We have respectful friends.
All right.
Got a couple super chats there. If you
Yeah,
wanna read
just
'em.
2 super chats, then we're going to wrap up, guys. Lamb de Sky, thank you for the Canadian 100. Merci beaucoup. Our nature pulls us towards hedonism and animalism. God guides us into elevation and humanity. It's as simple as that. Hashtag Jesus is the Messiah, but God is King.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to. That was a great super chat overall, but I'm gonna have to call you on that last part, bro. Christ is King. This is what the Bible tells us.
Yeah, this shouldn't be a but there.
This is a Muslim. This is certainly a Muslim.
Oh,
if they're saying that.
Okay, all right.
Interesting.
There you have it,
Well,
folks.
Quran says to believe the Bible, so.
All right, we have Bender the Offender here. My health class teacher had a good analogy for how men and women think.
So true.
A man's brain is like waffles. A woman's brain is like spaghetti.
Real.
I don't get that at
Me
all.
either.
You don't get that?
I don't.
I completely get that.
Yep, exactly.
I like spaghetti.
Exactly.
So
Boxes,
What he's saying
boxes.
is that men are like more like logical and ordered in their thinking. Women are like spaghetti,
Okay, I get it.
which is facts, generally speaking. Some dudes are also like spaghetti. Some women are also like waffles.
Yeah. And some people
I like spaghetti.
are like
Unicorns.
what's another breakfast food? I can pancakes.
Pancakes?
I mean, that's pretty much
A crepe?
Some people are
crepe.
more
Thank
like
you.
crepes.
I love it.
This is
I
your
love
brain.
it.
I hate
Yes.
breakfast food.
Crepe. Maybe like a
little tiny
breakfast burrito. Breakfast burrito. Okay, guys, we are wrapping up here. So, guys, thank you so much for tuning in tonight. Last call, guys. Hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports
Waffle
the show. Waffle Gang. Thank you to the wonderful panel here. It was a good panel here. Be sure to, these are my old notes from the show with Candace Owens. Thank you to all our chat mods. Any women who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. Guys, we will be live again. What is it? Today's Tuesday, yeah? Yep. We'll be live again Sunday at 5 p.m. Pacific. And I'm going to host somebody on Twitch, and I want the panel's input and the chat's input on who I'm going to host on Twitch. So let me see here real quick. Let me see who we can raid over there on Twitch. Let's see. Okay, we got Joker, we got Bobka, and then, so World of Warcraft players. Let me see what Joker D's up to. One sec, guys. Twitch on TV, Joker D. I don't think. While I'm doing the raid, would you ladies date like a Chad World of Warcraft gamer?
Oh.
Chad World of Warcraft gamer. Like he's right now the big thing in World of Warcraft is hardcore mode. So right now, like the top guild Frontier, like they cleared Molten Core. Have the world bosses on farm. Well, they're still working on the green dragons, you know.
So he's super good at World of Warcraft. He's
He's
top
really
1%.
Really good at World of
Only
Warcraft.
if he's
like,
down to LARP in the park.
What the
Oh,
frick?
snap. I sense a World of Warcraft boyfriend in the future. Are you
Okay.
going to get a second gamer tag
I'm
tattooed on your other butt
rate
cheek?
Bobka
Magic butt cheeks.
on Twitch.
What about a CSGO boyfriend? Is that like
Huh?
CSGO?
CS:GO.
Would you date a rogue, like a
Counter-Strike?
level 60 rogue?
No.
What is like he's gone.
Whoa!
Meatball donated
Oh my God.
$500.
Dude, thank you so much.
Missed the show since I'm traveling for work, but happy 100.
The champagne trigger is 1,000.
Yo, thanks for
dude,
that,
Thank you
Real
so much,
Meatball.
Mr. Meatball. You're a fucking
Mr.
legend.
Meatball.
So good
Thinking
to see you back
500
in the
more,
chat.
Mr. Meatball.
I mean, if he did, if he did 500 more, we could pop a champagne bottle. But I don't know. We're trying to also wrap up here, but I mean, it's up to him. So I'm gonna rate those of you who are watching on Twitch. I'm gonna rate Bobka. He's a rogue playing hardcore World of Warcraft. I'll rate him in just a second.
Right.
guys.
Someone said your love for World of Warcraft is more hardcore than my love for Christ. True story.
I don't know about
Do you
that.
play World of Warcraft?
No, I used to.
Would you be interested if he did? He's down to LARP in the park.
LARP in the park. What's up?
LARP in the park.
Would you say slurp in the park?
I said let's LARP in the park.
Public indecency. Let's go. Okay. What is 500 trigger? I think that's mute a microphone, I think. But he didn't specify if you want. Oh, I mean, it's the end of the show.
Can I just say one thing before we wrap up? Annie, I know we got in some contentious debate throughout the show, but I, again, want to thank you for your authenticity and your vulnerability, sharing your story with us, and also for the ministry that you have. Like, really, God bless you.
Nick, can you get the champagne?
Shut the front door.
Let's go.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Let's go.
Whoa. Hey, you be nice. You be nice. Whoa, Mr. Meatball, you gotta say something to her, cause
I didn't say it. I said thank you.
Oh, that's of course. Yeah, that's definitely what you said.
I did say
Love
thank
your
you.
name.
I thought maybe I heard it wrong. I don't know.
Also, request for everybody in the chat. Yo, if you guys believe in Jesus, let's get Christ as Lord in all caps in the chat, please.
Oh, bro. You already opened it. What the fuck?
Point it away from the equipment. Point it away from the equipment.
Shake it a little.
Shoot him.
Oh my God, bro. You should have let me do it. Hold on. Here, let me get.
I'm scared.
I'm not gonna.
Don't worry, guys. I know how to.
Just don't don't hit your equipment, bro.
The way you answered that, I sound worried.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Got a little spill there.
Very nice.
Very nice.
I like.
So, do I just start? Do you drink?
Yeah.
All right.
A little bit.
Let's pour one out for our homies. Okay, just kidding.
Perfect.
Yo, look at all those Christ is Lords in the chat for the 100th
All right.
episode. Let's
Mr.
go.
Meatball.
To God the
You looked
glory.
annoyed I was pressing it so hard.
Let's go.
What's that?
I said, and you looked annoyed I was pressing it so hard.
Is that your cup, Chase?
So I just unfolded a bunch of cups for you so you can pass them out.
Oh, these right here?
Yeah.
Okay. Unfortunately, you
Is that
guys are
Martinelli's?
underage. You know, so just can't. No, this is. If anybody wants to come in with another 1,000, just saying, we got another bottle. Okay. Schloss.
Keep it coming. See what
I'm being
happens.
a fucking
Dude, look
gremlin,
at all
dude.
of these comments.
I'm being a
Let's
gremlin.
go.
All right.
Let's
That's what's
go.
up.
This is awesome.
This is for Chase.
Keep doing a couple thousand and we'll find out
Amy?
Yes, please. Thank you.
All right.
how they really play.
Where boundaries lie.
I'm just kidding.
I might actually be out here pretty soon. I don't know.
Thank you,
I might
sir.
not be able to get it for everybody. Chase, you gonna have some or not?
You just gave me a cup.
Yes.
I don't know if are we.
It's almost empty.
Yeah, it's almost.
Looks
Pouring
like we'll
too
have
much,
to
bro.
Okay, that-
redistribute
I don't
some.
need a glass. I'm good. You guys.
Here's one cup.
Is this it?
Whoever
Grassy.
wants it.
Yum. I don't
was really
drink. I don't
good.
drink much. I don't
What
drink
is
much.
that?
Ladies?
It's champagne.
I know, but like, cause it does taste pretty good.
It's
Hey, yo.
Schloss B-Brick.
Yo. Cheers to
is this like
episode
sparkling
100.
wine or champagne?
Cheers. Cheers to.
And then you go
Cheers to
like,
episode 1000.
Cheers
That's
to
next.
That's what everyone does back
Oh,
home.
God.
Yeah, it's like you cheers and then touch
Can
and then
you
you
do
go.
that again, but with the voice you do?
Cheers to the Bunny Ranch.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers to Hookers for Jesus.
Cheers to Hookers for Jesus. And cheers to.
SB.
Okay.
I don't know.
To what?
Someone
I
said
said
there's
SB.
so many cups on that
805.
table.
Let's
It's
go.
so true.
805. Hey, W's in the
Palm.
chat for Mr. Meatball. He's been a patron for a long while now. Thank you so much for your patronage, man. It's I very much appreciate. Ooh, that looks bugged out. Thank you so much for your patronage, man. Thank you for tuning in for our 100th episode. It's I've been doing this for the podcast a little over a year now, and big milestone to hit, and the podcast has been doing well. So
Chat,
it wasn't
put-
always. So thank you guys.
Put W Mr. Meatball in the chat as appreciation.
Yeah.
Let's
I
get some
think-
love for Mr. Meatball.
I want to. W's in the chat for Mr. Meatball. I want to watch Andrew's video one more time, and then we'll proper wrap. Nick, if you're able to
so
pull that.
righteous, dude.
All right.
That's a good little outro video.
I love that video. Goes so hard.
Now I can pay better attention because all I heard was the last part, not the first part. So I was like, what?
Does a man get a one-night stand? Repent and believe the gospel. You don't need no one-night stand. You need Jesus, man.
Oh, it's so based.
You gave him a bit of a side eye, like.
So
You,
based.
you handed him the thing while telling him.
How do you
Yeah.
get a one night stand?
So
Wait.
I say the same thing to all of y'all.
Let's
'Cause I
say
didn't-
You need
I
Jesus,
didn't-
man.
let's say it on the podcast, ladies. Mr. Andrew is single. What's your Instagram tag?
Instagram at acgolden0411.
Boom.
acgolden0411.
Don't even try to come at
And
me
he's
if
waiting
you ain't
for
a
marriage.
Christian.
Would you date a Buddhist?
No, no.
Okay, just curious. What was the question that the guy asked in the video? How does a man get a one-night stand? So I'm going to ask you again here. Andrew, how do you get a one-night stand?
Repent and believe the gospel. You don't need a one-night stand. You need Jesus, man.
Oh, there you go. All right, cool. All right, guys. Thank you for tuning in tonight for our 100th episode. Thank you very much. Thanks again to the wonderful panel. We will see you guys again Sunday at... Wait, I did all the chats, right? Just one? Okay, yeah, I did. We'll see you guys Sunday, 5 p.m. Good night, guys.